then I'll put my stamp of approval on Liquid. Nagura might have said miscount, but I disagree. I think it's going to be Liquid.
So this just in, Tattles decided to curse the only hope that NA had left. Thank you very much for that, Tattles. Appreciate it. In the meantime, we do have more teams in this competition. Thank you very much for that, Tattles. Appreciate it. In the meantime, we do have more teams in this competition. I'm just letting you know.
I'm love watching. I know this is a change of character for me, but I'm love watching.
No, like, I love this turnaround. I love this character growth for you, Tattles, honestly. I mean, obviously, we just got to hear from Verb, Miscount, that work they put in, that effort that they put in, and honestly, how many times they've been at this threshold before and then had the global finals really be the thing that kind of knocked them down. But we have the same, right? Liquid wanting to prove themselves as an NA team. And I mean, Makes, with you, talking about some of their teams, even just thinking about Verb, how do you think they're all feeling right now coming into it?
So this might be a little bit of a tiny minor league. We also have longer interviews with the players, and there's also one from Verb that we're going to show on our socials, so check those out if you're interested in those. And that interview is hilarious. Is very interesting, but it's also hilarious. He seems to be a great guy, and I think if he's responsible for the vibe check and miscount, you don't need to worry about anything. It's so chill.
I'm also like a Verb fan now because I saw that he has a picture in the background that is from a South Tyrolean lake. So I don't know, at this point I'm a Verb fan and a Miscount fan. Sorry, I'm biased now.
I love that you can identify the lake. Wow.
I'll see that lake anywhere.
Please don't show that.
It's
No.
Here it is, guys.
I mean, what are the chances that maybe he put that up, Nagura, just to get you to root for him?
Oh, that would be so smart. I mean, that's why he's a shot caller. Yeah, that's
right. Tettles, did you have any last thoughts here on any of the teams that we have, or Verb, and I mean the good vibes and good lake pictures that he's bringing to the competition?
I actually wanted to say about Verb, I think that Nagura mentioned the shot calling. I think it's no surprise that once Miscount ended up picking up Verb on their roster and he started shot calling for them, their performance elevated significantly. I feel like he brought that kind of X factor to the team that they were lacking. They went through a couple of players and they went through a couple of different names. They were named Eclipse for a little bit. They also had Thanner and Krona and Hearts and Crims on their team. They've had a bunch of different players. The core of the team has largely been the same, but once they nailed down Verb, they got Yargi on the team. That team has looked exceptionally strong, and I think that Verb shot calling really does help them a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how a shift in mentality and approach, I mean, even talking about, some of the things they were looking at and how they practiced in that shift to shot caller, how all of that can take a team that already is so exceptional and then just kind of lock it into the point where they are landing these plays that are so impressive. But they're going to have to pull it off. All of our teams are, that we've discussed so far, in the dungeons that we have this weekend. Now, we've seen the full spread of the dungeons in the current Season 3 competition lineup, but they're going to have to face off. And this weekend, they did not actually know the dungeons ahead of time. So, Tuttles, will keep it rolling with you. But, I mean, the dungeons, they don't have them revealed. What do you think the teams are hoping for? Or what do you think is going to be the biggest change for them with the surprise?
Well, they're probably hoping for their best dungeons, and they're hoping that the other teams get their worst dungeons. And something that's also kind of important is that you see the starting key level. This was unknown coming into the weekend. So we are starting at that 19 key level. A dungeon like Priory the Sacred Flame, that's a dungeon that we saw cap out at 21 during group play. But we kind of speculated, is there potential for that to go higher? Is there potential for that to go to that 22 keystone level? For a dungeon like Arakara and Halls of Atonement, those are those dungeons that we saw go all the way up to 22. So those early 19-2 chests in all three of these keys are going to be pivotally important.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for them, right? We've already seen him play in the group weekends, how getting a good start on that day one is absolutely what sets you up for greater success over the course of the weekend. And I mean, Makes, we're going to head in here, but do you have any final thoughts about the dungeons or teams today before we say goodbye to you on the desk?
Yeah, I have one more thing I actually want to share with the class, because in the CN region, I did say that, one of our CN teams looked similar to how Mandatory looked in the group weekends. They were very angry at me for saying that. I got a couple of DMs from our players saying what the hell he makes. I just want to say, I was speaking about the group weekend. I still have high hopes for the global finals, and Mandatory promised me, several of their players, that they got their arrows fixed. So competition is on.
It is indeed, and the day is starting. This is day one of the group finals here for the final season in the War Within. But Makes, we'll see a little bit later on today. We're going to pass this over to Nagura as we get starting.
Yeah, we can see the teams are already in the dungeons, and we see all three different dungeons on the screen already. So we do see Mist, Count, and Liquid decided to go to Halls of Atonement. Interrupt actually having a death already on their healer here in the first pull on Priory. Again, we're starting on a 19 key level, which means that we can definitely have some resets here to start. I wouldn't be super surprised by that. One thing to note as well, I think... Okay, I don't know what you think, Tattles, but I think we can see +2s in all of these 19s. And not only is it possible, I think if you don't put up a +2 on the 19s that we have, then you might have an issue for the rest of the day. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's certainly something that the team should be looking forward to. I would be interested in seeing if this Arakara, these Halls of Atonements, can actually be +3'd on the 19.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think it's likely, just given how tight the timers really are in those dungeons. But it is something that could potentially be on the table, depending on how fast some of these teams were. And some of these teams were really quick in both of those keys in group play. Something that I didn't really clock until right now is that we actually have 2 Havoc Demon Hunter dungeons today. In that Halls of Atonement and in that Arakara, both of those dungeons, you see a lot more Havoc play than Elemental Shaman. You see anti-clockwise here. They're running that Havoc Demon Hunter. I think that we saw another team that they were also in the Arakara running the Havoc Demon Hunter. Yeah, scaffolding as well. So I think that having a lot of Havoc play, or like really well, somebody who can pilot that class super efficiently is going to be super important. We do actually see, this says miscount, but that's Liquid on screen right there. They were playing the Elemental Shaman, though, in that Halls of Atonement. Very interesting, because considering the fact that that's not what we saw during the group weekends out of them.
Yeah, interesting. It does look like most of the teams have switched to Elemental now. I wonder if there's still teams going to be playing that Havoc in Halls. I guess it's also possible that... Oh yeah, Miscount is playing the Havoc here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, okay. So I wonder if it had something to do with the spec variety rule during the group stage, and people didn't really know exactly what's better, you know? Because that's also a thing. Sometimes you see another team play something, and you're like, oh, well, did they play this because they think it's better, or did they play this because they're playing around the spec variety rule, right?
I wonder if it's a Keystone level thing, too, where the Elemental Shaman, you just get a lot of bang for your buck in terms of the Ascendance presses. They're able to, like, solo out a trash pack in the 19, where that Havoc Demon Hunter, the real advantage of the Havoc DH, and the reason that it's so good in both the Arakara and the Halls of Atonement, is that priority damage that we kind of talk about, that funnel damage, where they're able to convert a bunch of high target count pulls into intense single target damage. And things like the Shard of Halkias, things like the mini bosses at the beginning of the Arakara, that's where that Havoc Demon Hunter really comes online. So it's kind of interesting to see that Liquid is running that Ellie Shaman, where you know Miscount here tend to play that Havoc DH. It's fairly rare that we see teams with different comps, especially in global finals. Normally the strategies have converged so much that you don't see too much difference in strat.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. Seeing all the teams adjust their strat a little bit. Also, I wonder if we see some teams even adjust to some of the strategies we have seen on the Chinese weekend, right? You were the ones casting it, so you talked about like the street strategy that they have that is a bit special. Now, of course, we don't have streets today, so we're probably not going to see anything of that. But yeah, it's interesting to see what the teams are going to kind of copy from each other and still refine when it comes to their strategies. Not to mention that a lot of the teams actually said that they would be keeping certain strategies a secret even for the globals.
Yeah, are these splits for Holy Method here in this 19 Priory?
Oh, maybe.
You see that? You see that on the left here? We have some we have some splits, apparently a 25-16 available for them at some point during group stages. So interested to see if Holy Method are going to be able to improve off of that previously ran timer. Looking at their route here, they pulled Damien a bit early. Now they're grabbing this Knight. Oh my gosh, this is a massive pull by Holy Method. A very, very dangerous pull as well. It looks like they're going to be grabbing the extra patrolling Knight on top of Emberlands. Is this going to be 2 Knights plus Emberlands?
That might be possible. We, of course, have the new tech now where we can line of sight the impales and the disrupting shout in case it needed, and you can see Whippy and Clicks making sure they are utilized. But Gingy did not actually line of sight that impale, so we see the Ironbark come out of Whippy to make sure that Gingy is going to stay alive here. But that's a lot of damage coming out onto the group with the sharpshooters as well and the Holy Radiance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a lot more technical of a pull, particularly for Whippy and Clicks. Those are the two players that are the most susceptible to losing a bunch of damage due to line of sight, and the most likely players to die here just by damage intake. And with Double Knight, you have to be able to LOS everything, kind of like you're talking about. 2 Impales, 2 Disrupting Shouts, and the Emberland's AoE. If you end up getting hit by any of that avoidable damage from that Knights, you're probably just going to end up going down, even on this 19 Keystone level. But at the same time, for Holy Method, this is an incredibly fast strategy.
Yeah, that definitely looks very efficient. If they manage to get it down, but as you said, like line of sighting, of course, loses. They will lose a little bit of damage, so you'll see what the other teams are going to be doing in this area. Mandatory also now in this very similar spot, as you can see in the middle right side of your screen. So we're going to get a very good comparison between Holy Method's route here and Mandatory's route. We're going to see perfect split comparison. It's going to be very, very cool to see, because of course Mandatory and Holy Method used to be like big contenders for the MDI. Now with Miscount also just performing so well, it might not be the two teams anymore that are going to be the biggest favorites, but still really cool to see those two teams compete against each other in this very first dungeon, basically head to head.
Ooh, I really like that Ursul's Vortex right there by Whippy on the side of Holy Method to make sure that those sharpshooters, whenever they got line of sighted all the way in, then they would do their disengage out. They made sure that those got ripped. And this is a perfect way of stacking this entire pull by Holy Method, just allowing them to do a lot more damage to this boss. And you see Kush here already at 30 million DPS on 7 targets potentially.
It's crazy. Now that I'm looking at the Holy Method being so fast, and I was comparing it to Mandatory, but Identity. Can we take a look at Identity real quick? They are also just incredibly fast. We have 43.33% enemy force here for Holy Method, and I think Identity might be around that same amount, or even a little bit further, and they are basically at the same percentage, a little bit behind boss percentage here in Holy Method. So Identity doing incredibly well. They are super, super fast. Also ahead of Mandatory here. So yeah, Identity looking very strong. No issues whatsoever for them so far. Still on 0 deaths as well. Having to finish up some of this trash that they pulled on top of the boss here as well, which is also something that is very scary. We've seen many teams have deaths and problems on this boss here because they're pulling trash on top of it, with the cats and the sharpshooters just being so dangerous, on top of having to control the caster, of course.
Yeah, I wanted to actually check and see if all the teams are at the exact same count threshold after during the first boss of Priory. So it looks like Mandatory, they're going to be killing off these 2 sharpshooters, and they should probably be around that 46.5 marker that we saw from Identity. Holy Method are actually have a little bit less count, 2% less enemy forces. Do you think it's likely to change anything later on in the dungeon, or do you think it's just going to be a couple of mobs here and there?
Yeah, I wonder, right? Because from after this boss, you obviously will play the whole room in Baron Braunpike, and in Murpray's room, there's not that much that you can't really save one whole pool, I'm guessing. So therefore, I do think that just being behind in trash wouldn't really make a big difference. They will just do one bigger pool in Murpray's room, probably, somewhere.
Yeah, interesting. We'll have to see if there's going to be anything that's a little bit different. It might end up being some of that Murpray trash that we have been seeing get skipped, where Holy Method end up playing 1 or 2 additional mobs. Maybe they end up actually pulling some trash out of the courtyard into that Baron Braunpike room. That could be on the table, although maybe a little bit of a weird strategy. All right, let's take a look at Liquid here that we see on Halkias. They are going to be getting him killed off here momentarily, and they are actually really quick. Going to be sub 10 minutes on their Halkias split. Bloodlust tends to be pressed on this Reaver pull that's right after the oh my gosh.
Look at Miscount.
I thought that Liquid was fast. Miscount. Hell, welcome to the party. Miscount, not even close to their Bloodlust.
Yeah, 8 minutes, 18 Halkia split, so 1 minute and a little bit faster than Liquid on their first boss. That's actually crazy to have such a big difference already. Do you think that the +3 would be a possibility here for Miscount? I don't think so. right? Like it's
we have 9
less than
minutes
10
to do
minutes.
3 bosses. I'm gonna go with the
no. That's not possible. No.
I mean, look at this aggressive chain. This is what makes miscount so good. Every single time whenever we talk to competitors, it's like, okay, I would ask them, like, why are miscount good? And a lot of it actually comes off the back of Hira being a little bit of a psychopath, where they just aggressively chain the entire time. Hira has 2 Reavers still alive, the most dangerous mobs in this dungeon, and he goes, you know what? I'm going to kite them. We're going to be looking to pull Echelon here at the 10-minute mark. Bloodlust is not even available. The second lust in this dungeon isn't even available for miscount. They're waiting for their lust to come up before they even pull the boss. This is insane, Nagura.
It is crazy. Like, I've actually broken down one of their runs for the Warcraft YouTube channel, and there's some more breakdowns as well. You definitely should check them out if you haven't watched them yet. But I really looked at their run. Like, I looked at the 23 Gambit that they did, and that's exactly what they're doing. What you're saying, like, that is what is the difference between Miscount and the other teams. This MDI, it's like they aggressively pull, and not only do they do that, they also like really make sure they focus down the casters. Because usually the casters are the most dangerous mobs anyway, and it makes sense to focus them down. But sometimes you have like higher like HP targets, and you want to focus them down because that makes sense, right? If you finish the higher HP mob first, you funnel off of that, then you can move on. But Miscount does it a bit differently. They're funneling down the mobs that prevents them from moving on. So they funnel down the casters or whatever target it is that is slowing them down, and then they just keep on pulling. And it's really cool to see how they're doing this.
Okay, so looking at Liquid, the time differential between Miscount pulling Echelon and Liquid pulling Echelon was around 1 minute, so about 60 seconds differential. At the same time, I think that this Havoc Demon Hunter in this dungeon is really kind of accelerating what we're seeing from Miscount. The funnel damage is a huge deal. Oh my god, Scaffolding having a mistake here in this 19 Arakara, a brutal turnout for them. They were a team that we actually didn't see time the 22 of that Arakara during group play. They kept having mistake after mistake in this dungeon, and it's just coming back to bite them again in the 19. What is happening?
Yeah, that is definitely not ideal. Having such a reset, or it's not even an early reset, right? If it would have been before, like in the first pull or something, okay, that's one thing, right? But having a reset on 19 after like 12 minutes, that is not ideal. That is a pretty big time loss for them already from the get-go, and that is not good for the mental at all.
No, that has to be very scary for them, and you know it has to feel super bad that your first run that you've been practicing for, you want it to go perfectly just to be able to have a good day mentally. And, you know, while it's not going to affect their end-of-day results, it's very unlikely to, at least considering the fact that we are starting on that 19, you know, you have to worry about how it's going to wane on them. But for Miscount here, they are having a great start to this Halls of Atonement. I just really want to hammer in a 12-30 Echelon split. We think the 3 chest is off the table, but Miscount is going to be dangerously close. Now they only have 2 trash pulls and 2 bosses remaining before they're able to actually finish off that first dungeon.
Yeah, we also see back to the Priory teams here. Mandatory, Holy Method, and Identity all in that Priory. I do think Interrupt is here as well, but because they had a reset on the first pull, they're a little bit behind to their teams. So it looks like currently Identity is actually in the lead. They are the furthest in the dungeon. It's very close because Holy Method is like right on their heels, basically. It looks like Holy Method and Identity are both pretty much equal, but it is crazy to see just how well Identity is playing here in this plus 19 run.
Yeah, you called out Identity playing well in the plus 19 run. We actually caught a glimpse of Mandatory doing a very aggressive double pull with 4 casters up at the exact same time there. Once you end up going up to higher levels, there tends to be a bit more chaining, you know, a bit more precision with what's going on. But Mandatory, we're going for the tried and true CC them, it dies or I die strategy that we see all too often.
I do love that strategy.
It's very good. Look at this, though. Identity are 20% ahead over Mandatory on the second boss on Baron Braunpike here.
Yeah, Identity is playing incredibly well. Here, I mean, Holy Method now managed to get a little bit ahead again compared to Identity. Looks like it's just a back and forth with cooldowns at this point, right? Holy Method and Identity are so close to each other. Just whoever has cooldowns ready and press them. Like we'll see the Frosty K pressing their cooldowns now for Identity. Meaning, oh, and Kush is actually also having Pillar Frost available as well. So it will even itself out in just a moment. But look how close they are. Like, if you... Identity is at the bottom right now, and Holy Method, of course, on the big screen. Look at the percentage of the boss. Like, they're literally even. This is crazy.
I mean, look at that. Holy Method actually pulled some of the caster mobs into this. They had it looked like they had a Conjurer maybe even into that pull that was casting Fireball. So that was actually going to be a little bit more dangerous. Gingy was going to be prioritizing the kick on Baron Braunpike, while the rest of the team was going to be rotating interrupts on that extra mob. I'm interested in seeing what the count differential is between all the teams. We saw that Holy Method had a little bit less coming out of Captain Dalecry, but they're now at 68.96. Mandatory also at that 68.96 mark, and then Identity are a little bit ahead at 69.27. That's basically no differentiation in terms of pulls. What we're going to see at the end is largely similar, where it's a very scary pack with a mob CC'd, with a mage CC'd, and then it's a triple caster pull, then it's a triple caster into the mini boss, and then we go boss. And so I think that all three of these teams are going to be running a similar kind of setup for the end of the dungeon, because it's incredibly fast but super volatile. We're going to have to see if all these teams are going to be able to kind of stay composed towards the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, we did also see a death here for a miscount, so a little bit of a problem for them. And it looks like Liquid did manage to catch up a little bit to miscount, right? Earlier on the first split on Halkias, they were more than a minute behind. And now it looks like between Halkias and the third boss here, they managed to catch up somewhere a little. Still behind, like 20% approximately in the boss here, but they are still going to be very much in that +2 range, right? Like, this is literally just like a 2-minute difference when it comes to like overall time of the day, which is not going to be like the end of the world. Because in the end, they're still going to be able to get the 2 chests. This is pretty easy for them if they don't have any major mistakes here.
I feel like it's kind of the Havoc Demon Hunter differential right there, right? Where the funnel damage, the priority damage, those are kind of the walls that stop you and prevent you from being able to pull the next pulls. Where that Elemental Shaman, it's good at being able to delete large numbers of trash mobs, particularly gated around that Ascendance timing on that 3-minute CD. But the Havoc Demon Hunter, the value that's actually providing, it's really good in that HOA. Obviously, that Kira chain pull into Echelon is, I don't know who came up with that. That's just crazy.
What are you thinking about the Arakara? So right now we have scaffolding in the Arakara that had to reset, and we have anti-clockwise in the Arakara. So those are 2 teams that, looking at group stage, they did not perform as well as some of the other teams we have here in the global finals. Like, we talked about this in a pre-show. But look how close anti-clockwise is to the +3 chest here. Like, obviously they're not going to get it, right? But do you think that is a possibility for some of the other teams? Do you think they're going to be so much quicker to be able to get that?
See, that's kind of what I was speculating at the very beginning of the day. Like, were any of these 19's going to be 3-chestable? And I think it kind of comes down to practice. Obviously, the teams didn't know what the key level was. The builder keys are probably less valuable to practice a ton of if you don't know the starting key level. And it's like the 19 3-chest, it definitely looked like it was on the board. And anti-clockwise, we saw that they were pulling that additional Overseer plus those drones that they did during the group weekend. They were pulling them that they pulled after the boss, but instead we saw Nezro actually grabbing those on that Havoc Demon Hunter and running into the boss room. I do think that there's a chance that we see one of our top competitors, if they really push for that 3-chest, they could absolutely obtain it.
Yeah, that's going to be something that we have to keep an eye on. If any of these other teams manage to get the +3 in the Arakara, that feels like the dungeon where it's the most likely, right? Clearly in the Halls of Atonement, with the speed that we just saw Miscount run through this dungeon in Liquid, I don't think it's possible there. And when it comes to the Priory, it's also not really possible, right? We do see Holy Method now approaching the end of their Priory, and they're now slowly getting past that +3 timer. I also don't really think it's possible in Priory either. So I think the only dungeons where we potentially could see the +3 would be that Arakara, and even then it would be really close.
Do you think that +3ing the Arakara 19 is like super valuable? Because it's kind of this question is like, how important would it actually be to be able to slam down the 3-chest? Because your teams, they have a lot more time over the course of today compared to where they were during the group weekend to be able to actually push the Keystone cap level dungeons to the point where, 30 minutes during group play is super valuable. How important do you think that something like that would be during this global finals?
I think it's an interesting point because, especially with the dungeons that we have today, the highest we have seen in all of these dungeons is 22, right? But we've talked about the hierarchy levels being possible in these dungeons. So I do think that it is somewhat valuable to +3, because then you only have to, like, you're pretty much done with your homework keys somewhat early, and you can try and do this like push key. But then it depends how much time you need for that, right? Because if they can do all of the dungeons today to such an extent where they never have to go back for the rest of the, like, if they can only focus on the Saturday dungeons tomorrow and then the Sunday dungeon on Sunday, like, that would be the ideal scenario, right? So I do think it has a diminished value compared to the group stage, though, because you're right. Of course, the lower key level means that you're going to have to spend overall more time there and less in the push keys. But with this caliber of play that we have in this global final, I do think it still matters.
So there is a situation that we're seeing kind of, it's something that we're going to have to talk about in a little bit, is what is the key caps on these 3 dungeons that we're seeing today. So during group play, we saw Halls of Atonement and Arakara only cap out at that 22 keystone level, but both of those dungeons had a lot of timer left on the board. Kind of the same thing with the Priory of the Sacred Flame. That dungeon capped out at 21, but we felt like there was a decent amount of time left on the board. Teams that are able to go to +23 in either the Arakara or Halls of Atonement and or do the +22 in that Priory of the Sacred Flame today are going to be those teams that we're kind of slating to say are like the potential tournament favorites, because being able to get those +1s in dungeons that other teams can't, that's how championships are formed, and that's how teams end up winning the MDI or the TGP each and every single season.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you here. I do think we want to see those highest key levels that we haven't seen in the group stage, and that's going to be determining the winners, I believe. Miscount now getting rid of that last boss and getting that +19, +2 on the board. I'm assuming they will go back into the 21 Halls of Atonement straight away, but we've also seen them, in particular, Miscount is a team that sometimes just moves on and does the other dungeons first, so...
Anti-clockwise Miscount. These carriers were certainly not a part of the plan.
Probably not.
All right. So for anti-clockwise, it's not going to affect their ability to be able to two-chest the dungeon. A bit unfortunate that they probably missed a couple jabbing flyers in that first area. Those are easy mobs to accidentally miss out on and miss a couple count points from them. Same time, not at all a problem. Now we're having the Priory of the Sacred Flames finishing up. Holy Method, Mandatory, and Identity all went in that Priory of the Sacred Flame first. And it looks like Holy Method kind of carving out a little bit of a lead here in this Priory of the Sacred Flame. They are going to be able to down this first. It looks like all 3 teams are going to be two-chesting it, though, kind of like you were calling out earlier, Nagura.
Yeah, it's interesting that Identity somehow lost so much time in the Merprey room, though, right? Because look, when we were on Braunpike earlier, Holy Method and Identity were literally like at the same point, and Mandatory was the team that was behind. And now it looks like Holy Method finishing off the boss first here, and then it even looks like Mandatory might even be second and Identity last. So interesting that Identity maybe doesn't have a too efficient area here in the Merprey room, or it's also possible that something went wrong for them. Because sometimes something can go wrong and it does not result in a death necessarily, and you're still just slower, right? So maybe something happened.
This Merprey room can be a bit, let's say turbulent, I guess is maybe the best way of describing it. Where if things end up going wrong, they can actually go wrong in a hurry, which is why all the teams actually play pretty conservative routes in the Merprey room, especially at the highest level, where you're CCing mobs, you're making sure to get like elaborate CC chains, or if you're not pressing like Hex or Freezing Trap on packs. I think there's a chance that Identity just went way less aggressive in this area than we saw from Holy Method and Mandatory. Now, that might be indicative of them having a slower route in the higher level dungeons, in the 21 and the potential for the 22. Does Identity have a slow Merprey area? That's going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for. At the same time, yeah, I mean, that was a good analysis. I didn't even notice that they were ahead for a little bit, and then eventually they just lost a bunch of steam there.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on their strategy on the 21 here, as in the meantime, we do see most teams now finishing off their first dungeon. Yeah, that is a big leaderboard. We only see 2 of the teams as still... Of course, Scaffolding did have to reset with Arakara, so they're going to take a little bit longer. And Interrupt also had to restart, not interrupt, their +19 Priory, so they're also a little bit slower. But they're still within +2 range here. So they have 3 minutes to finish off Merprey, which should be possible. So they're also going to be two-chesting this dungeon, unless they have some issues here.
Yeah.
But looking good.
Something that I did also see is that Holy Method ended up bloodlusting on Merprey at 50%, where it looks like some of the other teams were pressing that Bloodlust on Sir Braunpike to be able to just be able to get him killed off. I mean, looking at Interrupt here, they definitely pressed it there. Miscount, though, in the top right, I didn't see what ended up happening to them. They ended up resetting their 21 Halls of Atonement problems early on in that dungeon. They're probably only 2 minutes or so, maybe like 3 minutes into the dungeon. But a reset there, bit unfortunate. At the same time, if you're going to have a reset, you're going to hope that it's within the first couple of minutes of the dungeon, not too much time lost for them.
Yeah, and it's crazy because we're only like 25 minutes into the day, but we are going to get to a point where we see a lot of resets probably already. There's a replay. We do see a Siphon Life just finishing off Yargi here. And they just decide to Town Portal straight away, losing those cooldowns, losing the Bloodlust here in the very first pull. That's going to be, or the second pull actually, going to be problematic. But yeah, we're definitely going to get to a point here. If the teams go straight into the 21s, which we see them do, then yeah, a reset is not going to be super surprising anymore.
So it's about consistency at the end of the day, right? Obviously, you would prefer to have 100% consistency in that 21. If you say have 80 or 90% consistency in that 21, and in those Keystone Cap, maybe Keystone Cap -1 levels of dungeons, that's a totally acceptable phenomenon. And for Miscount there, if there was ever a time to play super aggressive and accidentally deplete your key because you were going too ham, it is the second pull of Halls of Atonement. That's where we kind of talk about front-loading difficulty in dungeons a lot, and that's what you really want to do in the MDI and kind of in this format is just front-load all of your difficulty.
Yeah, and the one thing to note though, like even though Miscount was so quick in their +19, now it actually it's all irrelevant now, right? Because like the time that they saved compared to Liquid, they lost.
Yes.
So
you're talking about
like
time of day, right? Like time during the day.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, does that translate to a 22 or potential for a 23 when no other team could time the dungeon on a 23? Just because Miscount were very, very fast in that 19, it obviously doesn't translate 1-to-1 all the way up, especially since there's no way that Miscount's going to chain Reavers into Echelon. That's not a thing. But hypothetically, they could. There's nothing stopping them, really.
We will see. All right, so it does look like, I'm not sure if Identity ended up trying a dungeon and then... Oh, okay, so it looks like Identity had wiped in the first pool, reset, and now they might be going into halls. So, yeah, they are. Okay, interesting.
The vibes were off with the 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame. You know what? Good riddance. I'm with Identity here.
Oh, they wiped in the first pool in halls. So they didn't try Priory, wipe there, and then go halls.
Dude,
there was no plan out. That would have been funny, though.
It would have been a little bit questionable, but also, yeah, it makes more sense. They wiped in the first pool in halls and then ended up going somewhere else. I think that the first run of the day for all of these teams, that has to be kind of soothing. Everybody has a bunch of nerves coming into the group weekend or into the global finals weekend. It's what you've been playing for the entirety of your year. It's the expansion finale, right? This is what people kind of remember. And we have so many very good teams. Being able to get that first dungeon put up on the board has to be a little bit calming.
Yeah, I do think so. So I think it makes sense. If you're the first team to put all 19s on the table, then you're going to be number 1 on the leaderboard, which is going to be very cool. Yeah, that's a huge pull coming in by Liquid here on the 21.
Boomy randomly on the Havoc Demon Hunter now. We talked about the Elemental Shaman earlier, too.
That's
Boomy swapping
very
off.
Interesting. You know what? You know why? I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but that's probably just what they did in group stage. When they played around the Spectrality rule, maybe Boomy played Elemental on the 19, and then he switched to Demon Hunter on the higher level? So they just said, you know what, let's do the same thing again?
It probably has to do with, the route, right? Elemental is very susceptible to weird routes being very bad for them. You end up holding your Ascendance for a minute here, then you have to hold it for a minute and a half there if you're on a weird Keystone level. And it might just be that this 21 level is just, or the 19 worked really well for the Ellie Shaman, the 21 works less well for the Ellie Shaman, and Ellie Shaman's their main pick. Maybe. At the same time, Havoc might be their main pick, and the Ellie Shaman just worked super well in the 19, considering what they were trying to do. Hard to really say and nail down exactly the reason. But Boomy on that Havoc Demon Hunter. Havoc is so good in this dungeon. The funnel damage is crazy. And this pull that Liquid was doing, where they took all of these Houndmasters, Collectors, Archer mobs into that mini-boss, into that Shard of Halkias, was very scary. Not something that we commonly see at the higher levels. You normally break that up into 2 separate pulls.
I think I know what happened. Liquid just saw Miscount finish the 19 2 minutes quicker, and they were like, Umi, you have to log on Havoc.
All right, log out.
Yeah. All right, well, Scaffolding, our only team that has not finished up a run yet, because unfortunately they had to reset their plus 19 Arakara a little bit far into the dungeon. I think it was like 10 to 12 minutes that they lost. So they're looking a lot better this time around. Still 0 deaths on the board. They are approaching that last boss in just a moment here. So Sevi does go down to just a Houndmaster shoot here with some other combo probably, or like a double shoot coming through from these Houndmasters. They have to use their Battle Rest here, and they're just going to continue. It looks like they managed to recover pretty quickly. And as long as no one else dies within the next 3 minutes, they should be fine.
I mean, we talk about how dangerous the Houndmasters are, especially whenever we get to the 22 Keystone level. Those mobs are hitting you for like 11 million health whenever you have a 17 million health pool. So you just get 2-shot by them all the time. It's really funny that you see that players are still susceptible to dying even on a 21 in this dungeon. So the Keystone cap -1 that we've actually seen over the course of the group weekend. Oh my gosh, Liquid not really waiting around here, just immediately pulling into the boss here with these triple collectors the moment it becomes active. And all of these mobs, these Toiling Groundskeepers, for most players, they see those as overall acquisition mobs. But for Liquid, what are those mobs? Those are Boomy's Funnel. Try to not AoE them if possible.
Do not touch the Obliterators, as they are actually blasting the boss. Look at how much... Oh, we do see a Loyal Beast cast go through here for Identity. Look at all of these beasts just being enraged and hitting Cherry on that warrior. Looks like no problem for Cherry though, just not even kiting. He's just whatever. They are on the 19 still though, so maybe it shouldn't be happening on like a 22. But so far so good.
Can we get one Trank shot or one Soothe perhaps, that I think is what he's calling in comms right now. Oh my gosh, Holy Method here. Look at this. They're already onto Dalecry in the 21. I think they're faster than Mandatory by a decent amount. Mandatory, we see them in the picture on the right-hand side of the screen, still fighting Emberlins in that Night Pack. Meanwhile, Holy Method, 65% on Dalecry. Now, there is a minute of time differential.
Yeah.
But they're a minute faster. But
yeah.
I think they're way further ahead than Mandatory are, even given that minute.
I think so as well, yeah. I do think that Holy Method is looking really good. Now, we're getting to a territory, to like a key level, where I think the +2 does... Well, I generally think the +2 doesn't matter as much anymore, in some of these dungeons at least, because we're not going to see a 23, probably, right? So...
And this... Oh my gosh. Yeah, almost certainly, right?
Does it really matter? Right?
The highest we saw during group play was a 21. I think that if a 22 is on the table, that's first off a world record level key and a very impressive performance if any of the teams are actually able to nail that down, and not something that I actually think is going to be super consistent for any team, even if it is possible. Meanwhile, I mean, Holy Method, they're making quick work of this first boss on a 21. You tend, like split timer wise, want to have this first boss killed off sub 12 minutes, and they are going to be well under that marker.
Yeah, like basically what I'm saying is like, the speed of Holy Method doesn't necessarily matter as much, because even if they would somehow manage to +2 at 21, like, they wouldn't be going into the 23, right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
Still, of course, very good to be fast, because not only is it fast for time of the day, obviously, overall tournament time, but also if you have a mistake somewhere, then it doesn't immediately mean that you have to port out, right? Because the speed that you're gaining from the previous will maybe, like, make up for one mistake that you can do later on. It's always nice to have at the end of a Priory, because the end of a Priory can be pretty tough on a 21 key level. So we'll see if something happens for them, but so far they're looking very, very solid. I think Holy Method might be the most solid team so far. Do you see a death here for Mandatory, as their Shaman does go down to a trap.
Ooh, the Caltrop trap, very unfortunate. Now, of this composition, the person that you feel the best about dying actually is the Ellie Shaman, even though they do end up losing a lot of resources. They do end up losing some of their Gathering Storms procs. As long as they don't die during their Ascendance, they're probably preferred to die over, say, the DK with the Unyielding Nether Prism and the Hunter with the Nether Prism plus their tier set. At the same time, deaths to DPS this season are way more punishing than they ever have been.
Yeah, what do you think about the Ascendance timing here for Stove as well? Ascendance coming up in just a moment. I'm assuming he's using it here, but then...
You want it on
Last
pull.
is coming up in 25, so it's like,
So the thing is, like, you really want the Ascendance on pull here, because that Ascendance really, it allows you to just immediately like have it on the next pull whenever you're pressing that Bloodlust, that Paladin Divine Toll, massive AoE damage kind of situation. And so like him pressing it late, he might not end up having it for their Bloodlust pull, which is a bit sketchy, I will say.
we've seen some teams do like a small pull after the first boss, just to get like Ascendance and some cooldowns back up for that Paladin pull, but yeah, I'm not sure I like that because they will be holding Lust for quite a bit. We do see Holy Method actually lasting that pull as well, with Clicks not having Ascendance ready. So yeah, just having to get through that Paladin pull here, and look at just how much damage the AoE is doing. This pull is always really, really scary.
Something I just noticed as well is both Clicks, both the Elemental Shamans and Clicks and Stove are running that Araz's Ritual Forge trinket, where a lot of teams were actually playing the Antenna plus Diamantine Void Core during group play. So you are getting a little bit more burst during your Ascendance windows, and a little bit less damage on your proc Ascendances.
I just wanted to point out, like, obviously, like, I don't nothing against Clicks, right? Clicks just doesn't have cooldowns for this pull, yeah. But like now has been out DPSing him for like the majority of this pull.
See,
so Clicks is just really sad because Bloodlust is running, right? And there's all of these mobs, and he just does not have Ascendance. So it's like, oh.
Well, you can't press it right now either. Look. So his Ascendance just became available. This is a 12-minute. Oh my god, he does press it. Hopefully you don't proc too much. You have a tendency, especially with that much amount of haste, to get some pretty decent procs here. Blix is going for the strategy of 100 zeroing to pack. These are good problems Holy Method have. You know, you're laughing about Blix getting out DPS by now, which is, very funny. At the same time, these are good problems that they're having because they're too fast, which means that, you can kind of translate this to a 22. What does it look like if they're a minute slower? Clicks actually has his Ascendance available right there on pull with that Bloodlust, and then that pull actually becomes a lot easier. So Holy Method on the 21 just played the hard mode version of that pull.
Yeah, now we can see if Mandatory manages to finish this off as well, as they're about to finish up that first boss in that Priory on their 21. And they also have that Lust ready, and I think they don't have the Ascendance either on Stove. So we can maybe take a look at Mandatory and see if they manage to execute that Paladin pull in just a moment. You can see them kite up there, and they're going to be gathering it up in just a moment. Lust is ready. Ascendance is much earlier, is ready much earlier than Holy Method, though, right? Stove is going to have it in a couple of seconds, so he's going to be able to ascend.
Skylark was out DPS the whole squad there for a second.
That is true.
Skylark's in first place. Skylark was out DPS the whole squad there for a second.
That is true.
But yeah, I mean, Holy Method were also playing that Paladin pull very aggressively with how they were kind of chaining around. And it feels like kind of a little bit of a return to form for them. During Group A weekend, they were playing a little bit slow. They were playing a little bit conservative. Obviously, we didn't actually see them in the Priory, the Sacred Flame. Maybe they're just God tier in Priory. But I feel like Holy Method have been incredibly quick, especially compared to Mandatory, where we're actually seeing that side-by-side comparison.
Yeah, no, Holy Method is...
Stove?
think they might be
Skylar's
the
coming
cleanest.
for Stove. What's going on here?
Yeah, I was like, why, how does Stove have Ascendance, but Skylark is still just like blasting? I'm not sure. Skylark, tell us the secret. But
Hide out of the earthquake. Hide out of the earthquake. That's the secret.
That might actually just be the secret, yeah. But yeah, I do agree that Holy Method might be the most consistent team, at least so far. Obviously, we have only been 40 minutes into the day, so that doesn't really say that much. But yeah, Holy Method has been looking very strong. I'm not sure. Did they even have a death at all so far? I think they might be like the cleanest team overall.
So what is this pack that they're grabbing? So it's a sharpshooter, a conjurer, and a priest. This is what we saw them finishing off earlier whenever we were jumping around. Ooh, Clicks hexes that conjure off to the side, and now the team is just going to be rotating interrupts onto the priest, and Genji's going to be kicking Baron Braunpike. Actually, Genji's part of the priest rotation. Somebody's going to be kicking Baron Braunpike every single time. That's going to be their assigned job. And now what this actually allows is Clicks is going to be taking a lot less damage from every single one of these sacrificial fires, but this is just a very efficient way of getting that additional count. And that might actually be the differential in terms of the time that we saw, and the Dale Cry count difference that we saw from that 19 is just this pack right here.
Yeah, that could very much be the difference. But since we did look at Priory a lot, I wanted to see if we can take a look at maybe one of the halls of Atonement teams that we have. We do have 2 teams in the 21, both Liquid and Miscount. Miscount already fighting Echelon here. They did have to reset the dungeon once, so they did have one full wipe coming through in that second pool of their first attempt, but did manage to play pretty cleanly on their second attempt here. Liquid, though, they did not have a reset on their side, and they only have 1 death so far. We actually saw that death earlier. It was a Savvy that died to one of those shoots from the Houndmasters, but ever since that, did not have any other issues moving forward. So they're going to be approaching that third boss in just a moment, and they're looking very good.
All right, 25:36 is what I have written down as the 2-chest timer for Halls of Atonement. Do you think that's possible for either Liquid or Miscount?
Maybe? I don't know, what do you think?
I mean, looking at it, so Liquid put up a 1609. It looked like Miscount ended up putting up is that a 1512 that I see in the top right-hand corner of the screen? If that's the real time.
It does look like a 1512.
if that's the real
crazy.
time here?
It
oh
is
my
a 1512.
gosh. Okay, so if there's going to be a team that could do it, it's certainly Miscount here. My goodness, they are fast.
Wow, that is actually just insane. I don't know how they're this fast in this Halls of Atonement. This is actually just absolutely crazy.
So they have something that other teams don't have access to, and we call that Yargi damage. That guy just does infinite dam all the time. Every class he plays, he just does Yargi dam, and Miscount, I mean, they're kind of known as the team that just does the most DPS. Even last season, I remember there was like a Dark Flame Cleft. We saw a Candle King boss where Miscount are randomly just 35 seconds faster at killing Candle King compared to the rest of the competition. So they have a tendency to just do unspeakable amounts of damage.
So I think the reason why Miscount is so quick is, number one, Kira is pulling like a psychopath, just like keeps pulling, right? Then Yargi damage. And Verp's South Tyrolean Lakes on his back wall. Like, I think that's the combo.
It's giving him the tranquility to shot call efficiently, of course.
Yes, that's the one. Everyone is listening, yeah? Make sure you're writing this down.
Write that down, chat. All right, so we do see Miscount here aggressively chaining into the mini-boss, or into the boss, rather. And look at this. This is that crazy chain by Kira. He still has the Reaver up. Pretty much every other team in the world that we have seen do this dungeon, they full kill that trash pack that's right after Echelon. They 100 to 0 it, and then they chain the next 4 caster mobs into the boss. What that allows you to do is it is very safe. At the same time, Miscount, they say, we're going for the 2-chest here. And they're playing like they're going for the 2-chest. Pulling the Reaver into the boss? How is the boss the least dangerous mob that we're like, yeah, you know what, this is efficient?
That's actually, yeah. I mean, you're kind of making a joke, but I think they are like in a 2-chest range.
I was being serious.
Yeah. Like, I think they are in 2-chest range. And I think
Liquid might be too.
Like, we talked about the 23 being possible in halls, right? Like, I think a 2-chest in the 21 halls here is not like something that is a waste, right? 5 minutes. It's gonna be. Okay, maybe not.
I think that Lord Chamberlain on a 21 is maybe like a 3:45 4-minute encounter. It really just kind of comes down to how quickly Liquid are going to be able to kill off Inquisitor Cigar. But I do think the 2-chest is still on the table for them.
For Liquid as well, you think?
Yeah, I feel like it's a lot more accessible for Miscount here, given the fact that they're so fast. Like, it's hard to even explain to viewers just like what the crazy stuff that they're doing. This is like a rarefied air from what we're seeing from Miscount with how aggressively they're chaining. So they are going to be a minute and a half, maybe, faster on high adjudicator leads compared to Liquid.
Interrupt having a full wipe, it looks like, and they were pretty far in this 21 Priory, so pretty big time loss for Interrupt coming through. Not ideal for them. Hopefully they manage to get this 21 done on their second attempt. Scaffolding on the bottom right, now back into the 21 Arakara for them as well, after having a pretty big reset on the 19 Arakara earlier. There's a replay for Interrupt. That was the wipe, presumably. It looks like... Oh, okay. It looks like they just died, like, at the very end of one of these Paladin rules. In front of Brawn Pie. Like, maybe they just, like, ran out of defensives. Just didn't have enough damage to finish off the pack.
We had the slow cinematic transition away from them as they have to go again. Unfortunate. I mean, they're the team that's had 2 resets now, right? They're the first team that's actually had to reset a second time.
Yeah, there's a little bit of resetting happening there, but of course, as we know, there is still plenty of time in the day, and we've got plenty of time in the whole weekend. And speaking of time, our clock has run out currently, at least for Tuttles and Nagura. We will have you back on later, but for now, we'll say arrivederci. There, I'm making it a little bit spicier.
Can you translate what you said?
Multilinguistic.
Huh?
We're gonna bring it
Straight up, Rook. Huh?
So sorry. Hey, what's up? Look, we've got an international audience. This is the global finals. Makes and Zyro coming on the desk. Now I'm trying to, make sure that I can shake it up, even though I primarily and only speak English largely. So
Mix,
Well,
you know what she just
great.
said?
Keep it going.
I have no idea what she just said.
I think she's gotten corrupted by Xalatath. Midnight is coming closer. Even us casters are not, protected from that, Zyro.
look, honestly, I am incredibly happy to be corrupted by Xalatath. I'm fine with that. I think she's cool, and I'll totally be fighting for the light, guys. Totally in Midnight, 100%. But as we come into the start of the day, we have, obviously, like we said, a bunch of time ahead for all of our teams. But we are seeing a strong start for both Mist Count and Holy Method, and a little bit of strengths that are being featured in different ways for both of them. So, Mix, I'll start with you here. But as we come in here, Holy Method's consistency versus Mist Count's speed/DPS, which are kind of like tied together there. Which do you think is the greatest advantage for them coming into the first day?
So you need both, right? That's the answer. It was a trick question. I get you, Rook. You do need both. You need to be consistent and fast to win the MD out. Now, the good news is both of our teams are pretty consistent. I was looking at all of our reruns from today, and the teams that had the most reruns were actually Interrupt with 3 redos in the Priory, 2 were on the 90.
Speaking of consistency.
Not a lot, lost just a couple of seconds, but speaking of consistently, like you're mentioning, Zyre, trouble for Holy Method strikes the board, and with that, I think the only team that didn't have a single do-over are Mandatory and Liquid now, as Holy Method is having a little bit of a hiccup. I do think they'll be able to push on, though.
Lots of interesting things happening as we're talking right now. Mist Count trying to secure the 2 chest on the 21, which we're not even sure matters yet. We don't know if the 23 Halls of Atonement is even possible, but if they're able to do this much damage to do the key this quickly, it's definitely a potential push key for the weekend. Liquid looked like they were running out of time on the 2 chests in their 21 Halls of Atonement. They had less than a minute left when we last checked in with them. Here it is. 50% on the boss to do in 1 minute. I don't think that's going to be the case. They're not going to get another breath off as well. But I do want to check back in with Holy Method, because after the wipe, it looked like Whippy was running back, and they might still be attempting to complete the key here. Without the Bloodlust on Sabron, they have to go for this pull again.
That's a rough pull, but you know what's even rougher is losing 26 minutes. So at this point, we're in a territory where +2 was not on the table. You don't want to lose that overall timer, and if you know you have enough time in the dungeon, it makes perfect sense. Of course, like we were saying, this pull is still kind of sketch. I do think at the same time we have to kind of keep an eye on Mist Count, because I know you, Zyro, are not a believer, but we converted Tettles into a Love Watcher, and I want to check in on this run, because it could be a +2 21 Halls of Atonement. We're in this boss fight for 1 minute 30. Bloodlust has just run out, and there is a little under 3 minutes left. I think this is looking mighty fine.
Oh, this is looking fantastic. 50%, 2.5 minutes to do this damage on the boss. We already saw Liquid was able to do 30% of the boss's HP in their 1 minute left they had on their 2 chest timer. Unfortunately, you can see in the top right corner there, Liquid has crested that 2 chest mark, and they will be walking away with just a 1 chest in the 21 Halls of Atonement, but it's not a full reset, so I think they're going to be okay with that. They're going to bag the 1 chest and maybe move on to the 22 or another key, but Mist Count here, they're looking fantastic in this Halls of Atonement. And I mean, we really need to lay into this advantage that Mist Count have for themselves. Tettles and Nagura were covering it perfectly in the first 45 minutes of the day here. Just the insane aggressiveness of the pulls from Kira allows the DPS cooldowns of Yargi, Verb, and Hearthjax to just be that much more effective. Some of the ridiculous chain pulling they do just makes them go so much faster in the keys, even compared to some of the other teams we have in the Global Finals mix.
Absolutely. I was looking at our runs, and of course, if Mist Count is successful here, which is what we're expecting out of them, and +2ing this 21, that means, Zyro, they have access to a key we haven't seen yet. So the 23 Halls of Atonement suddenly becoming a big conversation point. But here's a replay from Holy Method, which usually doesn't spark confidence. Hopefully everything goes well for them here, but now it does go down. Unfortunately, 12 deaths already on the clock. Can they somehow recover? They cannot.
Wow.
And that is 30 minutes lost, unfortunately, for Holy Method in that Priory 21. I really would have wished for them to be able to clutch this one out. That's a tough loss.
Is that we chalk that up as a rook caster curse? Because on the transition
I think so,
casters,
yeah.
she was talking about
She
how
did say
consistent they were.
Arrivederci,
Rook,
so
care to
I
comment?
You know,
think
I'm
she was
listening.
just
Yeah, I'm
sending them
here.
out.
I'm here. I'm listening. I'm always listening. You know what? I'll take the blame for this one. You've all been taking a lot of heat, so I'll take this caster curse, Zyro, and I accept this. That was me.
Speaking of heat, got the DK for interrupt here, going down to a molten pool. They do have a battle res for them, and so they'll be able to continue their run here. But a death early on in these pulls in the Priory is it's very brutal because they no longer have a battle res for the next 5 minutes. And as we've seen already, the rest of these dungeons very difficult.
Oh,
but
wow.
miscount, completing the 21 Halls of Atonement, getting the 2 chest on the board a lot closer than I thought it would be, to be honest. Only 25 seconds under the 2 chest timer. Just goes to show how difficult pulling this feat off actually is, and knowing miscounts DPS, it's going to be very tough for any of our other teams to match up, but that's the beauty of the global finals, right? We get to see the strats and the interesting ideas that these teams have been keeping in their back pockets throughout all of the group stages, the 2 weeks leading up to the global finals. If the teams have anything to show off, now's the time to show it. There's no holding anymore.
That's right. There is no further events. You could move on from here. Here's where it all plays out. And honestly, that 21 plus 2 is a statement in itself. I don't think there's a lot of teams that will be able to do it. I think there's even less teams that are going to do it, just because they really didn't think too much about the consideration of, hey, what if we go into a 21 Halls of Atonement plus 2 that and go straight into a key that has never been done before. That's kind of crazy to say out loud. Miscount agree. They're not going to go into that 23 for now. That is an insane key. So we're going to be going into the Arakara first here for them, and they'll be joining some other teams like Scaffolding, who are now on our screen working away in this 21. And honestly, I was looking, like I said earlier, at all our redos all throughout today, and Scaffolding are looking solid. They only lost around like 2 minutes earlier on in that 19 Arakara where they had a quick redo. Hopefully they can keep it clean from here on out.
Yeah, the Arakara was a tough point for them, right? Remember back in the group stage weekend, that was the dungeon that they ended off the weekend trying to get a +1 in, but they weren't able to get it done. Fortunately, their competition wasn't able to get anything done either, and they went through on tie breaks. But still, Arakara has been a tough point for this team, for Scaffolding. So I'd like to see them be more consistent there. But like you said, not too bad considering the other wipes that we've seen. Meanwhile, Mandatory has been slowly working away on this 21 Priory that we just saw Holy Method wipe to, and it looks like they've got plenty of time. Yeah, 4 minutes is going to be plenty of time to deal with almost the entire Priory Prey boss fight, not let alone the last 20%. So I think it's good here. We have seen many teams actually be short on count at the end here, but I believe this ticks over. I've seen this exact number, 99.58, go up to full for 3 other teams in the 19s that we saw earlier today, so I think they're okay. But that being said, if they actually don't have this count, they can just run back and get it. They have plenty of time to do it, so I'm not too worried about them completing. Let's see if that does tick up to 100% once the boss goes down here. Curious.
Yeah, we're going to take a little look. Of course, at the same time, it's not a +2, right? So now that that benchmark has been made, we need to keep that in mind. But looks like, yes, indeed, they are missing count to Mandatory on their way back to grab one more mob here to clutch it out. And that mob is sitting back there. It's a single mage that they're able to tag in. Maybe they were originally planning to move that into boss and kind of forgot about, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But they will get the count they need. And since the Priory is not going to be sitting on the 21 on the final score, we're not too worried about the timing here. The only big thing is whether or not you get a +2, and that was out of the question anyway.
Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. So it's okay for them. They'll get the +1 here. The timer on the board is kind of sus for them for the 22, but if they're able to get the count done correctly in the 22, the timer should be possible for them there. They'll also have room to clean it up as well. Identity, after dealing with the 19 2 chest in the Halls of Atonement, has now moved on to the 21. First pull looking good for them. Missed count after dealing with their 2-chested Halls of Atonement. they're going to delay showing us the 23 for the time being and just move on to another key. I think that's probably the correct call, although I do want to see the 23 at some point today. Hopefully we get to see that. And Liquid...
That's a good question, right?
They've decided to stay in the Halls of Atonement instead of switch keys. What do we think about that?
So I like this. I think the keys you want to hold back onto are the world record keys, right? The ones we haven't actually, we suspect they might be doable, like that 23 holes. So for Liquid to say, you know what, we're going to put this one on 22 because we just want to chill. We'll come back here eventually if everybody else forces us to go into that 23, but we'll at least make sure we have that unlocked. I don't mind that too much. They're basically just tying to the same point that Miscount are sitting on right now. And of course, with 3 dungeons, you kind of need to household, you need to check your resources on your timer and just make sure you're allocating a certain amount of time for each of these dungeons to push them up as high as you can within the scale of the entire day, as there's more dungeons being added tomorrow as well as day 3, and the teams of course know that, but they don't know which dungeon. So could always be that a dungeon rolls around that they will need to assert more time to because it's a dungeon that just goes higher, is more relevant for the tie breaks and stuff like that. So I think it's good to push it up to 22.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing about this weekend and how it's shaped up is the starting dungeon level is actually probably the highest it's ever been relative to the highest push keys, the world record level keys that we've had. Starting at 19 is extremely high. That means you get to world record level keys in like literally 2 runs if you get the 2 chests off. So the teams are going to have plenty of time to push for world record keys as long as they're consistent with the 2 chests. And we've seen Miscount, they're very consistent at getting those 2 chests very quickly. The problem for them in previous MDIs really has been pushing at the highest level and being consistent at the highest level. So if ever it's their time to win an MDI, now it's looking the best it ever has for them.
Absolutely. But there's more competition in the day. And while we're, of course, quite excited about that 21 plus 2, doesn't mean there aren't more teams in this competition that might do it. We haven't seen all of our teams in that dungeon just yet. So what I'm saying is there's a chance for another team to also pull up and be able to lock that one in. I'm kind of curious about our CN team identity. I don't know how much you were able to watch the group weekend, but they're a very interesting team. In the group weekend, we did see them poured out of a dungeon like 20 minutes in because they realized their timer was too close to actually +2, and they played a gamble on a very, very tight +2 transformation. In the meantime, though, we did see Holy Method there poured out of the Priory another time after another 8-minute time loss. So starting to get a little bit dicey here for them, unfortunately.
So I heard that Tettles bought some crystals, apparently, that make him a love watcher.
Yeah.
Rook, did you buy, like, hate watching crystals? What's going on here? What did you do to Holy Method?
So sorry. You know, Tettles sent me some kind of weird crystals in the mail that said from Xalatath. And, you know, earlier I did talk about how much I enjoy Xalatath, and she seems like a really nice lady. So I opened it immediately. I thought it might be like a nice gift. And I don't know. Now I kind of want everybody to wipe, Zyra.
Yes, join us.
That's messed up.
Join us.
That's messed up, Rook. Rook, you were such a strong love watcher. I can't believe we lost you to the void.
I mean,
That's
I have
crazy.
been playing Void Priest this expansion, so, you know, sorry, Mix.
Okay, I see how it is. But I will hold the fort. Unfortunately, interrupt. Unable to do just that. Another reset in the 21. This is their 4th redo in that dungeon. 2 on 19, now 2 on 21 as well. Starting off a little bit shakily here, but it could be system, right? You do get to choose between the 3 dungeons that we give teams at the start of the day. So if you feel like the Priory is a weak spot of yours, trying to get that one locked in first could be a strategy for a team if they feel a little bit unsure about that dungeon and just want to make sure that this one's on the board so they can focus on their stronger dungeons.
Yeah, it's important to say as well, also, like, the dungeon pool we gave them for day 1 is pretty nasty, right? Like, all of these dungeons, they don't really let up for, like, the first 15 minutes of the key. Priory, everything leading up to the second boss is just back-to-back-to-back brutal pulls, and the way they're deciding to do the pulls as well makes them even that much more difficult. Like, the double night pull that the teams are doing, like, 6 minutes into Priory, is ridiculous. You have to be perfectly on top of line of sighting every single impale and shout from the Knights just to make sure you don't instantly die to them. I mean, they're just front-loading so much difficulty into the first half of the key. It's the same thing in Arakara and Halls of Atonement as well. These dungeons don't let up at all. So, like, I feel like there's really no easy dungeon to just comfort into, ease your way into the day, which is why we're seeing so many early wipes in the first hour or so of the competition.
Yeah, it's a bit untypical, like you're kind of insinuating, to have as many redos in the early stages, but it comes back to what you're saying. Those dungeons are just pretty hard, to be honest. So teams are dealing with them the best way they know how to, and that is just keep going. Don't let it get to you. That's exactly what Interrupt and Holy Method are doing, who are having a little bit of a trouble now. On the greater scale of things, it's not that crazy yet, right? Every other teams, I would assume, is going to have some hiccups somewhere. So let's not get too worried about them yet. I know I definitely got very worried when that happened in Group C for Mandatory, and then it just spiraled from there. But as of right now, they haven't lost too much time just yet. It's like 35 minutes, which is a little over one dungeon run. That can easily be equaled out by the rest of the competition once we actually do get to the higher keys. So I think it's all pretty neck and neck still. However, the big thing is for me that 21 Halls of Atonement, and I'm trying to see which of our teams are on their way there. And it seems like all of our teams that have gone into the Halls of Atonement first, like Liquid, they're all through that stage. So we'll need to wait for Mandatory, for Anti, for Scaffolding, as well as Holy Method and Interrupt to go over into the Halls of Atonement to see if maybe another team is able to also clutch up that +2.
Yeah, and on top of that, right, there's also the added possibility that these teams could take their break timer and potentially try to look at exactly what it is that Miscount did in order to make that run so fast. But back to the point about the difficulty of these 3 dungeons, I think most of that was just to say, like, we're actually kind of expecting the teams to wipe to these keys in the 19s and the 21s, trying to push for these 2 chests because of just the nuclear difficulty of the key. It's important to mention, if you missed the start of the show today, because we're back to the more normal key pushing format here as opposed to what we had during the group stages, there's no spec bans anymore, and the teams didn't know the dungeons or the key levels coming into the weekend. So this is old TGP format here where the teams are really kind of going in blind and having to do a lot of their routing for the day on the fly. And all of that kind of leads more into this idea that the teams are probably going to be a little less consistent at the start of the day. And as casters and as viewers, we should be extremely excited to see a team somehow find some consistency in this, which is why it's exciting to see Miscount be able to pull off that 2 chest. And on the other hand, it's interesting to see Holy Method, a team that's actually historically been very, very strong in Priory of the Sacred Flame, have these mistakes. They've now wiped in this key twice, which is really out of the ordinary for them.
Absolutely. It's something we'll need to keep an eye on to make sure that they're not losing their momentum. So let's zone in here. Their first wipe, in case you missed it, was on Braun Pike. They had everything go wrong, farmed a couple of deaths in a full team wipe, decided to not abandon that dungeon run, did go back in, but no lust available anymore. And then unfortunately now did go down there in that pack, which led to another wipe before they could deal with any of the footmen. They then went back into the Priory 21 and had to reset after 8 minutes, which is roundabout the scene of the crime that we're nearing to. So we'll need to keep a little bit of an eye on them here. They are rooting through the right-hand side, which is something we've been seeing a couple of our teams do to try and not deal with Senor Chainmail, since he's a little bit hard to put into a bigger pool.
Yeah, also definitely are trying to skip the High Priest this patch. Her shield is just way too high for the teams to deal with. Also, they just one-shot themselves in the shield reflect. But in order to make up for that count that you get on the left side, you have to do massive pulls like this one. Double Arathi Knight with Elena Emberlands as well. Need to make sure you get your interrupt rotations on this mob, but also need to line of sight pretty much every single cast from the Arathi Knights. You can see they've got all these mobs stacked up in the corner here, and take a look at the positioning for the range DPS and Whippy. They're going to be going around that corner every time a shout goes off, every time they get targeted by an impale. You can see Whippy and Clicks dodging around the corner there to make sure they don't get impaled. just trying to prevent any AoE damage they can potentially take here, and so far doing a good job. Now, of course, Holy Radiance, that's just AoE damage that they're going to have to heal through. The AMZ coming down's going to help a lot with that, but for the most part, Whippy's got them looking pretty solid here. This was the pull, by the way, in their second run that you mentioned that they wiped to last time around, so third run, it's looking a little better for them.
That's right, third time's the charm. Hopefully, knock on wood for Holy Method after a little bit of a hiccup starting us out here. Quick reminder on our overall format, since this is the global finals and we're playing with 8 teams rather than the 6 you've seen in the group stages, there will not only be 1 elimination at the end of today and tomorrow, but 2 eliminations on each of those days. So there is a very scary perspective for teams that are maybe unable to convert their time into score throughout today, which is why I like what we're seeing from Liquid. We were talking a little bit about this 22 earlier on, as they are moving into Echelon. Now, they're pretty fast here, pulling Echelon on that 14-minute marker here in the 22, which is relevant because, of course, if we think the 23 might be possible, then they need to be fast in the 22 to make that happen.
Yeah, and you can also see their lust timing is different in the hierarchy here as well. Whereas before we saw Miscount and Liquid both going for a lust on Echelon with Trash, Liquid actually ended up using the second Bloodlust for a giant Trash pull right after Halkias, and that's what let them get to Echelon in just about 2 minutes after dealing with Halkias. So I like the pull routing from them. I want to see how much time they have left on the 22 here to see if there is room potentially for them to do a 23. But so far, this run's looking fantastic for them. 0 deaths this far into the key through all of these difficult pulls at the start of the dungeon that we were talking about earlier. This is looking like a great run for Liquid.
Absolutely. That's something we saw from the CN teams as well, to use that lust down there. These ankle biters, these reavers, they're a little bit gnarly, so I like using that lust there, and then Echelon, you just kind of, you get through it, you know, you're just hoping that all of your DPS players are chilling. But let's look at scaffolding here in their 22 Arakara replays. Usually don't spell good news, and it is Pillow going down here to a venomous spit, and then everybody falls as they jump down.
Yeah, that can happen. I mean, your healer going down there is really the worst possible scenario, right? That's your dispel. That's the person keeping people alive through all of the spits, in addition to the Call of the Brood that happens from that mini-boss as well. It's only 4 minutes into the key as well, so you're totally okay taking a reset there. I'm not too worried about scaffolding for that one. I think we're going to see a lot of that in Arakara over the course of the weekend. They're going to get right back in there, pull once again. See if they're able to do a little bit more clean this time. It wasn't this pull they wiped to, but of course the first pull of the dungeon, again, the theme of these key pushing competitions has always been to try to front load as much difficulty as possible, and Scaffolding was a team who actually had some interesting ideas about this dungeon during their group stages. I'm curious to see if they're actually going to go for a similar strategy. I haven't actually looked exactly at what their pull routing has been, so let's actually take a closer look this time around and see if they're doing the same thing they did back in Group B. Now, if I remember correctly, after they dealt with this first pull, their routing was actually, instead of going on the left side that we normally see people run to get to the Engorged Crawlers, they actually ran through the middle island instead on their way to the second mini-boss. So once they deal with this pull, let's see if they actually do that again this time. And again, the idea here was just to try to get more difficulty and more count into the first few pulls. And if you wipe, you're okay with losing 2 or 3 minutes, but you've gotten your extra count if you're able to get through that pull.
It makes sense because, of course, those mini bosses, right? They take a lot of damage. You usually want to have your coolies available for every single one that you pull, and it looks like you are correct. Yeah, Lizelle is on the way to the middle platform here, and I really like this. It gives you a great pull to just regain those cooldowns. You can see Krona is helping here with the help of being able to double jump glide as a Demon Hunter. Just hops on over to the next platform, tags them in. A little bit of coordination required here from Krona and Lizelle, making sure that the aggro actually is then transferred over to the tank, and Krona doesn't actually get hit in the back. But they're doing a great job here, and you can see that cooldowns are now slowly starting to come back up for the team. Still, of course, a lot of damage on this 22. Every single time those venomous spits end up on a player, you are kind of fearing for their life, or at least I am.
Speed in a little bit of danger there with both a bleed and a poison stack, but he has the dwarf coming off cooldown, so he should be okay, and Scaffolding is already going to start positioning to move towards the second mini-boss in a little bit here. Meanwhile, Liquid have downed Echelon in about just about the 18-minute mark. And really the most dangerous pull left in the key is this pull right here. Double Houndsmaster with a Reaver. Keep an eye on Wolf Disco. This guy is in so much danger here. If he ever gets 2 shoots in a row from these Houndmasters, he might get 100 to 0s. These shoots will probably do about 66-70% of their HP, something like that. So definitely need to look at these POVs. So far, so good for them, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really, really excited to see that they're locking in Echelon on 1750 because every time I see the Lust moved, I'm a little bit worried for them, but that is very much on track with what we've been seeing from other teams as well, to be between that 17 and 18-minute marker on this dungeon here. So definitely spark some confidence into Liquid as they are traversing through this Halls of Atonement 22. Now, of course, there's another very scary pull that is coming up for them where we take this Reaver and then run towards the next pack and then take the Reaver up into the boss. And somehow all of the teams are able to make that look so easy, but it's a crazy pull to pull off.
Identity also dealing with that same pull in the 21 here as well. And it's important to mention, if you're just now tuning in, if there's any one particular team you really want to keep an eye on, all of our teams do have individual players streaming their POVs live on Twitch right now, so if you want to really hone in on one team, I would recommend to check out their stream. We're going to try to just switch through all the teams, bring you the action, bring you the highlights of what's going on, but it's really hard to just stick with one team the entire run. So I really recommend if there's one team that you're supporting, go check them out on Twitch. We'll have links in the chat to help you with that. In the meantime, Interrupt, though, on, what is their, 4th or 5th now attempt in the 21? This time around, it's looking a little better, but this next pull is the one that's really been causing them issues, right? The first pull right after Captain Dalkry has really been causing them issues.
So it's their 4th attempt on the 21. It's their 6th attempt in this dungeon overall, as they had 2 redos on the 19 as well. So Interrupt definitely starting out with a little bit of a rocky day. They did play this same dungeon in their group weekend as well, so they didn't look that shaky in there to me whenever we saw it. They had a decently fast time, ended up on 30:58, so still pretty good, able to clock that one in on the 21. I'm not sure what's going on for them. Hopefully a Holy Method can avoid that same fate now that they are getting back deeper and deeper into the dungeon. Checking in with Miscount, though, our speediest team of them all based on everything we've seen so far. Locking in that +2 in the 19. Arakara is going to enable them to go straight to that 21, something we expect, of course, out of all of our teams here today.
Yep. Again, going back to the question that we were asked at the very start of our shift, is it speed or is it consistency that's going to be the factor for the teams? And for Miscount, it's both right now. Easy one shot in the 19 +2 Arakara for them. 3.5 minutes under the timer on that. That's ridiculously fast. A team that's been lacking in consistency recently, though, Holy Method in the Priory of the Sacred Flame, and now in their 3rd attempt, looks like this Paladin pull going a lot more consistently for them here. And I also noticed, I didn't actually see where their deaths occurred in their first run. By the time they'd gotten to the Sir Braunpike pull that wiped them, after the wipe they had 10 deaths, so I'm not sure if they had further deaths due to battle rises and deaths there, or if they had another full wipe earlier in the instance. But point being, they had 5 deaths going into that pull. Right now they're only at 1, so it's a lot better looking this time around.
So I think what happened is they farmed 7 deaths there, but that also means that they had some before that, right? So definitely a little bit of a rough run, that one. But we did see that the big part was a Braun Pike for them, and not this room, actually the end room right before Merpri, where you usually use that lust to try and deal with him and all of these footmen, which is a dicey pull for basically every single team that we have here. So they still have a little bit to go, but they are already on 1 death again. So hopefully something they can avoid from here on out. Checking in with Liquid, though, we're talking about their timer being good. We already dealt with all of the trash that we took into High Adjudicator Elise, and they're now on that final stretch of the 22 Halls of Atonement. Only need to deal with our Inquisitor in between this and Lord Chamberlain.
Looks like we had a quick reset on the first pull for Miscount in the 21 Arakara in the first attempt, so, you know, they can bleed. But again, it's only about a minute time loss, so not that big of a deal for them. Yeah, Liquid's run looks great. High Educator Elise is going to go down about the 23-minute mark, which means they'll have 9 minutes to deal with Inquisitor Cigar and Lord Chamberlain, which should be plenty of time. They have the Bloodlust prepped as well, so their timer's looking good as long as they can keep it clean from here on out. Identity is in the same boat, although it doesn't look like they're going to get the 2 chest here, so they're not going to be matching missed counts time. 4.5 minutes is about what you need for Lord Chamberlain alone at this key level. So either way, they're still on pace to time this key, which is exactly where you want to be. I think it's hard to... It's really going to be hard for teams to match up to the +2 chest that miscount put on the board, considering we've been talking about how much faster they are, how much more damage they have. They were only 25 seconds under the 2 chest timer there, so another team's going to have to step up and match that play from them if they want to get the 2 chest, which is a very hard thing to do.
Absolutely. I'm a little bit sad. I was hoping that Identity might be the team that's also able to get this 21 on the board, and even though they do have that loss, I think you're right. I don't think they'll be able to deal with the Inquisitor as well as Chamberlain in those 4 minutes 30. So that makes me a little bit sad. I was hoping for another team to be able to do it, but of course more teams are going to be going into that Halls of Atonement, so we'll see if the chances are still available. Quick update on Miscount. You were mentioning that they had a quick reset on that 21 Arakara. Immediately after that, they decided, hey, you know what? Let's just take a quick break. 7 minutes, slam it. And so they're currently our first team on break. Yeah, you gotta hit them with the unconventional break timers every now and then, Zyra. So just a quick reminder for everybody that's not familiar with how our break rule works. All of our teams have to take an overall of 20-minute breaks after that first hour and before the last hour starts. And they're able to split them. And Miscount likes splitting it into 7 minutes. What can you say?
Okay. That's oddly specific. Most teams will do like 10 and 10 or 5 and 15, you know, little nice segments of 5, but now Miscount likes to do 7s and 13, so okay.
7 is good luck.
If it works for you, it works for you. Well, 13's bad luck though, right? Doesn't it balance out?
That depends on who you're asking.
Okay.
You can believe what you want. Tedros believes in crystals, you know?
I guess you're right. Okay. Who am I to judge? Whatever's working for them is working for them. I'm not going to judge the 7-minute timers.
Oh, yes.
All good.
Checking in with Mandatory here. They're also in that 19 Arakara. Interestingly enough, they put out that 21 Priory, decided not to go any further here and move on over to the Ara, which they're currently in, and looking absolutely good. Get that +2 locked in here as well, so they'll be able to move on into that 21 as well. And while that is happening, just a quick reiteration for anybody that's maybe not too familiar in how our score works, Zyro. So every single time a team scores a dungeon, like Mandatory right now, that means they get the level of the dungeon that they have scored added to their score sheet. Now, they have the 19 time now. If they were to go into the 21 and time that, they would get +2, because that's the difference between those two runs. So that is how our overall score comes together. Now that some teams are still working on their first dungeon, while others are doing 1, 2, 3 taps on the lower and builder keys, you'll see big differences in the overall score. But that's just temporary. In the end, it will all equalize to an extent.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the fun things about the competition, right? Is there's this chaos at the start of the day where all the teams are going to different keys. You don't really know who's in the lead, but then at the end of the day, all of the keys are timed from all the teams. The scores start to coalesce together, and you can see who's really generated an advantage for themselves. As casters, we can only kind of allude to who's in the lead throughout the day, and you can kind of tell who's doing really well based off of how many wipes they've had. But it's really fun to see that convergence of all the timed runs coming together and see who's really pulled off a lead at the end of the day. Because sometimes it can surprise you. It can look like one team's really far in the lead, but whenever it all comes together, they're just really not as far ahead as you thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Checking in with anti-clockwise here. They're really fast in their 22 as well. Have just pulled Kikatal. A little bit of trash still remains, but that is into the boss already. You can see the Overseer as well as some of the drones that they're currently dealing with, and that is some speed, actually.
Yeah, this is ridiculously fast. Let's compare this to the fastest run that we saw from our group stages in the Arakara, which was, of course...
That's miscount 26,
yep.
30 seconds.
Huh.
Could be possible. That's like 4 minutes from here on out. They're looking really good. They still have Lust available.
Yeah, looking at the
Hold
splits, anti-clockwise is right on pace with that run, so technically this could be a world record if they're able to go faster than 26:30. Now, we did see anti-clockwise miscount. Oh no, Yacht goes down. This is actually terrible. There's still trash alive.
No!
They need to get the res off
Where are the
quickly here.
crystals? Get
Where's the
them
res?
back up!
Where's the res? You can actually kite this boss for quite a while, but it's the trash that I'm worried
Nestor
about.
goes down.
Nestor goes down to the trash. They've got Yantbek alive, but they no longer have a battle res. They're going to have to
RDK!
three-man the boss, but no more deaths to the Venom Volley from the Overseer is going to be a full wipe from anti-clockwise. Oh, they could have saved that. If that res was just a little bit faster, there was actually potential to save that from being a full wipe. But in the end, it's a missed kick due to the Demon Hunter being dead. That full wipes anti-clockwise. So we go from talking about a potential world record to a full reset 23 minutes in. That is just brutal.
That's a heartbreaker, but at the same time, it's something we're seeing on a lot of our teams, right? So it kind of all equalizes out, and it gives me hope for when they return to this dungeon to maybe still see it. I think that would be really good. We're getting our second break. Identity is currently on a 10-minute break timer. That was a really impressive pace out of Antti.
That was very fast, and I'd love to see more of that from them. They were really fast as well during their group stage weekend, if I remember correctly. So that kind of play, I think that team is a lot better than some people will expect. I think Tettles had them like in a little bit of a lower tier than the top 4 teams, but I think they're definitely a team that can compete with the best, especially with the higher key starting level. All of these teams are going to be able to get to the highest level keys. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to complete those highest level keys at the end of the weekend. I think that's going to be the differentiator. But here we are, back with Holy Method after a long 45 minutes. We are back to Sir Braunpike. The Bloodlust is active, and the health bars are looking way more healthy this time around, but the cooldowns have run out, and we still have 20% of the HP on Sir Braunpike. This is where this pull starts to get a little bit sketchy here. Now it starts to run out of those cooldowns. They start to run out of healing as the Bloodlust wears down. They don't have any casters left alive, but there is a light spawn alive, purifying Whippy here. Whippy's got a ton of healing for himself, though. Iron Bark also being used on himself just to keep himself alive, and it looks like they should be able, this time around, to get through the 4th boss of the dungeon in Sir Braunpike.
That's phenomenal news for Holy Method. So on their way to hopefully clock that dungeon in. You know, whenever a team starts to be a little bit shaky in a dungeon, you just want them to get that locked in and on the leaderboard as soon as possible, so it doesn't turn into that mental aspect where it's like, oh, you know, we're starting to tilt maybe a little bit. Holy Method showing that that's not something they're worried about. They're locking this key in hopefully within the next couple of minutes. Coming back to what we were saying about Antti, I actually looked at their split timers from their group weekend, and their dungeon timer in the 22-hour, which they also had in Group A, was 28:27. So that was also 0 deaths, so just like the one we just saw, and they've gotten a ton faster. That's really cool.
That's the improvement we expect to see from the teams. You know, from group stages to global finals. That's what we're looking for. That improvement that lets you get to those potential +1s on the world record keys we've already seen in this competition. That's what we want to see. That's the evolution we want to see from these teams in the global finals. The teams that have found those +1s in that time. No. Robin, what happened?
Oh no. We fell.
Robin, please.
Oh no. Gravity gets the best of us.
I'm trying to talk up the teams, and we're hopping off the ledges. That's okay. That's just a little quick reset. That's just 1 minute off the board. Go again. You had a great run. Keep it up. But yeah, I mean, the team's improving in the couple of weeks that we've had since group stages. That's the evolution we love to see, and the fact that we're seeing it already in the first hour and a half of the competition is awesome to see.
Absolutely, man. You just know they're just like us, you know? If that has never happened to you in Arakara, you're a liar, or you're a range player that never goes close to these edges. I get it. Unfortunate death. Checking in with scaffolding. So we were talking about how they pull this dungeon a little bit differently in comparison to most of our other teams, especially in that early part of the dungeon, which means they have a little bit more trash than most of our other teams. You can see there's a couple still in here, so that trash count will go a little bit higher still. I'm curious where their end of dungeon timer is going to set them up.
Yeah, Scaffolding has been in this key for quite a long time here. I mean, it would be brutal if they have a wipe after a noob sect here. That hasn't been an issue for them, so I'm not trying to preemptively curse them, but I would love to see them get through this key and move on to the other keys. That would be great for this team in particular. Meanwhile, the Liquid have finally decided it's time to move on to another key. They're done with the Halls of Atonement after timing the 22. Again, not going to see the 23 attempted just yet. We're probably going to see most of our teams try to get to that top level key in all three of the keys before they start attempting those world record keys. I think the exciting thing is, though, going back to the thing we've been talking about a lot for the first hour and a half or so here of the day, is the high key starting level means that we're going to see those highest level keys near the end of the day here. In the last hour and a half, we should see teams start to get to the point where, okay, we only have 22s and 23s left. We have to do something. What do we think is the most likely of these three keys to be done? What do you think, Mix? Which one of these keys do you think we have the highest likelihood of seeing a +1 from what we've already seen from the group stages this weekend?
Okay, can I say something crazy? I'll say all of them.
All of them?
Each of these dungeons can go 1-up. Yep. I'm a love watcher, you know that. I believe in our teams. I know our teams are crazy like that. We've seen Stranger Things. All of our teams can go one level higher than we've seen. I said it.
In all three of the dungeons that we've seen already. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
What do you
heard
think?
it here first. I think you're right, but I'm.
Haha.
I think you're right, but I don't know.
Join the love watchers, Siren.
I don't
Join
want to.
us.
I don't want to. It hurts me to say. Doesn't hurt me to say this. Holy Method have conquered the 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame with 4 minutes left on the board. You know, it was about a 45-minute time loss here for them. But again, like we've been talking about, wipes are to be expected when you start the key level this high. They're going to be happy to get through this one, and they'll likely move on to one of their other two keys they have left afterwards. 21 Priory on the board for Holy Method.
Absolutely. What a great run to lock in, but let's check back in with missed count. So we're on our 21. They enabled that with the +2 and the 19, like we expect all of our teams to do, and we're on to Avanox. So Avanox is a tough boss for several reasons. First of all, she's got a lot of health, okay? It just takes very, very, very long. Then you also spawn these little crawlers here that need to be DPS down. As soon as she eats one of those crawlers, you are dead. There's the only way you can clutch it out if she's only on like single-digit percentage HP and you're somehow able to DPS her down before she eats you first. And Mandatory is showing you how to do just that, as they have already nearly defeated her. Only a couple of percent left, and at this point you can kind of ignore the crawlers and just nuke Avanox. Make sure you're pushing them back and just pulling through on that boss, greeting it out a tiny little bit, making sure that your DPS is the most efficient where it needs to go.
Speaking of efficiency as well, we saw Stove on the Demon Hunter in the last few percentages of that boss there also run off to the side to pick up a tailoring buff in this dungeon as well. An item that can be used to stun a mob for 10 seconds, so we'll probably see him use it on the first Bloodguard here in just a moment. Take a look at the cast bar for Stove here in just a moment. The second this Bloodguard starts to channel the AoE cast that it does, he'll likely just stun it and prevent it from casting it. So yeah, nice to see that efficient play. Yeah, there it is. The Silk Wrap cast stuns the Bloodguard. No swarm damage coming out from them, and it'll make this pull a breeze for them to deal with.
I'm kind of just squinting at anti-clockwise. You know, as casters, we hold tremendous power, of course, and I don't want to curse them, but I'm quite curious about their run after they looked so fast. If it's just like the tempo in which they get pulls together, which factors for a lot of it, or if they have a little bit of a routing difference that we aren't aware of yet. Of course, we now missed some of that early stage. I don't know if they maybe also went into the middle section here, but what we do know is, oh, thank you very much, observers. It looks like the middle section has been cleared, no? Was that the correct pan? Did I see that right?
I think so. I think you're right. Can we go back to mandatory POV for just a second? I want to take a look at this spot that Mode is standing in. I've been, like, keeping an eye on the middle of the screen on the right here. I don't think Mode has been targeted by a single charge from the Bloodworkers here in that spot. So interesting. I wonder if it's...
So this is a fidgety spot. These Bloodworker dashes, they hurt for a lot. And ideally, if you want to free cast, you know, you don't want to be hit by them. It's not very fun. they can kind of not bug out, but they can untarget you essentially and just target other players. Where if you are targeted and you are on an Z axis, then they don't jump anymore. So that's very nice to see out of mandatory here. It doesn't work at 100% chance, but it works for a good amount.
Does indeed. I mean, fun to always see these little bits of differences, and especially in Arakara, as we're seeing some of that variation at the start, or things like mode there, or even, the extra trash at the beginning with some of our CN region. So we'll keep an eye on how the teams continue to approach these dungeons, but at least for now, Zyro, you won't be keeping an eye on it. You'll be having to watch from like your couch or your desk or wherever you're hanging.
Oh, chat, of course.
Chat. Yep. Oh, of course.
Yep.
That's a physical place that Zyro goes to in between the shifts. Yes.
Isn't
All
that
right,
where
chat.
all the casters go after their shift?
Yeah, I do.
That's true.
Fine.
It is true. All right. Chat, welcome Zyro in, make him comfortable, and we're going to be welcoming Nagura back to the desk. Now, Nagura, it feels like we just saw you. It hasn't been that long, but in the time that we've had, how do you feel the teams have been progressing into the first day here of the group finals? The global finals, excuse me.
All I know is that when I'm not on a desk, Holy Method is not performing so well. Because earlier when I was here, they were the cleanest team, right? For the first 45 minutes, did not have a single death, and they performed the best out of all of the teams. And now I come back, and they unfortunately struggled quite a bit to get the 21 Priory done, which of course doesn't mean it's the end. Obviously, Holy Method is a very good team, and one of the good things about Holy Method is that since they're such veterans and they've been around for so long, I think they would not be a team that would be affected mentally about something like this. So I think they're gonna be able to come back after their break and be able to perform up to their standards again. So I'm not too worried about them. But a lot of the other teams are performing pretty well. Miscount, of course, and Scaffolding now also getting this plus 22 done as well after struggling quite a bit in their Arakara, unfortunately, too. But overall, seeing some really nice performances.
Absolutely. Of course, the Holy Method redos are actually Rook's credit, so credit where credit is due. She cursed them, just in case you didn't know.
Okay, so it's not my fault. Perfect.
No, it's not your fault, But I'm glad you're back to maybe even it out, Nagura. I think that's going to be helping.
Yeah, I did also want to ask something, by the way, Makes.
Okay.
Why were we so why did you want to focus so much on this middle part of Arakara? I recently saw that
oh no,
were there too. What happened? What happened there, Makes?
So you see, the general route in the Arakara is not through the middle, and so the first time a tank that I played with, when they went through the middle, I didn't realize there was a hole in the web. And I might or might not have fallen down that, but you have no proof of this, Nagura, so I don't know what you're insinuating here. Let's focus back on our teams as they are doing their dungeons. And Lazelle actually does go down! Scaffolding without a tank! We saw this for Auntie just now! Are they able to res him back up in time? Can he get it under control? The positive here, no additional trash. That should make it a little bit easier for Scaffolding to maintain their trend here, to get it back under control, and well done by them. Tank's death are so scary, and they did really well.
That was actually an incredible recovery here from Scaffolding, as Nacelle not only died, but he was also hard to reach as well as he was off the edge. There's a replay. We'll see what happens here to Lacelle, as he does touch out here. Okay, so he's in the Cosmic Singularity. I'm assuming that he just doesn't manage to... Yeah, he just gets knocked off. He got
knocked back, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what it is he wanted to do, but maybe he wanted to just charge back. Either way, unfortunately, he does go down. Thankfully, Pilo does get the rest through, and they manage to recover. And they still have 3 minutes left, so they have enough time. But that would have been heartbreaking if they would have wiped to that one there at the end.
So... this is a little bit of a tricky spot because as anybody who ever played Warrior knows that sometimes there's no path available. And this is a spot where there's also no path available. So if he gets knocked out, it's a bit tough. You don't have a priest that could grip you in, and it's not easy to walk back. So at the point where he got knocked back, his fate was kind of written in the sand there, but able to res him back up is great. One death, it is the 22 now. Nagura, let me ask you a question that Zyra and I were just debating about, and that is, how high do our dungeons go? Out of the 3 that we gave them today, they're all pretty tough dungeons. They're all dungeons we haven't seen go too high just yet because of how scaling affects them. What do you think?
I agree with you that I think every single dungeon goes 1 key level higher. I think 23 Arakara is possible. I think 22 Priory is possible, and I think 23 halls in particular. I mean, we saw how fast Miscount was in that, like, 2 chesting at 21 halls, right? I do think they definitely have the speed. It just depends on the execution, right? Because all of a sudden, when we go to those high key levels, like, things just hurt so much, and we can see teams having to reset one of those high key levels, like, up to, like, 2 hours even.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the end of day today is going to go crazy with double eliminations waiting in the wings as a scaffolding able to lock in that 22. Now, I will say, with that additional death there, 2 minutes-ish on the timer doesn't spark a lot of confidence in their ability to get the 23 done that we're kind of alluding to should be possible. So that is quite interesting for our overview to kind of keep in mind here. Of course, you are going to need around 3-ish minutes is usually what we budget for another key level up, as well as being able to live all the things, of course. And just a quick update, a lot of our teams are taking breaks right now. So if you're ever interested in seeing a specific POV, you can, as we have their names on the board. But we are getting a reset here from Identity, our CN team, and the Halls of Atonement 22. Unfortunately, they were just a little over that +2 in the 21. I was kind of hoping they'd be the ones to also put that up.
Yeah, unfortunately having that reset, but thankfully early on, so not too bad. Anti-clockwise now in that 22 Arakara, and they have their last ready, so we'll see what they're going to be using it for. Didn't quite see what they were popping it on their 21. And yeah, I didn't even realize that anti-clockwise had that +2 and goes to the 22 here. That's interesting. All right. Did you already, like, discuss this?
So we were talking about the fact that they're really, really fast in their 22, but we were so distracted by the fact that they wiped on the final boss that we didn't see that they had the +2 in the 21, which, now that you're pointing it out, of course this is very rare, right? Because normally teams that have a +2 don't want to run the additional dungeon like the 22 for the reason that it's a time loss. So if you're anti-clockwise and you're thinking, hey, we can actually do the 23, which their 22 timer looked fast enough to maybe make that happen, you would probably prefer to either wait to go into this dungeon to not show your hand as early, or you would go straight into the 23. Now, the fact that they're in the 22, it doesn't spark confidence in their own confidence to do the 23, right?
Yeah, I think I'm with you here, right? Because, yeah, either they just leave the 21 +2 on the board, and maybe at some point later they do the 23, or they don't, like, do it at all, right? Like, I don't know. This is very, very strange. So I think this kind of means that they can only do the 22. That's kind of what this tells me, and that they're gonna do the 22 and then they move on to the other dungeons. Because yeah, there's no rush right now. At least they don't have to do this 22. Interesting. Huh.
I don't love this because, like we said, their
don't like it
22 is
either.
really fast. We expect them to be able, based on time, to do that 23. But sometimes, you know, teams maybe don't have a high success rate in those capstone dungeons and those world record keys. And what Dratnos, I believe, usually says is the 80% confidence vote, right? If you're able to do a dungeon 80% of the time, then you're probably willing to put it on the board here for something like the MDI. So it could be that. It could be that they've done it 23, but it's only possible for them like 40% of the time or 50% of the time, and so they don't want to go there immediately. But let's take a look at our splits here. So anti-clockwise are really, really fast. They're faster than our fastest run right now, which was by mist count. You can see it at the very top, and they're currently the one in 3rd place here. So 5 seconds faster on the first split, and then a lot faster on the second split. Let's see if they can get back to that same spot. They're definitely sitting on a similar split here on the first boss, at least.
I do also want to mention one thing that we've seen. I think it was mandatory. In some previous MDI, mandatory had done a very similar thing to what Anti-Clockwise is doing, where they two-chested a dungeon. I think it was even a gambit, and they ended up not doing the hierarchy. They just did the +1, and then afterwards
that was
they
Liquid.
still. No, no, that's not what I mean. I meant that afterwards they still did the hierarchy after. Like they did basically two-chested at 21.
Okay.
And then they did the 22, and then they did the 23 after. And I think the reason why they did it was they just said, okay, they were not super confident in their 23, and just wanted to make sure they get the 22 out of the way. And, you know, then maybe potentially if they have enough time later in the day, they'll come back and do the 23 after, or attempt the 23. Right? That's kind of what their thinking was. Which, you know, I can understand that, and there's a lot of time with those +19 key level starts. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. But first they have to time this 22, because unfortunately that, of course, was a pretty big time loss for them earlier with that reset on the last boss.
Absolutely was, but hopefully they can get back to it on a quick timer. Checking in with mandatory here, so and they also get that 21 +2 on the board. Bloodlust has just run out. Looking across the board, our cooldown should be available before that +2 window hits for them once more. I'm not sure we are going to be on the good side of this +2, but if they only believe in the 22 as well, then that doesn't actually matter. So we'll see how it goes. 1 minute 30 to go to get that dungeon done within the 2 chest.
Yeah, I don't think they can kill this boss in 1 minute when, well, I don't know. All of a sudden, the boss is now dropping fast. But
yeah, we just used breath. So.
Yeah, we did use Frosty kick cooldowns, right? We're not gonna. Well, we will get Stove's meta, but only like at the very end.
That's a fake cooldown. We don't believe in that. That's not a real cooldown.
Boss is dropping really fast. I feel like there's a chance. I think there's a chance they can do it. I believe in them.
Okay. Chat, press 1 in chat if you're a believer. Press 0 if you think this is going to just be a +1. I want to believe as well. Maybe I can lend some of those crystals from Tettles to be a love watcher even stronger. Than they turned him into a love watcher. They must be doing something right. 40 seconds to go for mandatory. You can see that at least meta is coming up in a couple of seconds here. Soda is also going to be able to press his cooldown once more. Send it into boss right here. Is going to accelerate them a fair bit, but 25 seconds, 20% boss HP is a strong statement that they need to be under. As of right now, the trend is looking good, but it's coming closer. Now they're even 14 seconds, 14%. The timer has surpassed the percentages, and with that, I think it's no good for mandatory. Unable to get that +2 converted on the 21 Arakara now. That is measuring at a very high bar, but still, you know, I would have loved to see it be done by them. They're still going to be well within the +1 and get that 22 unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, obviously still good that they're getting that 21 done on their first try here and being able to move on. We'll see what mandatory does here, if they're moving on to the 22 or if they're deciding to go to that last dungeon that they haven't stepped foot in, which I believe is that House of Atonement. We'll see what their decision is, as in the meantime, we do take a little bit of a look at Liquid as they're approaching the end of their +19 Priory here. And they're looking really good. So they're obviously within that 2 chest timer still, having 5 minutes left and already in that phase 2. They also have that priest that they carried along for the enemy forces that they still need here. And then they're going to be able to see the 21 Priory as well, which has caused so many issues for so many teams. We'll see if a similar fate is going to be striking for Liquid here, or if they're going to be able to get that 21 done quicker than some of the other teams.
Yeah, we absolutely hope so. And speaking of 21s, you know, another team has entered the Halls of Atonement. Is Holy Method the team that's going to challenge Mist Count on their runs, that's going to be able to +2 at 21? Well, first, they need to get there. That is exactly what they're working on right now. They're in that 19. I have high hopes that this should be an easy +2 for a team of this caliber. So we're just checking in with them, seeing how they're doing here, adding some extra trash into the boss. Always something you love to see when you're playing that Havoc Demon Hunter. And speaking of, I'm kind of surprised because while Spec Variety Rule was active, basically every single one of our teams played that Havoc Demon Hunter in the Halls of Atonement. Now that it's not active anymore, we've seen some teams do it, and we've seen some teams not do it, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, and we've seen some teams even like switch. I believe it was Liquid, right? Boomy was playing Elemental Shaman in 19, and then switched to the Havoc Demon Hunter on the 21. That was very interesting. Yeah. We talked about it before. Maybe it was like a cooldown thing, or maybe it was just like practice that they had during the group stage where they had to play around the variety rule, and that's kind of just what they remember. Either way, it worked out for them quite well.
It did, and Liquid is also going to be able to get that +2 in the 19 Priory up on the board. Our producer is letting me know that we have an Arakara replay at the ready. I don't know what it is. We haven't been clued in. But I hope, what is, oh no, come on, that's just messed up.
Amazing.
You made me call for that? Oh, that is incredible. Oh my goodness.
I love how Makes is the one introducing it as well.
That's crazy. That's crazy work.
Good job, production, good job.
Back to anti-clockwise here. They're on track, I'm just saying. We have a serious competition here, guys. I can't believe you do this.
See, this is why we're casting. Playing.
That's crazy.
Alright.
So. Absolutely crazy. I will not recover from this.
Alright. It looks like miscount. Even though that it missed that +2 as well on their 21 here. Both Mandatory and Miscount missing the +2. Do manage to time the dungeon in just a moment here, and they're going to be able to get that access to the 22 as well. Depending on if we don't know if they want to do it or if they want to go to the Priory. We're going to have to see what the decision is. But yeah, Liquid also managing to get the 19 then as well, and Interrupt now in the +19 halls as well, after struggling quite a bit in that 21 Priory.
I'm not over it yet. I'm not over it yet. No, you're right. It's great that they were able to put that dungeon on the board. You know, maybe one day I'll also be able to get an Arakara time without falling off the edge.
One day. Don't hold your breath, though.
So rude, Nagura. Interrupt! Working on their 19. I'm honestly pretty happy that they were able to finish out this 21 Priory. It took them really long. They had a lot of redos, and they looked a lot shakier than what we saw in the CN Cup in this dungeon. So that makes me a bit worried. Hopefully they're looking a lot more solid in this Halls of Atonement now that we are in here and have a little bit of a change of scenery for them.
Yeah, I do hope so as well. Sometimes it really is just what it takes, right? Just going to a different dungeon, all of a sudden you're playing well again. It's like the vibes are just off sometimes when you do the same dungeon for 2 hours in a row. But yeah, Holy Method now, again, looking very, very clean again after that break. They came back and they were saying, you know what? We shook it off. That Priory is not going to affect us at all, the issues we had there, and we're just going to move on and make sure we two-chest this 19 Halls of Atonement. We did also see Miscount actually move on, so after timing that 21 halls, they did move into the Priory, into the last dungeon they still have to put on the board, so not deciding to attempt the 22 Arakara just yet. We're going to leave that for later on. But I do want to take a little bit of a look at Identity, because Identity is in the 22 halls, and that is of course a really high key level, the highest key level we have seen so far in Halls of Atonement. So I do want to see if Identity can execute this pull. It's a Bloodlust pull, actually, and there's so many ankle biters and reavers that they're pulling on top, and it's just, things can go wrong so quickly on this pull, just because the ankle biters stacking up that bleed is just absolutely crazy. Wow, I can't believe it actually switched away.
Is. We'll see them in a second, but I was going to talk about this because Anti-Clockwise are on pace to maybe get a world record key here. So their 22 is crazy fast. The last time they were here, we had a tank death, And then everything just came undone. They were unable to finish the dungeon, took too long to res. I don't know what exactly it was, but it just didn't look like they were able to get it back together. However, we are on track here. So 26:30 is the fastest run in the Arakara 22 that we saw from Mist Count. They had 1 death. Anti-clockwise are nearing that timer. They have a little over 1 minute left here to down Kikatal and lock in the fastest 22 Arakara we have seen in this competition yet. And that would be a great thing to have starting off your day here, you know, not even 3 hours into the day, able to claim a world record tag from a team that everybody's been raving over. I think you're going to feel pretty good about that. But they need to get there in the first place. Looking across the board, we are going to be getting another breath, but it won't tick for very long to be able to feature into that timer. They will need to do most of this natty, and that is 10% still to go here as they have around 30 seconds for it.
Yeah, they're looking incredible as the boss is dropping so fast for them. They still have 25 seconds left, 7% of the boss. That should be doable for them. We do see one more breath is going to come up in just a moment here for their Frost Decay. I don't think they're even needed as the boss is going to die before. 2% left, 10 seconds left, and that's it. Anti-clockwise putting up that world record for the plus 22 Arakara here. Very nicely done.
Absolutely. So this is for all the people saying we've been caster cursing. We're actually caster blessing. You see, anti-clockwise able to claim the first world record key of the tournament. I don't think many people had this in their betting books, so that's pretty cool.
That is definitely very cool. I have a feeling that we're probably going to see, as we talked about, like maybe 1 key level higher, and then that world record is, of course, going to be moving on, potentially. But maybe it's anti-clockwise that are also going to be the ones to put up the 23 first, because they are the only team so far that managed to two-chest the 21, which makes me believe that they might also be maybe the only team that has the timer for the 23. We're going to have to see, as, of course, nobody's going to be attempting that for a little while longer. They're going to make sure they're going to do their homework keys first, as Mist Count as well is doing their plus 19 here, the last dungeon that they haven't stepped foot into yet. And they're looking pretty clean so far.
Absolutely are. What a cool start. Checking in with our team that we're thinking is going to be the team to beat. They weren't able to get the +2 on the board in that Arakara, but maybe they can get it somewhere else. Checking in with Holy Method as we move on. They are still in that 19. We're not expecting them to have any issues on getting that +2. They're going to be dealing with Elise, then our Inquisitor, and then the Ed Boss will check back with them once we actually get there. And Scaffolding have actually now moved into the Priory after being able to get that 22 Arakara on the board for them as well.
Oh, speed does go down to a pot shot combo here, it looks like. But we do have a Battle Rush available, so they can just get them back up. Should be able to recover here. It is a 19. And even if they do wipe here, in the end, it's not going to be a big time loss for them. Of course, they don't want to because they wasted a little bit of time already in that Arakara. But let's take a closer look at Identity here as they are now on Echelon in their plus 22 pulse. Identity, honestly, I think they're looking very good. What do you think about Identity? Now, they did not attempt the 21 Priory, which was a little bit interesting, right? They did move on to the halls immediately. But in the halls here, they looked pretty strong, right? And now this 22 is looking pretty good for them as well.
Yeah, so for those of you that weren't able to watch the CN Cup that happened earlier, this is a team that actually you need to look out for it. They looked crazy strong in their group weekend. They were one of 4 teams out of our top 8 that were able to get the 23 Ecodome on the board, and they're kind of gutsy too. So in the Priory that we saw in the group weekend for CN, they actually ported out of a Priory 15 minutes in, just because they knew they were like a second over the +2 timer. And they took that gamble, played a perfect key, and got that +2 unlocked. So they're definitely a team that has come here to claim a title, and you could kind of feel it, which is pretty cool. However, we're seeing a lot of people fall off. What was that compilation? There were like 3 team switches, and I saw someone die every second. What the helly?
I think they just had the Soda die, and they ended up just jumping off because they wanted to reset. It was the first pull, I think, in Arakara, and with 1 death, they just decided to go again. But Identity having a death here on their 22 run, which is not quite the start of their dungeon, so they don't want to have that happen here. But thankfully it was the end of Echelon, so they managed to just finish off the boss and not even use a battle dress, just kind of released. Now going to be moving on. This is actually one of the most dangerous pulls, actually, in an Arakara on a high key level. It's because you have the double Houndmaster here, which constantly do cast shoots, and then you have the Reaver as well. So you just have a bunch of huge physical damage shots going off that can do insane damage. You saw just one on the Hunter here, having to use Turtle actually to be able to survive here. And if you get a double shot or like 1 shot with an AoE damage spell, you can easily die. That's why they have to save their disrupts and make sure they're using all of their defenses perfectly. You can see the bear form coming out from the Resto Druid, the Iron Bark on Demon Hunter to make sure that none of those spot deaths are happening here.
Absolutely. Quick update on their timers. I checked with Mistcount, who are currently holding the world record tag in the 22 Halls of Atonement. Their Halkia split was 11:18. Identity is sitting on 11:22. And then their Echelon was actually 16:55, which Identity has fallen a little bit behind here. It might be that that 1 death is the big determining factor here. However, Miscount also ended up having 1 death in their overall dungeon run. I don't think they're on pace for a world record key in this dungeon, but we did see them claim one in the streets. So I'm still very excited to see what this team has in store, and you know, maybe they're going to be the first ones to actually give us that 23 Halls of Atonement that we've been asking for. Checking back in with Holy Method though, well on track for their +2.
Yeah, Holy Method looking very, very strong in this halls. Obviously, with 6 minutes left, they should be able to get the +2 in here, and then they're probably going to immediately move on to that 21 key level. We did see Mandatory is now also back from their break, and they decide to go to that 22 Arakara, not making the same decision as Miscount, because Mandatory and Miscount were kind of in the same boat. Both of them did finish the 21 Arakara after having done another dungeon before. And then they could have decided, do we do the 22 Arakara, or are we going into that 3rd dungeon that we didn't do? And Miscount decided to go into the 3rd dungeon instead of the 22, and Mandatory had the opposite decision. They decided to do the 22 and not go into that Halls of Atonement. So we'll see how long Mandatory takes to get that 22 done. But yeah, let's take a look at Interrupt here as well, as they're also fighting the 3rd boss on their run. But contrary to Identity, they're 3 key levels lower, so it should be a little bit easier for Interrupt here.
Yeah, generally that's how dungeon timers work, you know, or dungeon levels. So lower, easier, higher, harder. Thank you for elaborating that. But yeah, Holy Method on track. Like we were mentioning, you're looking pretty good here. I'm curious, to be honest. You kind of brought up Interrupt, which is our other CN teams from the Cups. Their Priory, I mentioned earlier, looked a little bit sketch. I'm hoping that their Halls is going to look a lot better than what we saw in the Priory, and thus far, it's definitely, you know, giving me some confidence into the team. In the Priory, at this point, they already had like 4 redos on that dungeon run, so maybe it was what I was mentioning, that they were just kind of trying to get out their perceived hardest dungeon out of the way first, and then venture into dungeons that they think are a little bit more fortunate for them. Holy Method now on their way here. I assume we're going to see them go straight back into that 21 Halls of Atonement as well, and then we'll be all eyes on them to see if they're able to maybe also get that +2 on the board. Liquid on the right-hand side, we haven't spoken about them too much in the last couple of minutes. They're on their way in the 21 Priory after unlocking that from the 19 as well.
Yeah, they actually did just have to reset their 21 on their first attempt, having a full wipe on that first pull. Again, not too big of a time loss, but Priory is just one of those dungeons. We've seen so many teams struggle a lot on the 21, so we'll see if that continues for Liquid after that first reset that we just saw, or if they manage to get all things done now. But yeah, Priory is just such a volatile dungeon at 21. Like, things can just go wrong so quickly, unfortunately. But Identity reaching the end of their third boss run here. On the 22, bosses just take so long in this dungeon, it feels like, except that Chamberlain. Chamberlain actually doesn't feel that long. But they're holding on to their Bloodlust here, presumably for the mini-boss, if they can skip one of those casts. If they cannot, then they're probably just going to be saving it for the last boss, or depending on wherever they feel like it's more efficient. Because obviously in the mini-boss it can be very efficient, not only if you can skip one of the heals, but also if you can just get the extra funnel in, right? When you play that Havoc Demon Hunter, and you have those extra small little mobs, then even just for efficiency, it's probably better than the last boss.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't enable you to skip one, but it makes skipping the one you really want to skip a lot more reliable. So it can be a good loss to use there to not get that communing cast that you really want to avoid, as it would throw you back like another 30, 45 seconds. And we're just getting a glimpse across our teams here. Interrupt is on track to also get that +2 on the board. That's great news, you know. I was a little bit worried with giving our teams the 19s at the start of the day, which is arguably higher than we usually do in a global finals weekend. I was worried we'd see some unfinished +2s, but thus far, all of our teams and all of our dungeons were able to get the 19 +2s unlocked, which is phenomenal. Hopefully we could get that trend going, or keep that trend going.
I was also a little bit worried as well, not just because of +2s, but I was thinking, you know what, maybe the teams don't manage to do the high key levels, and they just end up like wiping for the last, I don't know, 2 hours. But so far, I think it's working out really well, and the teams are, like, I do think that we are going to see teams do those highest key levels that we want to see, you know, the ones that we haven't seen in the group stages. But of course, those are keys that they can't just do first try, right? We already see them having to reset the 21s here, and the 22s, even the 19s, right? So I think this is incredibly exciting, the fact that we start on such a high key level, and we can see those teams push to the highest levels already on the very first day. I can't wait to see the end of today as well, to see that maybe we see some more world records on the board. We already have one world record by anti-clockwise, actually, which is very interesting. They're in the top right side of the screen, and did we move on to that +19 Priory after having a world record in the Arakara, taking a 10-minute break, and now they're back.
Yeah. Phenomenal. A lot of our breaks, I believe all of our first round of breaks have been taken. I didn't take tally, but my vibes are telling me that that's what happened. I saw a lot of team cards be flashed up on the screen. And just a quick reminder, if you're ever looking for a specific POV, we have a lot of co-streamers. Out of every group, somebody is streaming from our players as well. So if you want to see them, you can. And we're going to be seeing Interrupt here actually electing to use that Bloodlust that we were talking about earlier onto Lord Chamberlain in the 19 here. 3 minutes 33 on the +2 timer. You know, if they're a lot faster, they could also maybe get the 21 +2, but based on the current timer, I think that's not going to be something Interrupt will be able to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, I also don't think it translates to a 21-2 chest here for Interrupt. I do want to take a look at Identity. I want to see what Identity is doing, since they are also in the halls and they're in the 22. I think Identity is currently the team that's like, oh, there we go. They're on Lord Chamberlain with 5 minutes 50 left. All right, so they definitely have the time for this. They don't have Lust anymore. They used to done that mini-boss. And they also have 3 battle rests left here, so I mean, we've seen things happen on the boss. We've seen statues like bounce off of other statues and finish off 2 players. I'm not gonna say who that happened to, but that was really funny to look at. But as long as
it happens more often than you think, right?
Yeah,
you look at this boss and you're like, okay, yeah, he throws statues around. I get it, but truly, there lies more danger in these statues than you think. Even in a pathing like this, sometimes it can happen that the statue it moves through is affected. Most of the time, it's just the one where it lands to. So it's not always reliable. You probably just not want to be close to the vicinity of where a statue ever lands to make sure that you're not taking any additional damage here. And yeah, like we mentioned, Identity, very fast. Not world record pace, but very fast in this dungeon.
Yeah, very cool. do also believe that potentially they're going to be able to have that 23 timer as well. They have that one death on the board, so obviously they can't have that happen in a 23, but I do think they do potentially also have that in store for us. Maybe not today, but we'll see, They still have to do the 21 Priory that the other teams have already done, so I wonder if they're going to go with that there after finishing this 22, or if they're just going to go into that Arakara that they haven't done at all yet, which would also make sense. And yeah, let's see what the other teams are doing here. We do see a few 21s started, so that's
Mandatory 22 Arakara.
Yeah,
I think could be an
mandatory.
interesting one to look at.
I think so as well, since they're getting past Avanox right now, and we all know that the first part of that dungeon is probably one of the most difficult parts of any dungeons. So if you get past Avanox, which mandatory is gonna do right now, then they're probably gonna look pretty strong to just go on and finish this run here.
Quick update on their timer. We have not fully figured out what the difference between anti-clockwise and our other teams is that enabled that world record tag. We're researching it though. I can tell you that at least in terms of Avanox splits, mandatory looked to be a good chunk slower than what we saw from both miscount as well as anti-clockwise. I'm assuming it's a little bit of a different pull pattern in that first area, but we need to research it just a smidge more with our VODs. Checking in with Liquid though, they're on that 21 Priory. They enabled that in their previous run. And this is a team that's just been kind of like chilling all throughout today. They barely had any redos overall. They had a single redo in that Priory 21 earlier on. And other than that, all of their keys have been immediately timed keys with not a lot of issues, which is really, really impressive out of a team that hasn't played in this constellation before.
Yeah, that's definitely very good. Like, I do think, because they're also going a little bit under the radar as well, right? We've, other teams have big resets or they're really fast. We see anti-clockwise with a world record. And Liquid, they've just kind of been chilling. They just ran through the dungeons, kind of timed everything. Didn't really, didn't do anything super flashy, but also didn't do anything really bad, which is exactly what you want to do, especially on this first day where the 3 dungeons are getting announced. So I think Liquid is looking very, very strong. I did want to take a short look at missed count because I wanted to compare their splits here because we have a lot of teams that already went into 19, and I am looking currently at the fastest split from the 19, which is from Holy Method, or the fastest run overall, which is from Holy Method, and Holy Method had a 9-minute 14 They'll Cry, while miscount, even though AJ did go down right now, they have an 8:35 They'll Cry. So yeah, miscount is fast in this Priory as well. It's not just the other dungeons where they're fast in, or I guess in the Arakara they are not the fastest team, right? That's anti-clockwise. But in the Halls of Atonement, they definitely are the fastest team, and it looks like they might also be the fastest team here in the Priory as well.
Yeah, I believe Verb, when asked why they're so fast, he said it's the special sauce that the team has. So he wasn't willing to give us the details on how their practice is different than other teams' practice and what enables them to just zoom through dungeons, but it's a great interview. You should watch it. It's on our socials soon, I think. I don't know if it's there yet, but it should be. We're releasing a lot of the player interviews. And of course, as casters, we got the benefit of watching them first. But here's a replay of Interrupt on that 21 first shard play. I was talking about how they looked so good in that Halls after having so many redos in their Priory. Unfortunately, it all goes boom on that 21 after doing really well in the 19. Good news. Not too much loss, just 1-2 minutes off of their clock. Back to miscount. You're right, they're very fast.
Yeah, they're incredibly fast. Also, the Brawn Pike split also like almost a minute faster than Method here as well, which is the fastest, or was the fastest team before a miscount went into this dungeon. So yeah, both Halls and Priory looking very, very good here for a miscount. Of course, in the end, for the 19 here, it's not going to matter too much because all of the other teams also 2-chested it. So miscount is also just going to 2-chest. They're not going to get a 3-chest out of it. As we do have another replay here on the very first pull. Looks like their healer did go down, unfortunately, to just a melee. They did manage to get him back up, but it's going to be so hard for you to recover if you have your healer go down on this big pool here.
Maybe they recover. This looks very good. It happens very rarely, okay? This is a historic moment in day one of the MDI Global Finals, but it looks like this is a positive replay where a team had something really bad happen to them, but they were able to clutch it back up. Well done.
That's crazy.
By Identity. Yep.
Yeah, very nicely done. Yeah, having a healer go down in a pool like this and then somehow managing to still clutch it out is crazy. Really nicely done. And hopefully they can move on to finish that run even. That would be incredible. Back to Miscount though, as they are now in the last boss. And yeah, as I said, they're not going to necessarily get anything like greater out of this compared to the other teams because they're also, quote unquote, just going to 2 chesters and not 3 chesters. But it could mean that maybe in the higher key levels, maybe Miscount has the time to get the 22 done, while maybe the other teams will not. That's something we're going to have to see.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing where their 19 lands. Of course, this key goes a lot higher, so speed is not everything as of right now, but it could come back into the conversation once we actually do look at time tiebreakers later on. That's a good question, actually. So end of day, for anybody that's unfamiliar, we're going to be eliminating not 1, but 2 teams today and tomorrow each. And Nagura, what do you think? Is it going to be a score difference for the 2 eliminations? Or is it going to be a highest key difference, which would be our first tiebreaker? Or a time difference, which would be our second tiebreaker? Or is it going to be 2 different things for the teams that get eliminated? A look into the future.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, right? Because I do think that usually, when it comes to the eliminations, usually it's just like a clear score difference. But then sometimes we do have those like really close moments where anything can happen. It's very rarely a time tiebreaker, generally. Like, I think time tiebreakers are something we do talk about often, and I do think it matters, of course. But for it to actually come to a time tiebreaker is rare. So I'm going to say it's a score difference on the first day. And then the second day, I'm going to say it's going to be a tiebreaker, but like highest key tiebreaker. What do you say?
Okay. No time tiebreakers for day 1 and 2. Are you locking that in as final answer? I'm curious
Locked
what chat
in.
thinks. I'm going to be saying score for today, and then tomorrow it'll be highest key and time tiebreaker each. I'll say there'll be 1, I think.
All right. Yeah, that's written down, noted. We're going to see who wins this. We are going to have to ask all of the casters. It's going to be a little bit of a internal competition now.
See, we love actually fighting amongst the casters on who's the rightest right. So we weren't asked for our predictions this time around, so we're just making them up on the spot.
Right?
That's how that goes.
They don't care about our opinions anymore. Like, production used to ask for our predictions,
Messed up.
so now they just don't care anymore.
Well, we're going to be checking in with Scaffolding as they're on their way in this 19 as well, able to get that 22 Arakara on the board. We'll still need to see them in the Halls of Atonement, but I'm quite excited for this team as well because their Arakara route is so different from what we saw from other teams, right? A lot of times are, I would say, like A+ tier teams that come in that we don't expect to hold all of the world record keys. They do what the S+ teams do, but just they kind of invent on it a little bit, or maybe they're a bit slower in some of the regards. Scaffolding is bringing their own routes and their own ingenuity to this, which I think is really, really cool for a team that doesn't have that veterancy in the competition just yet. So I'm hopeful they're going to give us a surprise like we've seen from Anti-Clockwise as well. Of course, some of their players are longtime veterans, but again, not in this constellation, and that matters a lot.
Yeah, it 100% matters. So yeah, I agree. Like, I think seeing something like that, and it's like, it's also something you have to do, right? Like, if you want to win the global finals, just copying what other teams do and just kind of like constantly being like behind, because obviously when you're copying, you're not in the front, you're behind, right? And in the global finals, you can't do that. In the global finals, you have to be innovating, you have to be coming up with your own strategies and with your own ideas, because you want to be the fastest, right? So seeing that from Scaffolding is very cool. They're not just kind of accepting the fact that they maybe are not the favorites, right? Because we talked about this a little bit earlier. Both Scaffolding anti-clockwise, and maybe also Interrupt. They're the teams that maybe are not the favorites because they came in as like the second seed from their group stage, for example, right? And they, maybe are not expected to win, but they themselves obviously want to win, and they themselves are not giving up. They are bringing in those strategies, and they did put in the practice time, and it's amazing to see them perform so well. As Scaffolding now is finishing off Murpray as well. They have 40 seconds left to get this boss done, to still get the 2 chests in, which is a bit close, I'm gonna have to say here. But I think they are able to do it.
Well, the thing is, they can't have any deaths, right? Any single time you have a death, that's 15-second penalty timer, and at this point, I think that might get a little bit sketchy, but Scaffolding say it's all calculated out, and they have that +2 unlock, as we say. Liquid moving on to their 21 as well. They're currently dealing with Baron Braun Pike. This is a boss that I think generally teams move through pretty easily. It's the Paladin packs before that, and then the last Gauntlet in the Priory, where usually we see lives taken, but still on a 21 or even a 22, there's a lot of damage that goes out here onto the team, so a lot of coordination required by our players, and having that light spawn in there is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and Liquid, we talked about them a little bit earlier, because we've seen so many teams reset the Priories and having such a hard time in here. And Liquid so far reset this dungeon only once, this 21. They had a wipe on that very first pull, they reset the dungeon, and now on their second attempt, they're already here on Braun Pike. And as you said, being past some of these like very difficult parts of the dungeon already. So Liquid actually looking really good to potentially be able to finish this Priory here pretty early on.
Indeed, indeed. And we'll keep an eye on Liquid as they keep doing NA proud and working their way steadily up. But we are going to switch things around here on desk. So Makes, we'll let you go for now, but I think we'll see you around later.
Bye.
Bye. And we're finally, chat, thank you so much for giving Zyro back to us. I know he was hanging out with you for a while, but he's coming back on desk now, so, keep his place on the couch warm. But Zyro, obviously, we're watching this Priory from Liquid right now, and we had some talk before that about anti-clockwise and Scaffolding, who were kind of sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, at least initially today. But a lot of that having to do with the fact that they decided to push Arakara that hard, with Anti getting that world record, and pushing it up to that 22. So as they keep putting up more scores across the board, where do you, Zyro, think that they need to push to be competitive with these top teams this weekend?
I think they need to not have wipes at the start of the key like we just saw start off. But, I mean, listen, I'm not too worried about positions in the first 2 hours of the day here. Now, if they continue to have problems for the next hour and a half, 2 hours, that's when I'll start to be worried. But I suspect that we're going to be in a situation near the end of the day where pretty much all 8 of our teams are going to have the same 3 keys done. There might be a couple teams that have an extra +1 on top, and that's fantastic for them. But I think we're going to be in a situation where the 2 teams we send home today are just going to be the slowest teams and go home based off of tie breaks. All of these keys are very doable for all of these teams. This might be the closest competition we've ever had. It makes sense to see a lot of wipes since we've started the key level so high.
Ooh, I just wanted to say that Holy Method here is actually looking pretty good for the +2 and the 21 hulls that we have seen Miscount put onto the board. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that for sure, as Mandatory is now approaching the end of their 22 here. And they're looking really strong. So they have their 2 deaths on the board, which, it's not ideal, but they still have 1 Battle Rest left. They have Bloodlust here that they're popping immediately here on pull, and they have more than enough time to finish this off. They are doing it, they're playing it a little bit on the riskier side, as they're actually pulling the trash onto the boss that they still have left here, so we'll see if they can execute that. But other than that, looking really good.
Yep, super clean so far for them. I mean, Miscount has been just textbook to start the day.
Yeah.
And this Priory is the final domino to fall before they have to start attempting what would be world record keys. They can attempt to go back to Arakara and try to reclaim that record. They can go to the Priory, try to claim that record. They can go to the Halls of Atonement and try to get the first 23 done in that key. I mean, the world's their oyster after dealing with this Priory. But we can't just say that, it's easy as one and done for them, right? We've already seen this 21 Priory pose issues for a number of different teams that have attempted it today, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that 21 Priory for Miscount and see if they're able to put that in the bag and leave themselves with tons of time left in the day to push those super high-level keys.
Definitely gonna have to see it, but yeah, I agree. I think Miscount is just performing incredible, and if they get this 21 done, they're gonna look so good. And we're gonna have to see where they're even moving on after that. But I just want to take a look at Holy Method just to see if they're gonna be able to get that +2 on the 21 in. Because they did finish off the third boss, and they are now fighting this mini boss. The Bloodlust is not available, but they have 5 minutes 25, which I do think, if they're going to be able to put up a lot of damage here, I do think that can be enough. Like, I think that's enough. Let me take a look at the split for Miscount that they had on the 21 and the third boss.
It's very close. It's very, very close. Third boss split for Miscount in the 21 was in 1941.
1941.
Yeah, so it's extremely close for Holy Method here. They're on pace. And remember, Miscount was only 25 seconds under. So there is a little bit of wiggle room for Holy Method, but they have to put the pedal to the metal. They cannot let up for the rest of this boss, really, for the rest of the dungeon. Now, a nice little advantage they could gain for themselves is to actually delay killing Inquisitor Cigar here for just a little bit until they get the next damage buff and then carry that buff into the boss. Did they get it off? No, they didn't. So they're not going to have that damage buff heading into the boss. But now 4 minutes, 20 seconds. By the time they engage Lord Chamberlain, the Bloodlust is prepped and ready to go the second they have their cooldowns available. Probably will use it on a lineup of Call of the Wild and Breath of Syndragosa for Kush and Genji. But it's looking like they have a shot here.
Yeah, the Bloodlust is now running. We don't have Breath and Pillar for Kush just yet, but it's going to come up in just a moment within that Bloodlust timing. To give a comparison, Miscount needed 3 minutes and 46 seconds, 3 minutes and 47, let's say, to finish up this boss, which of course Holy Method does have, but keep in mind that we talked about this often, Miscount does have like a lot of damage, so not sure if Holy Method is also going to be killing it that quickly, but yeah, I definitely think this is doable for them. They might be the second team to put up that +2 here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Holy Method has got it. I want to point out as well that I think a lot of what sets Miscount apart from the other teams is not necessarily the pure single target damage they do. I think all of our players can execute their single target rotations and even their AoE rotations to the pretty much perfect. They've optimized everything. The thing that makes Miscount so much better is just how aggressive they are with their pulls and optimizing the amount of mobs they hit with their cooldowns pretty much every single use. I think Holy Method is going to have no issue here on Lord Chamberlain finding the DPS check and doing the same amount of DPS as Miscount, if not more DPS actually. They could potentially go even faster in this key still. They just have to find a few seconds extra worth of damage on the boss, and I think they might actually be on pace for that here.
Yeah, they might be able to finish this dungeon even quicker than Miscount, which would be incredible. We're gonna have to take a look as the boss is gonna drop to 50% in just a moment, and they still have more than 2.5 minutes left here as that is happening. So that is crazy damage coming out of Holy Method. In the meantime, it does look like Mandatory is about to finish off their +22 Arakara as well, as the boss is now down to 5%. They have 2.5 minutes left, so more than enough time, with the 2 deaths on the board as well, which makes me believe they do have the time for the 23 potentially as well if they want to. But they haven't stepped foot into the halls at all just yet, so I'm kind of assuming that Mandatory would be going there first before they're attempting to do a world record 23 Arakara here.
Yeah, I mean, we know 23 Arakara rather, is something that's in the cards, especially from the times we've already seen from Miscount in their group weekends, as well as anti-clockwise with the world record they put on the board less than an hour ago. 23 is in the cards timer-wise. Are you able to live through that gauntlet at the start of the key, though? That's something we'll have to wait and see, probably until later today, to see what these teams have to go up against. I mean, the choices are pretty brutal when you think about it. When you're looking at the +1 potential in all of these keys, would you rather go to 23 Priory, 23 Arakara, or 23 Halls? All of those are pretty nasty options. Anti-clockwise, though, looking down their first look at Sir Braunpike, and it looks like it's gone relatively well for them. 1 death to a purification right at the end of the pull. They still have a light spawn left alive, but they're just going to go ahead and drag everything into the boss here. Go for that 2 chest here. 3 minutes 30 on the board. It should be enough for them to deal with Prioress Murpray. One thing they have to keep an eye on here is the death of this light spawn needs to be perfectly lined up in a moment where they can actually drag this boss around. It actually could potentially heal the boss, and that'd be brutal for them. Swapping back to Holy Method, though. Less than a minute left on the 2-chest timer, but with the boss below 10%, they are going to be well and truly ahead of that 2-chest timer.
Yeah, we do have a Death here and the healer on interrupt, but did manage to recover probably as Holy Method is getting the +2 on the board as the second team.
Wow.
They did not quite manage to do it faster than Miscount, I believe, right? I think they're slower, but still the 2-chest is the one that counts, and we're gonna have to see if they actually are gonna go into the 23 later, but very likely are gonna be moving into the 3rd dungeon first before we see any of those attempted. But yeah. Oh no, they are faster. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Very nicely done by Holy Methods. Wow.
Super clean run from them. Only 2 teams have done that so far. Let's swap back to anti-clockwise, though. I want to see if they were able to pull off that light spawn on top of the boss pole. Looks like they should be okay. The boss would be near 100% HP if that heal did go off on the boss, so they were able to pull that off. That does cost them precious time trying to kite the boss around here, and it looks like they might be on the bad side of the 2-chest timer here.
There must have been something that happened. Like, they already have 100% trash. They have all of these footmen left still. Like, something must have gone wrong here for this Priory. After being so fast in this Arakara that they put up a world record, now they're going into this 19 Priory, which all of our teams have 2-chested, and now they're going over count, and they potentially don't have enough time here to not get the 2-chest in. So I think they must have like either pulled something that they didn't want to pull, because they only have the 1 death on the board, which should not be the one thing that is holding them back from the 2-chest here. There must have been something else that went wrong in addition.
Now, it's not completely over yet. A minute 20 left on the board. Divine Field has Call of the Wild active right now, so we can press that button. He'll get 2 full uses of that cooldown. Desired just now popping the Breath Pillar combo, so that's the last usage of that breath he'll get. They also have the Ascendance here from Nezro. This boss doesn't have that much HP, and they had to play the first phase of this boss very perfectly so they didn't accidentally heal it. If they can accelerate the damage in this phase, they might still be able to make the 2-chest, but the time is slowly ticking away for them.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly close for them, as the boss is now down to 41%, and there's only 45 seconds left. They pretty much have to get like 1% per second. They had a little bit more than that, but like at this point you can see the number that is left on the 2-chest is basically lower than the percentage of the boss, which makes me believe that they're not going to be able to do this, and it's going to be pretty close. It's going to be... I do think... Okay, so this is bad, right? But potentially, like, if something went really wrong for them here in this 19 and we just didn't really see it, I guess it potentially could be possible that they managed to 2-chest the 20. And that may be... But then they would also need to be able to do a 22, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. Boomy going down for Liquid here as they're at the end of the 21. But Liquid, this is their second attempt at the 21, only having to reset it once on the very first pull, so not a lot of time lost at all. And going in and then just kind of 2-shotting this dungeon without wasting a lot of time. Very, very nicely done here by Liquid.
So I'm hearing reports that the boss did get healed by about 10% for anti-clockwise, but it looks like that's going to be a little bit outside of what they needed to in order to 2-chest the key, unfortunately. So they will complete the key, but they'll have to go to the 20, whereas I believe every team we've seen so far on the Priory has gotten their +2 on the board. So a little unfortunate for them, but... At least it's not a full wipe and a full reset. So we'll go on to the 20. We'll be happy with that. Liquid as well, timing the 21, getting that on the board. They're going to feel great about that. They've got room in the timer for the 22 easily. So, yeah, a lot of completed keys for our teams, and we're starting to see teams start to gravitate towards that final key they haven't put any attempts into so far. We've got a replay here for scaffolding, and, you know, I don't want to spoil it, but usually replays are wipes for us.
Not
looking at
always.
Lazel's health bar, yep, it's the tank going down, unfortunately. They're just under so much stress whenever you pull all of these trash mobs on top of bosses. They're pretty much just on a timer with their cooldowns, right? The second those run out, you're not long for this world, and unfortunately for scaffolding, another wipe for them. Start the day. The start of the day has not been great for them. They've probably had the most wipes out of our team so far, but again, they're not anywhere near out of the competition. We're not even quite... We're just now about to cross the halfway point for the day. And if they can play lights out to end the day, they should be on the same score key-wise as the rest of our teams, and at that point, it'll come down to timers. So, I mean, they still have time.
Yeah, they definitely still have time. So we are now taking a look at Mandatory. So Mandatory, once they finish up this 19 key, which should not be a problem for them, hopefully, then they're going to be moving up to those 62 points, which would actually put them in the lead in the number 1 spot. But Miscount is currently in a plus 21 Priory that is actually looking really good. And if they finish this, they're going to move up to 63, which is going to be a really high score from Miscount. And it's going to be pretty hard to reach from any of the other teams quickly. So yeah, Miscount just playing lights out. I think this is actually their first attempt of this 21. I think they didn't reset this key a single time. And potentially one-shotting this. Of course, they still have to finish off Brown Pike here and do the last boss too. But already getting past the first area, getting past the first boss and the Paladin pulls, which can be super tricky. So looking pretty good for a Miscount here. As we do see Liquid. I think they had to reset this 19 here once. Oh no, they just got out of the 21 now. No, this is their first attempt.
First attempt, can see Boomy back onto the Havoc Demon Hunter, which seems to be the play for this key with all of the prio mobs that need single target damage to deal with them. Havoc is just so good at that in both this key as well as the Halls of Atonement, so it makes sense to see the Ellie Shaman being swapped over to the Havoc for pretty much all of our teams. Like to see that variation based off of the dungeons that we're seeing to deal with these mini bosses. And yeah, Liquid has been again looking quite good today, just continuing the play from their group weekend. They've been very consistent. They've been putting up fast times, and they're giving themselves a lot of time to push those higher level keys near the end of the day.
Yeah, they're looking very strong. I mean, just the performance from most of our teams here is just incredible. I mean, the fact that we see those like 21s just going in and like some of them literally getting one shot is crazy to me. And just the play going from one dungeon to the other. We do see the Demon Hunter switch from like going from the Demon Hunter to the Elemental Shaman, which is another interesting thing, right? The fact that we picked 2 dungeons where the Demon Hunter is played. Well, those are the only 2 dungeons, right? Like all of the other keys you would play the Elemental Shaman in. But that's something that I'm not really sure. Do you think there are certain teams that actually excel with the Demon Hunter? Like maybe that's like a positive thing for them that we have those 2 Demon Hunter dungeons in there?
Oh, let me think about that. I don't think any of the people that are swapping to the Demon Hunter off the top of my head are Demon Hunter mains or people that play it a lot. So I don't know if that particularly benefits any team in particular. I know on the other hand, for example, the Ellie Shaman pick, that's something that's really good for Mandatory. Stove played a lot of Ellie Shaman this tier. I think Chrono's played it a lot as well for scaffolding. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of these players are so good that they can just pick up these classes and perform them at like 99% efficiency, especially with all the practice they've put in, the cooldown timings they've practiced throughout the past couple of weeks. I don't expect that there's going to be any major gap in output for the players. I think the real thing where you're going to see the best players rise above the rest is in their utility usage as well as just their survivability, right? It's really easy to hop on a class and press the damage buttons correctly. It's not easy to do that and stay alive all the time at the same time.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you. We do have a death on miscount though, as you see a light spawn purification beam taking out one of the players. Did manage to recover quickly though. Yeah, keep in mind that miscount, they are now 20 minutes into this run, and finishing this key would move them up to 63 points, which is actually not which no other team can actually reach within the next like 10 minutes or so, or 20 minutes. So miscount actually looking really strong if they manage to finish this run here. But yeah, this area is, again, one of those areas where things can go wrong very, very quickly. You have the light spawn fixates with the purifications. You have all of these casters that can be problematic. And of course, you also have the paladins with the AoE coming through. And you also have to watch out for the light spawn heals, as we did see a boss even getting healed, unfortunately, earlier. And that's why we did only get the +1 for anti-clockwise. But yeah, lots of things can go wrong in this last area in that Priory.
Mandatory showing great pace in their Halls of Atonement, as they've done the same thing we saw from both Miscount and Liquid earlier today in the 19 Halls of Atonement, getting to Echelon with all of this trash, and the second Bloodlust isn't even ready for them yet on the pole. Fantastic run for Mandatory, a team that's been quietly performing very well today. I mean, all of our teams have been performing to an awesome standard, but this is a team that going into Group C, we were expecting to dominate the weekend, and Tettle talked about this at the top of the show a little bit. They really didn't perform up to the expectation that we had for them, and it was only pulling out the world first 24 Gambit at the end of the weekend that they were able to win the weekend. They were very shaky throughout the weekend. 2-3 hours of wipes in dungeons that we wouldn't expect them to. They've been performing much closer to the standard that they've set for themselves over the past couple of years today. It's been refreshing to see after their group weekend.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think really Mandatory looks like they're pretty... they're even a little bit ahead of Liquid here, it looks like. A couple of minutes, of course, since both of the teams are on 43 points, and they're now in that last dungeon, which is at plus 19. So putting this on the board would mean that both Liquid and Mandatory would be moving up to the 62 score. And yeah, they're both looking very strong. In the meantime, we also have Holy Method here, which, again, are also in that last dungeon that they have not stepped foot in just yet. And putting up this dungeon would mean they're still behind to some of the other teams, but also recovering pretty well from their initial struggles that they had in that Priory 21. And they're now hopefully being able to get the 2 chests on that Arakara, but I don't doubt their ability to do so, especially without any kind of deaths on the board just yet.
Let's check back in with Mist Count, because last we saw them, they were eyeing down the most dangerous mob in the dungeon in Sir Braunpike, and now we can see they are in combat with this mob. Does it... Am I crazy? Does it look like they took this pull a little bit more smoothly than most of our other teams, or did they actually end up going for the crazy pull? They had the Bloodlust popped, but I figured they would have had the mob dead by now, considering we haven't seen them for about 2 minutes. Either way, we're still clean here. Everyone alive. Bloodlust still active. AJ, a little low on mana, but mana's sometimes fake for Resto Druid. Shouldn't be too worried about that. The thing we have to be worried about is these footmen. If they explode at the same time as the ticking damage from Sir Braunpike, that could be a strain on the already strained mana pool for AJ here. Do they have the stuns available for these footmen? Looks like they do. Asphyxiate being used on the final one there from Verb to make sure they take no more extra AoE damage, and just another textbook pull here from Mist Count. Sir Braunpike dead in the 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame, with over 8 minutes left on the key timer here still, Nagura. This is like ridiculously fast.
Yeah, this is really fast. I just opened up our fastest 21 Priory we've seen so far, which is from Holy Method, actually. And I know, obviously, the trash pulls could be a little bit different, but Baron Braunpike was killed by Holy Method at 1922, while Miscount is at 1741, which is insane. It's like 1.5 minutes difference in favor of Miscount here. And overall, like the dungeon timer at the end for Holy Method was 28:17, which Miscount is definitely on pace to go under. So Miscount, again, just showing how incredibly fast they are.
Again, though, I mean, a lot of this is just set up for the real feature of the competition, right? We want to see the highest level of keys. The fact that these teams are able to complete these lower keys so consistently and so quickly, get the +2s on the board, really all of that is in service to just give them more time to attempt the high-level push keys that we want to see in this competition, and Miscount has been the best team at that so far. But those highest keys are the hardest part of the competition, so they're not anywhere near in the clear yet. All of our other teams are still racing to catch up to them to get to the point that they're at where they can start pushing those high-level keys, and Miscount will be feeling that. Everyone will be breathing right down their necks.
So what do you think Miscount is going to do after they're done with their 21 Priory here?
I think they go 22 Arakara first, because that's like the
I think that
most
makes
reasonable
sense,
key left for them. Then after that, it's all 23s. I mean, it's all ridiculous keys.
Yeah. I think the Arakara 22, and then attempting probably the Halls 23, because they have the 2 chest 21, right? As one of the 2 teams that has that key available. But yeah, I do think 22 Arakara does make sense.
Yeah, they also do 20. They can do 22 Priory if they want to go right back in after doing the 21. So they have a couple of options there. But I mean, all of the keys are nuclear level difficulty for them after dealing with this 21, which it looks like they're going to be able to do with so much time left for the final boss. In the meantime, Holy Method working on their 3rd and final key that they have to put a score into. And Noobzect going to be going down here probably around the 14:30, 15-minute mark, so they're on good pace for the 2 chests there. Doesn't look like we'll see a 3 chest in that key from any of our teams this weekend, but that's to be expected, right? That's a really difficult key to 3 chest. All of these keys are on the 19th level. Scaffolding, still working on the 21 Priory. That missed count is now about to complete. Already into phase 2. Boss below 30%. 6 minutes left on the dungeon timer. Just unbelievable pace from them.
That's actually crazy. Like, the timer with a death on the board as well is absolutely insane. That boss is going to be melting. Gonna die in just a moment here. Maybe we're not even gonna get the Ascendance back here from Hearthjax that is available in 25 seconds or so. We have to see about that. But yeah, this is just crazy pace by Miscount. Then we're gonna see what they're doing afterwards. And one-shotting this 21 is also an incredible feat. Not only are they super fast, they're also just incredibly consistent as well. Just goes to show how good of a team Miscount is, and they are continuing their kind of performance that they've shown in the group stage as well, where they had put up a world record in every single dungeon that they put up, taking away some world records from Holy Method that they had previously put up in the first group. And there it is, Miscount finishing the boss at 27:18, which is a minute faster than what Holy Method's run was.
Minute faster, and also technically like 45 minutes faster because they didn't have that full wipe into another 12-minute wipe. So
yeah,
just unbelievably impressive from Miscount. Honestly, if I was a viewer at this point, I think I'd be a little tired of the casters saying how impressive it is from Miscount. But it's important to talk about, right? Because this team has always had the potential to be a top team. They've always been a top team ever since we first saw them back in the day as Does Gargoyle stream. But in the past couple of years, every time this competition comes around, it's always been a question and a storyline that we followed. Is this the time for them? Can they win this time? And whether it's wiping in the lower level keys, not getting the +2s that they need in order to level up their keys, faltering at the highest level, not practicing a key level that they didn't think was possible, whereas Holy Method thought was possible, Mandatory thought was V.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly strong, honestly. I'd be really scared if I was one of the other teams here, but we're gonna see if they manage to catch up. And what they're also gonna do now, we did talk about this a little bit, we're thinking they're going to the 22 Arakara, but yeah, we're gonna have to see. As Identity, though, another team that we haven't spoken about in a little bit. They are the #1 seed from China, and they looked incredibly strong. They did struggle a little bit in some of the keys earlier, and they have not attempted the 21 Priory just yet. So, of course, that is also a potential problematic dungeon for them, and maybe why they moved on immediately after 2 just in the 19, not even attempting it. But yeah, we're gonna have to see, as they're now in that 21 Arakara here, getting the 2 chests in the 19, no problem.
Yeah, just going right back into it. Love that. Holy Method have dealt with the Noobsect sub 15 minutes. Of course, the 18-minute 3 chest timer going to be out of sight for them, but they're still trying to go as quickly as possible, want to give themselves as much time as they possibly can in order to complete these higher level keys at the end of the day and set themselves up to be in a good spot for the rest of the weekend, and also just to stay out of elimination. Remember, if you're just now tuning in, we have 8 teams competing this weekend. 2 will be eliminated today. 2 will be eliminated tomorrow, which will leave us with the final 4 on Sunday. So these teams are not only trying to win the competition, they're just trying to be able to stay in the competition for the next couple of days.
Yeah, they definitely are. As Holy Method now popping that Bloodlust on that last boss. Quick look at the leaderboard now, though. We did see Miscount finish the Priory, getting that world record on the board too, because of course Priory is the 21 is the highest key level we've seen so far, and Priory with a 27:18 is going to be a new world record that Miscount set. So the second world record that we have in this global final so far, and this is the first day, and we're still within the first 3 hours basically of the day as well. So absolutely crazy. 63 points already for Miscount, which is an incredible score for such a short amount of time.
Want to see where they go next. That is the real question. Where is their marker at? They're in the Halls of Atonement right now. Are they going for the 23 halls?
Oh,
that's where the green dot is.
I would love that.
I would love to see that.
They
We're in the 23 halls.
Oh, wow.
World records being attempted. World records being claimed. New high-level keys being attempted. Let's take a look at this 23. What are the real barriers going to be in this key for them, Nagura?
I feel like just everything. But,
okay.
Realistically, I think, like, especially the start here, this early area with the Hulks. Like you have the Thresh plus Houndmaster combos where the shoot plus the AoE Thresh can kill you so quickly. And of course we also have just general casts that need to be watched out for when you have the Obliterators, plus again the shards casting the Thresh. You can see just how much damage this Thresh cast does. So not only do you need a lot of damage to finish up the shards before like that additional Thresh is coming out that you don't have cooldowns planned for, you also need to make sure that you're controlling all of these other mobs. And these shoots, I'm pretty sure you just can't have these shoots go through on a Thresh. Like if you get a Thresh tick plus a shoot, I think you die.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think something else to look out for as well, Siphon life debuffs need to be instantly dispelled as well. Those can be incredibly dangerous, and like you said, just one errant Wicked Bolt cast going off can be the end of a pull for them. So, first Shard of Halkias dead for missed count into another massive pull on top of the second Shard of Halkias as well. There are no brakes on this train. They have to go at this speed to time the key, because remember, this key level, 21% more HP and damage on every single mob that they have to deal with. And we talked about this a lot during the group stages. That extra damage is brutal to get through. The way these comps work, when you're outside of cooldowns, your comp really doesn't do a lot of damage. So your time spent in cooldowns is lower, which means these mobs actually end up lasting 50% longer on these higher level keys. Now, the Demon Hunter is going to help with that. They'll be able to funnel pretty much non-stop into the shards, but just look at the Thrash damage. That's the second Thrash going off, and the shard is still at 50% HP.
And it's crazy. Like, you can see how they planned out everything here, too. You saw that Kira at the start did not use Shield Wall, even though he had Last Stand and 2 Shield Walls available. But because AJ had used Iron Bark on Kira, he was holding on to his other cooldowns. Now he's out, though. He has used 2 stacks of Shield Wall and the Last Stand after that initial Iron Bark. There's so much damage on the group. AJ has to full-on focus healing the group, and Kira, of course, has to tank all of this, which is just insane damage on the tank as well. They did manage to finish off the Halkias now, and they're maybe just dragging this on in just a moment here as well, once they have recovered. But yeah, this is crazy. They have to finish off the Houndmaster at least before they can move on.
Yeah, I mean, in the 21, Kira is already in the next pack, right? But in the 23... need to play it a little bit safer than that. Yeah, Houndmaster goes down, and then we're off to the next pull. Houndmaster plus Gargans into this middle pack as well. The next Call of the Wild is available for Yargi. The next Breath is available than that. Yeah, Houndmaster goes down, and then we're off to the next pull. Houndmaster plus Gargans into this middle pack as well. The next Call of the Wild is available for Yargi. The next Breath is available for Verb. This pack should go pretty quickly, and then they'll have a lot of time between now and the next shard for them to regen those cooldowns up again.
Yeah, and they'll need that for sure. Like, that first back-to-back shard, I think that's one of the most crucial moments, and they're past it, right? We've seen lots of resets, even on a 21 key level, on that second shard. Because the first shard, you have Bloodlust, you have your cooldowns, right? And then going straight into a second shard, that's usually like the crucial moment, and Miscount did manage to get through it, and you just saw how close it was. Like, every Thrash cast was just insane damage on the group, plus all of this tank damage that I mentioned. But yeah, there we go. They are fighting this second Devil Houndmaster pack here that they have to deal with the Obliterators as well. Of course, controlling this very, very cleanly. You can see the marks also already coming out, making sure that they are positioning themselves as well to move on to that third shard pull in just a moment. The patrol, I'm not sure if they're pulling this patrol now or later, but they did not root it in place earlier, so it looks like they are pulling it now. Alright, otherwise they could have rooted the Houndmaster on the other side if they wanted to avoid it. Yeah, they're gonna just be dragging it up into that next caster pool.
And not enough mobs available for this Call of the Wild, so Kira's gonna go pull some extra mobs so Yargi can do Yargi Dam here. And that is the case. Look at this. Pull stack together, insta Call of the Wild, back to blasting the meters here, and Miscount has been in constant combat for the first 5 minutes of the dungeon here. Look at look at the damage meters, how they stack up here. We're now nearing 7 billion damage for all 3 of our damage dealers, holding steady at over 20 million DPS each. This is the thing that sets apart Miscount from our other teams. They just go crazy with the chain pulling, even in this insane push level key.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm just a bit disappointed in AJ's damage. Like, what is he doing? Like, come on.
Yeah, focus up, AJ. Come on, man.
Yeah. So a little bit more cat weeping, please. But yeah, anyway, we do see them finishing off this pull in a moment as well. And these are... it's crazy because under 23, obviously every single pull is difficult. But yeah, these pulls that they're doing right now are quote-unquote recovery pulls for the third shard. It's coming up in just a moment, and I think Kira is going to be gathering up that pull just now, as we do see Mandatory here in the 21 pulse. So 2 key levels lower, but Mandatory, this is going to be an interesting one for them as well, to see if they manage to 2-chest at 21, because we have seen both Holy Method and Miscount 2-chest at 21, and we see Miscount go straight into 23. So now we know that the 2-chesting at 21 actually is important, since Miscount is going straight in there.
I mean, again, look at the cooldown timing for the team here. They're not just pressing errant cooldowns to finish off a pack. They're dragging these mobs in at 20-30% HP into the next pull so that these cooldowns can be just that much more effective. They get in on top of this mob, and they pop the cooldowns. Unfortunately, Yarki dies to the Wicked Bolt here, which is my first opportunity to say the line that a Hunter dying, Nagura, is terrible. You lose all of your tier set stacks. You lose all of your trinket stacks, if you're running that trinket, of course. Another Prism very, very strong right now, so I wouldn't be surprised to see both Verb and Yargi using it. I know Demon Hunters prefer to use the Cursed Stone Idol instead, so I'm not too worried about that. But the damage kind of slows down here for the Hunter. Now, fortunately, it was right after he pressed the Call of the Wild, so there's a little bit of time to generate stacks before the next one, but still, this next cooldown will be that much more worse for that death.
Yeah, and now we're gonna have to see if do they manage to finish up the shard now before the next Thrash cast is coming out, because I do think that they did not count on getting another one. So this shard has to die now, and it looks like they will be able to finish it off. So even with the Yargi death, they're not getting one of those extra casts out, which is great. And now the rest of this trash should not be too hard for them to finish off, as they do need to make sure they're not getting any of those casts go out, though, as we did see Yargi die to one of those bolts. Right, so it was one of those casts not being interrupted that finished off Yargi here. But now it looks like they are gathering the last couple of trash percentage that they need, and they're going to be pulling this into the boss very likely, or at least they're waiting for their RP to be over and waiting for their Halkias to be attackable in just a moment.
All right, looks like we're going to go in, and they're also just going to be pulling these collectors as well, a little bit of extra count. Seen this from a lot of teams, but of course, each of these collectors is more potential damage on the group. It's extra kicks. These Siphon Lives need to be stopped. You cannot let them sit there and channel those, especially when you consider the massive AoE damage that the boss is going to be doing with every single slam and every single heave debris. It needs to be perfect from them. You can see the Chaos Nova coming out there to make sure that they don't take Siphon Life damage at the same time as the slam casts. Little bit desynced on these casts. They'll probably just use manual interrupts on those three. Yes, you can see the interrupt meter in the top left there, just kicking those Siphon Lives. This is a very important song and dance that they have to play to make sure that they can actually live through the overlap of abilities on this key level.
Oh my god, I just now realized that they have to do that, like, the pull after this boss. With all of the small, like with the bleeds and the reavers. Oh my god. The ankle biters. Oh, how are they gonna do that? This is insane. Now, they will have Bloodlust. I'm assuming that they're saving the Bloodlust for this pull, even though they're probably gonna get it up during this Halkias fight. Yeah, that pull, the ankle biter pull, with the, like, that's just gonna be absolutely crazy. And we're gonna have to see in just a moment. But before they get there, they still have to finish off this boss, of course. And you can see, as he mentioned, getting all of this AoE damage coming through from those debris being thrown. And then they also have all of these collectors still alive that they're trying to keep alive even. They're not actually AoEing them down, of course, because Hearthjax is getting funnel damage onto the boss from them. And now that they are slowly going down, they are gathering more groundskeepers into the pool to just continue the funnel damage and to continue the efficiency in the enemy forces, just kind of passively cleaving them down while, of course, dealing with the boss.
The good news is they're going to have the Bloodlust available for that pull if they choose to save it. It's actually going to come off cooldown in about 30 seconds, which means it'll be available for the last 25% or so of the boss, so they could just press a tempo lust here. The problem with Halls of Atonement and Bloodlusts is that technically you can get 4 Bloodlusts in consistently. Very low moment there for Verb, but DK almost went down. That's kind of scary when your DK is the one that drops to almost 1% HP, but just barely able to stay alive with the help of AJ there. You can get 4 Bloodlusts in the timer, and you have a decent amount of wiggle room to do it, but you can't really delay it more than 2 or 3 minutes per Bloodlust, right? You can delay it 3 minutes total throughout the key, and you'll get that 4th Bloodlust, and this is assuming also no deaths at all in the entire key. So they have a tight window where they'll have to choose to decide what to do with that second lust. Now, if they've already practiced this key, which I'm assuming they would have considering it's the first key they went to after dealing with the warm-up keys, so to say, they'll know what they're going to do with this Bloodlust, but I'm still interested to see what their plan is. And we can see now the Bloodlust is off cooldown for Miscount here, and they're holding on to it. So the play is probably going to be save that Bloodlust in every single button in the game for that massive pull afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already scared for them, like, for that pull. That is just a crazy pull to do. And one of the things I do mention sometimes, but this is only something I know because I actually participated in the very, very first MDI, which was completely different. It's a long time ago, right? But one thing that I still remember about practicing when it came to the MDI was that practicing pulls that you can only attempt once is incredibly hard if it's not like the very start of the dungeon, right? And this pull with the ankle biters, that's a pull you can very likely only try once because some ankle biters are probably going to die before you wipe. Like, you're not going to instantly wipe, right? You're probably going to wipe after 1-2 ankle biters are dead, and then you can't try it again because then it's not going to be the same thing. So you're going to have to go out, reset the whole key, do the whole thing again to try that pull again. So that makes this pull even harder for these teams because of the limited amount of practice time they can get compared to like maybe the first shard pull. Like that one you can just try over and over and over. But yeah, pull like this, that is just really hard to practice.
And I mean, this is a real crux pull of the dungeon. They've got the Bloodlust prepared for it. How many Nether Prisms do we have? We have one on Yargi, we have one on Verb. Is Hearthjax running it? No, he's running Stone Idol. They'll have saved every single button, every single trinket press in the game for this particular pull. Look at the group damage here from these ankle biters. AJ doing a ton of healing just to keep the group alive. 60 million, 70 million DPS now from Verb at the start of the pull, and these ankle biters are still alive, still jumping. 5 stacks now on Yargi, Dwarf used. 4 stacks on Verb, Dwarf used. They had to use every button in the game to live through this pull, but it looks like they've gotten through at least the ankle biter part of it. Now we're in round 2, where these Stoneborn Reavers are going to start destroying Kira as he runs out of cooldowns. We might even get to the second round of cooldowns. Did Verb actually do that damage without the Breath of Syndragosa as well at the start of the pull? That is insane.
This is crazy. Like they held on to their dwarf ratios for so long before they cleared the bleed. Both Verb and Yargi did, and of course AJ and Hearthjax, they are not dwarfs. They cannot be dwarfs. So they made sure to focus the healing and the defensives on Hearthjax and AJ as much as possible. And Verb and Yargi, they delayed their stone skin really late to then make sure they use it at the end, and that was perfectly executed here by Miscount. That was really well done, and of course, as you said, Kira is also taking so much damage on this pull.
You have 2 Reavers left alive at 50% HP. Why are we chaining still? Actually, there's 3 alive.
My God.
They didn't even kill one yet. What
This
are we
is
doing?
insane.
Somehow it works, though. I mean, Kira's insane. I didn't think you'd be attempting this on the 23, but look at what this has gained them. They were able to get past those stone guards, and they can actually take it pretty easy up here. They don't have to pull Echelon right away. I'm pretty sure they're ahead of their timer. They can take it easy, kill off a couple of the Reavers, and only once Kira's comfortable going into the boss can they go again. The thing I'm eyeing, though, is that Call of the Wild cooldown. I'll bet you Echelon will be pulled probably when that has like 5 seconds left. Nope, 10 seconds left. Kira's fine. He has no buttons available, but he's fine. Let's just pull everything anyways. This is just crazy.
This is absolutely insane. I just want to like point something out right now. Of course, we haven't seen any 23 attempted just yet. This is the first attempt. But what we have seen is Liquid time at 22 hulls. And Liquid's boss split for Halkias on a 22 is 12:17. So Miscount is faster on a 23 in this hulls here compared to Liquid, which is absolutely insane. Like Miscount, they are just playing out of their mind right now. And this is their first attempt. They didn't reset this dungeon once so far.
This is unbelievable gameplay from them, and they've gotten through most of the difficult pulls of the key. The only thing standing between them and a timed key here is, number one, we still don't know if they're fast enough yet, right? The timer is definitely difficult to get through at this high key level, but the pull right after Echelon is, again, almost as difficult, if not more difficult, than that ankle biter pull that they had the Bloodlust saved for. The shoots from these mobs could potentially just take somebody out from 90% HP. So everyone has to be perfectly top throughout that entire pull. They need to play it safe. But first, we have to get through Echelon.
Yeah, we have to get through that boss. And of course, that boss can also be pretty scary. Now, obviously, a boss for a team like this is always going to be a little bit more, like if you're not pulling any more trash on top, it's going to be a little bit more scripted. And, you know, I'm sure they like figured everything out beforehand. They have all of those defenses planned. But Echelon in particular can also be a boss that might be a bit rougher because of the RNG, right? You never know who is going to be getting the debuff. And that can be a little bit bad RNG if the same people get it multiple times in a row, if they can't immune it. You can see it was on the stove this time around. Of course, not ideal. You technically do want it on your DK most of the time. But yeah, other than that, they are doing really well. Scaffolding, though, having a wipe on their 21. They're so late into that Priory. Oh, I think there might be a reset for them. Oh, no.
The mandatory optional boss claims another. Sir Braunpike wipes yet another team. The most dangerous mob of the entire MDI competition this season claims another run 25 minutes in. Absolutely brutal. Looking back at this 23 Halls of Atonement for Miscount, I think the other impressive thing to point out here is that in 17 minutes of combat in this dungeon, they've only had one break of combat, and that was on the run from Halkias up to that ankle biter pull for about 5 seconds. And somehow AJ still sitting on a decent amount of mana for Resto Druid. He's just been chilling, keeping his team alive through this key so far, and just that one bolt death so far in the key. Just lights out gameplay here from Miscount.
Yeah, just incredible. You can see how much damage this dot tier does on Yargi on this 23 key level. Like, even that is just crazy to heal. Boss is dropping lower and lower though, as we're now down to 20%. And yeah, this pull that is after Echelon, that's another like pretty difficult one coming up. You have the double Houndmasters, you have those Reapers, right? That one also needs to be played pretty perfectly, because if you get, I think even just a single shoot can one-shot you if you don't have anything up, depending on which class you're playing, right? Of course, it does physical damage, so on Verb, it's not going to be doing as much, but I do think somebody like Hearthjax or AJ, if he doesn't go Bear Form, it's probably going to one-shot him on a 23. And especially if you get 2 shoots from the Double Houndmaster, you're definitely going to be dead. So they need to make sure they're controlling that perfectly. Verb actually getting the Iron Bark here, as that bleed does so much damage to him. But they're holding on to their stone skins. And yeah, Echelon is dying now. They're already posturing to make sure they're going to be pulling that next pack in just a moment. But yeah, that's just another difficult one coming up. And hopefully they can execute it.
Well, they did successfully execute Echelon, and we'll keep an eye on that pack as it comes up here in just a second. But while Miscount's trying to go the distance in this possible plus 23 world run, so are we on the desk. We're tagging in Tuttles and Dratnos for the second half of this relay race, so Zyro, Nagura, we'll see you later on, all right?
I'll be watching from chat.
Bye. Chat, welcome back, Zyro and Nagura now, as your own. And I mean, this is getting intense here, Tuttles. Dratnos, this is wild seeing this run. But Dratnos, how is it looking for them as they come in on this pack?
Yeah, so Miscount were 40 seconds faster than the slowest 22 on the Echelon kill timer. So they are in range for timing that key. Mandatory are also in this dungeon. You can see Mandatory way faster on potentially that 2-chest pace. Scaffolding as well, having to restart that run. And yeah, this is going to be very hectic. We've got a lot going on, a lot to jump around on. If you ever miss out on any particular run, if there's one run you want to focus on, if you want to frantically tab between all the teams even more than we are, there is a co-streamer from each of our teams, by the way, that you can always go and check out. So make sure that you do that if there's something in particular that you don't want to miss. With 8 teams playing today, there is a whole lot of action going on. And the good news as well, there's a full day before day 2, so you can just rewatch several of the VODs from each team's perspective for the next 24 hours before we get into another day.
This is the hardest pull of the dungeon right here that Miscount just killed off. I know that we were kind of jumping around a little bit, but what they were doing is they were actually CC chaining the Houndmasters and those Eviscerators at the exact same time. The Hurl, Glaive, and the Shoot combo. It is a very dangerous combo. Hearthjax and AJ are incredibly susceptible of dying to that double combo fizz damage hit, and the fact that Miscount were able to get through that pull cleanly, they are in great position to actually be able to down this dungeon now. They obviously still have a 23 boss and 2 bosses remaining, so there's a bunch of things that can go wrong, but they are through the hard parts of this dungeon, so this is fantastic.
Yeah, Reaver onto boss here is pretty scary, especially for Kira. Kira is a little bit low on defensive resources as well. A shield wall charge has just become available once more, but other than that, he doesn't really have much else, and this Reaver does do nasty things to the tank. You can also see 10 stacks of that debuff is going to get dispelled off, though, and we're going to have that shield wall rolling now for the end of the Reaver. So once that goes down, the danger here goes down by a lot.
It's Eviscerator. I mean, it's Eviscerators and the Houndmaster that's from that trash pack that's actually the most dangerous, even though in normal situations, you'd see that Reaver just mortal striking your tank as a problem. At the same time, that's the advantage of the Protection Warrior. That's why we're seeing it time and time again. The ability to be able to block White Swings is a huge deal. AJ is dropping unbelievably low with that Iron Bark on him. Just having the debuffs from High Adjudicator Elise at the exact same time. The Parishioner is pulsing AoE on that entire group. It looks like AJ is going to be able to kind of equalize all the HP for the remainder of Miscount. Once this trash ends up going down, once that Obliterator, once that Collector end up dying off, then it's just Miscount versus the boss. An easy part compared to what they've done from here on out.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of a reprieve, right? Where it's like we've just been fighting this boss for a minute with trash, and now the trash is dead.
The boss is the least deadly part of this entire situation.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the timer, though. Because let's not take a look at the timer. Let's take a look at our healer going down. Okay, that's going to be another battle res committed here. 2 deaths on the board for Miscount. So the split we're looking for on this boss, the slowest timed 22, which came from Interrupt, had a 24-21 split on this boss.
So, I mean, we're going to be a little, probably about the same time as that. Typically,
it's probably going to be comparable. Now, the thing that worries me a little bit is the next mini-boss section scales pretty nastily with key level. There might be an extra heal cast getting involved, so that could be a time loss. Now, the slowest time 22 was a 31:15, so there were a few seconds to spare, but not an awful lot here. Miscount, with these 2 deaths on the board, this is going to be an extremely tight timer, even if they don't have any further mistakes from here.
I typically want to budget around 19 minutes to 19:30 for an echelon split. But once you start to get to these keystone cap sections, kind of like Dranos was pointing out, if you end up getting additionally 2 more heals on Inquisitor Cigar, that can actually just take a chunk out of your timer. But for Miscount, they were looking like they were in great position. They just need to continue playing their main game. We do see Interrupt here. They're going to be downing this dungeon on that 22. Honestly, dude, that's funny. They have the exact same boss split for Echelon that we saw for Miscount 1 key level higher.
Yeah, not a great sign for Interrupts, but timing this key is really important for them. As a reminder, today we have 8 teams playing. 2 of them are getting eliminated, not the one that you might be used to from the group weekends. And Interrupt certainly in some danger of being on the chopping block here, as they are going to lose a player, but it's okay. The boss is low enough. This is only going to hurt them in the time tiebreakers. And yeah, this 22 hauls probably would feel pretty good until you look over and see, oh, Miscount are doing this thing on 23. Hang on a sec. How are we ever going to do that? Because looking at these timers, it's going to be a huge uphill battle for Interrupt. But right now, they can't worry about that. After this finishes, they have got to go to that Arakara. All
right, so Draddy, this is your first time on the desk. Give me the existing storylines that you've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be such a hectic end to the day because we have such a close race between all of our teams. If you look at all the scorecards, you can see it looks like there are some pretty big gaps because there are some teams at 60 and some teams at 40, right? And you're like, oh, well, the teams at 60 must just be crushing the teams at 40. But the teams at 40 all don't have that 3rd keystone timed. So there is going to be, I mean, basically, once you factor in the fact that those last keystones are going to get done for the teams that haven't yet got one on the board, all of our teams are basically within 2 points of each other right now, which the difference between first place and an elimination being 2 points is absurd. Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh, mandatory. They've procced a Stoneborn slasher into Lord Chamberlain. And look at this, Bloodlust is available. I think they're going for the 2 chest.
They must have tagged this in after the 3rd boss, right? They took this forward. So,
yes.
Oh man, how do you do that? Is that
so? I think they sent somebody back through the portal after the
Death Knight.
Okay.
Through the wall, apparently, can tag it somehow. Wow.
Interesting. We've seen, I remember back whenever this was current in Shadowlands, teams would actually port the pet loyal Stoneborns in order to be able to allow them to kill Inquisitor
Because you can
Cigar.
mind control it if you were a Venthyr, but of course that particular piece of technology no longer exists. But I was thinking it was going to be... Do you remember in Algathar Academy, which is returning, by the way, next season, Season 1 of Midnight, Algathar Academy is coming back, we would have these pulls that were done by demon hunters placing a sigil and then like accepting a summon, but of course we don't have a warlock that would make that happen. So yeah, apparently it's Frost DK. Some abilities can go through the wall from that spec. So nice. Yeah, Mandatory are absolutely going for that 2-chest pace here, and I think they're going to get it as well, which we've learned is really important. We don't know for sure if the 23 is going to get timed by miscount, but we know that the pace is feasible in this dungeon on 23, which means that the 2-chest in the 21 is valuable. Sometimes we see these dungeons where a 2-chest landing actually doesn't change that much because you can only go 1 key level higher anyways before you just deplete the dungeon.
Gosh.
But it's clear that Halls of Atonement is not that dungeon, which means this is a big value keystone. But miscount in combat with Lord Chamberlain with more than 5.5 minutes, even at this key level. I mean, this boss takes a long time. Their lust is now expired as well, but I think they have the time for this.
They're going to be a minute and a half under. Like you're saying they have the time for this. I think they have plenty of time. To the point where I think their echelon split could have been a minute slower and miscount with how they've been pacing, the aggressive chaining with the Reavers, again, as it turned out. Kira just taking control of this dungeon. I think that's the biggest thing here is there have been like 2 periods of time in this dungeon where miscount weren't in combat, right? And it's like, I guess it's sort of 3. Like after each boss, they briefly dropped combat, and now they're continuing. I mean, they took trash onto this boss, and now they're just blasting this boss as well. The lust and the cooldowns have expired, so their DPS is slowing a little bit, right? If you watch that damage meter, those numbers are trending downwards, but even still, they have 4.5 minutes. They've already done a third of this boss's health in the first minute and a half. So, yeah, I think they're on track to be a minute under here, and this boss is not free on 23, but compared to the other bosses it is. This is much easier to deal with than bosses like Echelon or even Halkias or Adjudicator Elise because of the trash that gets pulled, for instance, onto Elise. Yeah, I mean, all this fight is telekinetic toss to the boss. And something that Blizzard did this season is they added arrows to the telekinetic toss, which means that you have just such lower chance of getting hit by those statues. It was a much harder mechanic whenever there weren't arrows on it, and now you see here for miscount, they just continue to dodge. AJ needs to make sure that all the players are topped prior to the next telekinetic toss, and whenever the boss goes into that intermission phase at 33 and 66%, that's where everybody presses their defensives. Otherwise, you're just kind of sitting on your defensives. Then your DK and his co-tank, the Protection Warrior, soak those laser beams together. They press AMS, they'll drop an AMZ or a Darkness, depending on which set it is on, and miscount. I mean, they're in a great position here. I don't think that there's any way they could wipe from here.
Yeah, no way they could wipe from here has been called. But yeah, this is going to be huge for them because this will be a second world record tag that they're going to be able to add to their scorecard. And unlike the Priory, it's not going to be by virtue of a fast timer. I mean, it is going to be a fast timer, but it's going to be +1 key level as well that miscount are making happen here. So this is hugely impressive for them if they are able to get this one done. In the meantime, off camera, we did have Mandatory secure the 2 chests in this dungeon. So right now, Mandatory do have that 64th point. They are in the lead on the scorecard right now, but this will be the 65th point for miscount when they can get this on the board because they are upgrading that 2-chested 21 halls with this one, and this is such a dominating start to the day for them because they still have an hour and a half left in the day after this, more than an hour and a half left in the day after this, and their keys are already all pushed up, I guess, except for that Arakara, so wouldn't surprise me if that was the dungeon they go to next, unless they say, you know what, our Priory world record tag is nice, but we'd like to improve that further.
3 hours and 2 world record tags are imminent for miscount. I think it's just a miscount season and we're all just living in it.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge out of miscount. If they play like this for the rest of the weekend, they are going to win the MDI. There's no 2 ways about it. They are just so dominating right now. Every single dungeon that they've been in, they've looked so good. And the way that they attack this dungeon as well is just so distinctive. The chain pull, it's not like they have like one killer pull that the other teams don't do. It's every single pull. They just look so honed, so perfect. And the way they've optimized every second of damage on this is remarkable. And I don't think that other teams necessarily, at least certainly not all 8 of these other teams, are going to be able to do that. And it's not just this dungeon, right? Miscount looked this way in every dungeon.
I mean, dude, look at this boss, for example. there were some small mobs that were pulled in on pull. Look at how much damage Yargi's just doing. He's been sustaining 8 million DPS for 5 minutes of combat. That is absolutely absurd, that fact that he's going to end nearly at 8 million DPS, even with those small mobs from Inquisitor Cigar getting pulled in. I'm interested in seeing what their overall DPS looks like, because Nagura and Zyro were talking about this earlier. They were in combat for like 15 minutes at the very beginning of the dungeon, and all 3 of their DPS were just at like 25 mil. It is the way that they aggressively chain throughout this dungeon is unbelievable. All 3 of their DPS are over 15 million overall. Absolutely nuts.
There it is. You can see on the scoreboard now, 65 for missed count, 64 for mandatory, a couple of teams on 63 and 62s as well. We are having several of our teams start to take their breaks now as well. Interrupt, Holy Method, mandatory, and missed count are now all on break as well, with 10 minutes for the first 3 of those. And missed count taking the 13-minute break. But we do have a replay here for Liquid as Kikatal the Harvester off over to the side.
Are we trying to reset the boss?
Yeah, what are we doing down here?
Is this intentional?
I think this is tech for Liquid. Yeah, they are fighting the boss down here in Narnia, and this lets them pull in the Blood Overseers during this fight. We did see a death as a result of this, and Blood Overseers are very scary enemies to pull into Kikatal because they do have the overlaps potentially, right? If they cast their Erupting Webs at the same time as Kikatal the Harvester is casting Cosmic Singularity, you're going to die, or it's going to be very hard. So you need to really understand the spell queue with not just when you pull the Blood Overseer, but when you land your kicks on it. Here you can see that Erupting Webs, but it's at least ahead of the Singularity, not right during it, right in the middle of it. So I suspect that they've really planned out exactly when they have to pull to get as many of these safe cycles as possible.
I mean, they have 1 minute, and they have Bloodlust rolling for 30% on Kikatal plus all this trash. This is a great run by Liquid. I mean, they were a team that we saw during group play, and we were hyping them up as probably the most consistent team with very few resets and incredibly fast times. If they're able to two-chest this dungeon, that is a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they can then come in and do the 23, which that's the question, right? Is like, Arakara has never been done on 23, so if you can two-chest the 21, it's huge if you can then do the 23.
Yes.
Otherwise, if you're just coming back and doing it on 22, I mean, that strategy, though,
Shine got
looked
ran
like
over
it
by
would
the
be good.
wave.
Oh, a Shine taken down. Yeah, so that means the two-chest is going to go away, but if they hadn't had those 2 deaths during this pull, I think they would be on pace for that two-chest. The res is coming out, and yeah, they are going over the two-chest timer, so it's going to be a barely missed two-chest. The question is, this key might still go up 2 levels for them, but I'm not sure they'll have time to do it today with this.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a couple of questions looming. Are they going to have the fastest 22? Or are they going to potentially have the +1 trump card in that 23? That's something that actually all of these MDI teams are kind of looking at. Where can we get +1 points? Last season, it was that Motherlode. It was that Cinderbrew Meadery. It was that Theater of Pain. And the teams are kind of on high alert to try to figure out where those +1s are available. We saw a missed count earlier. They got the +1 in that Halls of Atonement. If teams didn't practice and prepare for that 23 HOA, that would be a huge problem.
Apparently, the boss reset for Liquid? Because it's...
Why is it back?
It's back. It's alive once more. Can we get a replay of the replay, potentially, to see how that happened? Because I was looking over at the scoreboard, trying to figure out some...
This is what happens whenever you start messing around with dark magic and taking the boss out of the boss arena.
Wow.
Sometimes you get got.
Yeah, okay, so we're back to live now. All these events occurred about 2 minutes offset from us because we were looking at that missed count run. So... their timer is actually still fine. I mean, I guess it goes to show how good the strategy is, but okay, here's a replay of that replay. Boss is at 6% HP. So they need count here. So it might be Wolf Disco, because look at our screen. We don't see Wolf Disco right now. He's down. Okay, we see arrows coming in from the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, so he's on the platform.
Boss is 6%.
I wonder if a mob got stuck somewhere and was evading out. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened,
once
right?
Once you start dragging the boss out of the boss arena, if say like a blood worker, or it's probably not a flyer, but if a mob gets like stuck on that upper ledge and starts evading out, then things can actually become really weird and a boss can reset.
Yeah,
that is weird. I don't know if I could replicate that if I try.
Nor am I confident. No, I don't really. So here Yeah, you can see where Wolf Disco's playing this. This is the same area that those arrows were flying from when we were looking at the replay. So I don't think the boss should reset with a hunter being over here, right? Because one of the ways the bosses can reset is when an enemy targets you, if you are outside the boss arena with something, that can cause a reset, but it looks like this is still inside the arena, so my suspicion is it's something to do with that period of time when they were just down there by the edge of the reset area. Something down there must have gotten set up outside of the room, and maybe they were dodging it for a while being targeted, but then something triggered down there, and that ended up causing the boss to reset like that. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that happens a lot with this strategy, and is maybe something that only Liquid have figured out how to not have always happen, but it seems like they don't yet have it 100% consistent. Still, though, the strategy has a lot of promise for the timer. It's just, if it does that reset again on a key level higher, they won't get bailed out here, so they've got to decide if they think it's worth it to attempt it once more.
I think you go for it, because here's the differentiator between that strategy and what a lot of other teams do. A lot of other teams actually grab those Blood Overseers and drones on pull, but what they're kind of doing for Liquid is it allows them to pull those Blood Overseers and drones at the optimal time, where you have your Bloodlust and you have all of your offensive cooldowns sync in perfect harmony, and then you grab those mobs. And so I think that actually, and then at the same time, you're pulling the boss all the way to the side. That way you lose 0 uptime on that person who has to run and go grab the mobs. And I do think that that's a better strategy than what a lot of other teams are doing with that additional count if they pull it. Some other teams don't pull that trash, so obviously contention on that. At the same time, yeah, I mean, if it runs you the risk of resetting your boss, that's brutal. Scaffolding here, in this 19, looking pretty poised to 2-chest this dungeon. Krona does end up getting meleeed to death by some of these small adds. At the same time, with 6 minutes remaining, this should be easy to be able to 2-chest.
All right, Liquid taking a break just now. They were almost the 5th team to be on break, but then Interrupt just came off their break. I think there wasn't overlap there, so I think the most teams we had on break at the same time was only 4, which is another exciting world record that I'll always be tracking, is how many teams can go on break at once. If we can hit the mythical 8-team simultaneous break, I would be so delighted.
I've done some investigating. Liquid reset the boss due to Wolf Disco knocking a mob out of the boss room on accident.
Okay. All right. Nice.
We couldn't exactly tell, but we assumed that there was something going on with a mob getting knocked out of the boss room. It checks out. Ooh, Holy Method in the 23. Welcome back for the break, Holy Method.
Yes, I mean, good to see people coming back. Holy Method coming in strong. I mean, it's been honestly incredible performances from all of the teams. But as we had that moment with Liquid, with the out-of-boss arena experience, we also had just come off of that amazing plus 23 world record from Missed Count. And especially thinking that Holy Method, of course, coming in was going to be a strong contender, seeing how Missed Count has really made this their season. I think it's been so inspiring. So I actually really wanted to ask, and Tettles, maybe you can give us some more info, because when we talked to Missed Count and did like a pre-survey to the MDI, they sort of identified 4 major things that they felt like it kind of helped them to grow this season. First off, the shift in practice mentality that they had, also with multi-classing, particularly AJ Jackson Yargi getting stronger at being able to multi-class, Verb's shot calling, and then a really, really important one, which is AJ's new skincare routine, which apparently has really helped him get like a major glow up that's just affected the team overall. But Tettles, in your opinion, is there success, you think, because of any one of those things? Or do you think it's kind of a culmination of all of that in their experience in the MDI?
Radiant skincare, I mean, it is kind of important. I think it really comes down to experience, though. I mean, there's a reason that Holy Method, we kind of, we talk about them being the kings, the legacy, the experience, and they know what it takes to win because they've won so many tournaments. For Missed Count, it feels like we've thought that they were going to be the favorites coming in a couple of times, and they always fall short of the goal. And then whenever Kira and AJ go and talk about it on stream after the fact, they talk about their nerves, right? They talk about just how stressful everything is for them just as players. And I think that experience is something in a way to mitigate that stress. Just by putting yourself in uncomfortable situations over and over again, eventually you become uncomfortable with those uncomfortable situations. And for a team like Missed Count, the writing has kind of been on the wall. Like, they've always been a team that we have really high expectations for, and it's about capitalizing on those. And I think that this season, it's felt like everything has shifted into gear. At the same time, we thought the same thing last season. They timed that 23 motherload first, and then they just choked at the very end. And so we are only in day one. We are 3 hours into day one. And while we're hyping them up, they have 2 world records right now. There is a lot of weekends still left. We have 15 hours to play. We are only 3.5 hours in.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Missed Count look better than they ever had, but they have looked good enough to win in previous finals and have not ended up winning. So it is something to be aware of, right? I think if you are a Missed Count fan, you are not going to feel comfortable until Sunday afternoon. If they are still in the lead, then you're going to be happy. But until then, you are going to continue watching with clenched white knuckles.
Holy Method has plot armor. Like I don't even. There's not even like a rhyme or reason to be able to say this. Holy Method, whenever things look like they're not going their way, somehow it always goes their way.
All right, Mandatory also walking in to the 23 halls. So this is going to be extremely revealing. Both Mandatory and Holy Method are starting up the 23 halls as well. If they can both one-shot this key, I think that will show us like, oh yeah, Halls 23 might be one of those sort of open secrets where every single team is like, yeah, we've got the 23 halls, maybe nobody else does, and then they all just have it, right? That does happen sometimes here. If this is not consistent, if Holy Method or Mandatory end up wiping at this, then that will further open the lead for Missed Count over these teams. And if Mandatory time this, they're going to jump to 66 points. That would be first place. For Holy Method, this would actually only be 65, so they would still be tied with Missed Count.
So this is kind of what the end result of those teams stopping early on Sundays. If you guys ended up watching some of our group play, some of our teams on Sunday would stop like 3 hours into the day whenever they had put up all the dungeons that they felt comfortable with. And I bet that there were some dungeons, maybe this open secret, kind of like you called it, 23 Halls of Atonement, maybe everybody kind of knew that was a key level that went higher, but they didn't want to inform the competition as what is the appropriate way of looking to time the key, and they wanted teams to have to figure that out on their own.
And I suspect that this is going to look a little bit different for Mandatory and Holy Method than it did for Missed Count. As we see right off the bat, the first divergence here is going to be an auto attack death on Stove, followed by everybody just jumping off the edge, getting ready to die. So Mandatory have identified that this is not a dungeon that they want an imperfect start to. At this key level, if they sustain a death 20 minutes into the dungeon, they'll probably look at it and try and keep going. In the first 2 minutes, you just jump it, right? Because there's such a high chance you're going to need that timer, that B-res.
I will say the hardest parts of this dungeon actually are the Hound Master pulls. Anything with those mobs that cast shoot can take out a player in an instant. They hit all these players for around 11 million health per hit of that shoot, assuming that they're wearing leather gear, which means that Clicks and Whippy on the side of Holy Method, that Havoc Demon Hunter and that Restoration Druid are always susceptible to dying. Jinji, of course, does have some ability to be able to survive that a little bit better with things like increased HP because of the Beast Mastery Hunter and Mail Armor. At the same time, he's still susceptible to death. The only people who aren't worried about dying to those Hound Masters, Kush on the Frost Death Knight, 1 Death Strike can counteract 3 shots, will be totally fine. And now on that Protection Warrior.
Yeah, it's crazy because DK is it's strong against one-shots because if they're physical damage, you're wearing plate armor. If it's magic damage, you have a short cooldown on AMS, and you have just Veteran of the 4th War or Veteran of the 3rd War, depending on which race you're playing.
Yep.
That one gives you passive tankiness above and beyond most of the other specs. And if it's not one-shotty damage, if it's just sustained damage, you have the Death Strike, right? So there are some classes where it's like, yeah, I'm an expert at surviving physical damage hits of 60% of my health, right? If that is the damage profile, I'm the tankiest spec in the game. And DK is just looking at there laughing because it doesn't matter the size of the hits. It doesn't matter whether it's magic or physical. DK is just always one of the tankiest specs.
I mean, we've seen DK be present all 3 seasons throughout the course of the War Within, and a lot of it came down to, funnily enough, okay, first and foremost, DK just does infinite damage all 3 seasons, but the grips and their durability was always very, very important to some of those reasons that they were valuable, especially in the highest level of dungeons.
Yeah, exactly. The durability, it has been nerfed a little bit from the start of this expansion. From Season 1, it has gone down, but it is still extremely strong. And I think that a lot of our DK players on these teams do have a built-up reservoir of expertise, but we could see Missed Count there. We're heading into the Arakara as expected. It's the only dungeon they don't have the world record tag in. Typically, when a team has a world record tag in all but one dungeon, you're going to see them zone into that last dungeon, which, missed count it's really impressive that they are the team in that position. And being able to claim the world record tag in multiple dungeons is such a huge thing for them, because with this level of competition, I was kind of expecting that the world record tags would be spread across our teams a little bit more, but it is indeed missed count that are just farming those. And yeah, we have 3 really exciting runs going on here for missed count, Mandatory, and Holy Method, all working on these really important keys at the top of our leaderboard. But I do have to remind everybody as well, the top of our leaderboard is not the only place. In fact, in a lot of ways, the bottom of the leaderboard is going to be the most exciting place to be watching as we move to the end of the day here, where anti-clockwise right now, or anti-clockwise as they have informed us that it's pronounced as Finnish or something. One of those languages like that is where anti comes from. And they are currently on 42 points. They're working on this Priory, so this would only be the 43rd point for them, but then they do have 19 points to pick up in the halls with 1 run, so that would jump them up to 62. The problem is it's going to take them quite a bit of time to accomplish all that they want to accomplish today. So they are sitting on the world record tag in that Arakara. Mm-hmm. It is good news for them. They are one of 3 teams to have the 22 Arakara on the board, but they need to actually have the time to do every single one of the keys they need. And the other problem for them is they're the only team that hasn't finished all their breaks. For any break enthusiasts out there, every single other team is either done or in the middle of their last break. And anti-clockwise need another 10 minutes of break after this run.
So there is kind of this weird situation that can happen. We've seen it in past TGPs where the 2 chests, particularly related towards these 21s, say Holy Method has 21 Arakara 2-chested and 21 Halls of Atonement 2-chested. If they go for the 23 in either or both of those dungeons and aren't able to realize those 2-chested points, meanwhile some of the teams at the bottom of the standings, kind of like anti-clockwise, who already have the 22 Arakara put up on the board, there can actually be a situation where if you end up struggling in that Keystone Cap level dungeon, you can actually get into a position where you end up depleting the key and having a huge problem like Mandatory here, pulling that Stoneborn Slasher, Skylark doing a prideful skip, jumping off the ledge as an homage to Season 1 of Shadowlands.
They are continuing this dungeon, though. It seems like this is not going to be a reset for them, as Skylark briefly explored Revendreth there and is now back into Halls of Atonement. And yeah, they're going to keep this run going, so minus 15 seconds, but this one they've decided is not going to be a run resetting error. And like you said, the end of day calculus is pretty important as well. Mandatory are in this position where they kind of know that they have a little bit more time today because they have so many of the other points on the board. Teams like anti-clockwise are in a little bit less of a comfortable position where, if they deplete, they still have multiple keys of work ahead of them. Whereas Mandatory, if they can get to 66 points today, that's not 100% safe with how strong the competition is, but as we are entering now the last 90 minutes of the day before overtime, it's becoming more and more safe, more likely that 66 is going to be pretty insurmountable and probably won't even go to tiebreakers, but don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. And you got to remember as well, there is an overtime rule, so if you haven't watched this format before, in addition to the teams pushing up the keys in these 5 hours, after the 5 hours are done, they will be allowed to complete any key that they've started. They won't be able to start a new key, but potentially a team can just start a key before that overtime begins and still then leverage 30 more minutes of time working in that key over the time limit. That is a huge boon to any team that can make it happen. The problem is, with this level of competition, the level that the keys are going to be at the end of the day, they're all going to be so lethal that it's going to be so hard to actually survive and basically one-shot the key from that point.
How have you felt about our Chinese representative so far? Because we had both Identity and Interrupt. Identity came in really hot with the world record streets during the China finals. Interrupt came in, we classify them as maybe the underdog. Have kind of those storylines held true, you think?
Yeah, I think so. So Identity are currently in 5th place and Interrupt are currently in 7th. But again, a lot of that's gonna shuffle around because Identity, they're sitting on a 2 chest. If they convert that, which they are close to doing, they'll jump up to 64 in a tie for 2nd. And Interrupt are working on a 19-point dungeon that would jump them up to 62 points as well. So huge benefits are open to both of those teams to jump up the leaderboard right now. I've been impressed with their performance in the Chinese region, and then also here in Global Finals. I think there's a good chance that one or maybe even both of them will survive not just to Saturday, but to Sunday. Problem is, man, only 6 teams are making it to Saturday, which is hard enough. 4 teams are making it to Sunday, which means if you think about the big 4 that we had from the West, Miscount, Mandatory, Liquid, and Holy Method, you're going to have more points than at least one of those teams to survive until Sunday. But that's probably a worry for tomorrow. For right now, all of our teams... During the group weekends, I make this stupid analogy about not needing to be faster than the bear, just needing to be faster than the slowest camper.
No, it's not stupid. It's really smart. That's why you keep saying it.
It is really smart. It's a good point. And with this format, there's more campers, but you have to be faster than 2 of them is the challenge. So it's going to be really tough. I think right now, looking at our leaderboard, Identity is probably the favorite of the non-top 4 teams that I just mentioned, right? Not the Holy Method, the Liquid, the Mandatory, the Miscount. You can see they're currently in 5th. They are sitting on 1 2-chest. Scaffolding have 2 2-chests, but 2 fewer points. So they're kind of 1 point behind Identity. And then both Interrupt and Anti-Clockwise need to get that 3rd key on the board. So really, I think these 4 teams are going to be the ones that are most likely in danger of elimination today. Although it's not like Holy Method or Liquid or Mandatory are safe, right? Those teams have a lot of potential, but they are still going to need to actually convert these points at the end of the day. And then Anti-Clockwise, even though they're at the bottom of our leaderboard, they have a world record tag, right? The world record tags are distributed such that the top and bottom teams on our leaderboard are the ones holding those tags. Miscount, of course, working on this Arakara, potentially in position to steal that one from Anti-Clockwise if they can be faster than that 26-22. But yeah, right now, it's kind of hard to figure out how the last hours are going to go here. Tianzu going down for Identity. They do still have a battle res available. That's actually their first death of this dungeon, so this shouldn't be prohibitive to them timing this. Not a great sign, though, and the time tiebreakers, it's possible that 21 Priory will hold, maybe for the rest of the weekend, so you'd really like to put up a good timer in here. You can see Anti-Clockwise a little bit less favorable on that timer, but they are at least still going to put this on the board.
Mandatory having a full wipe in their 23 HOA. The one that we saw them have to jump off because they accidentally pulled a Loyal Stoneborn. And this is kind of that challenge that I was talking about earlier. Meanwhile, other teams are continuing to collect points. If Mandatory end up, it's great that they 2-chested the 21. If you're not able to actually convert that 21 into additional points, or you waste too much time in that 23, and then you have to go and do a 22, that's a huge time loss. Skylark accidentally got hit with the reverse, a classic in the Pug streets of where Halkias, if you're just walking too fast, and hits you with the reverse, sometimes you just die.
Yeah, that's tough. That's something that, it's not an easy boss. There's a lot of space denial. You could see the way they were playing it. They had a pretty small amount of space, but still, that is one of the mechanics you're really hoping to not have many deaths to. So it's only going to cost them 10 minutes. It's okay. We can reset. We do also have, after that run for Anti-Clockwise, they're going to start their last break. We have a death coming in for Miscount from that Gossamer Onslaught just at the end of Avanox, but they are going to get Avanox killed off there, and Identity are charging towards the finish line in this 21. Deaths again for Mandatory on the reset in this 23. There's action happening for all of our teams.
Is this what Mandatory felt like during Group C weekend?
Yeah, I mean, they actually, Mandatory are looking better than they did at the start of Group C weekend, because at this point on the Friday of Group C weekend, Mandatory weren't in 2nd place. They were in 5th or 6th. It was not good. This time around, they've done really well in at least most of their runs today, but Identity are going to put this 21 Priory on the board. It is a 30:05, so not the fastest run we've seen in the Priory. It's actually tied with Anti-Clockwise in there for the slowest run of our teams in a Priory, but it is at least on the board, and the good news for Identity is they have completed a lot of keys today. They are on the same configuration of keys as Miscount, except for the 22 halls instead of the 23. So Identity currently in 3rd place.
Not bad.
And they actually have timer tiebreakers. So between Mandatory, Identity, and Liquid, all 3 of those teams are in a time tiebreaker tie. Mandatory are 2 minutes 30 ahead of Identity, who are 2 minutes ahead of Liquid. So Liquid having some really tough overall timers, largely off of that reset boss in Arakara, though. If that Arakara hadn't had that boss reset, they would be on top of the time tiebreakers instead of at the bottom.
Okay, I'm pulling up the echelon split for Miscount in that HOA. They had an 18-15 echelon split. So for Holy Method here, I mean, are they going to be beating that 18-15? Okay, so it's 18 minutes, but there was a death, so it was 18-15 in terms of the timer. But 18-minute echelon split, 18-15. But Holy Method point still stands. They're looking really good in terms of their timer on the second boss right here.
Yeah, this is indeed looking good here. So, Holy Method 15% on Echelon. And looking at these splits across the board for Echelon, we know that getting this boss taken care of really any time before that 19-minute mark and the dungeon is timeable, doing it around the 18-minute mark, yeah, is great.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the same number of deaths that Mandatory had coming out of this first boss, or coming out of the second boss. And they're gonna be, no, never mind. I was maybe praising them too early. Blick's accidentally standing in the blood torrent, going down, a melee disaster. A very common situation for melee DPS. There's just so many ads out. You wanna AoE them as much as possible, and then you don't see that blood puddle. They do end up committing the battle res to be able to get clicks back up.
And Interrupt, in the meantime, are going to be putting this two-chested 19 Arakara on the board. And the good news for them is they're going to be able to do this with a lot of time to spare as well. That is an extremely fast 19 Arakara that Interrupt are putting up. If you missed the Chinese weekend, Interrupt are the second seed out of that region, but they're not an awful lot slower than the first seed, which was Identity. They're just a little bit. There were a couple of keys behind. Miscount are going to have a death here.
Wipe.
This is a wipe, yeah.
Oh my gosh, AJ dying to the charge RNG from the Bloodworkers.
It was the combo of the charge and that Locust Swarm, right, where all of that damage made him very vulnerable, and then once he died, everybody else was soon to follow because they're just... that is an HPS check during that Locust Swarm, so they're going to have to reset that one.
Yeah.
Miscount still on the top of our leaderboard right now, but Mandatory, if they can actually clutch it out in this Halls, will be playing for more points than Miscount, right? This would bring them up to 66, whereas Miscount are currently on 65. So the top of our leaderboard is hugely in flux right now, but Mandatory have had to reset this a couple times, whereas Holy Method are in danger of just one-shotting this thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the situation where, this is where champions are made, I guess is the best way of describing it, where the teams that are the most consistent at the highest level keys get more time to be able to run the capstone level dungeons. And now for a team like Mandatory, who's had mistakes in the 23, for a team like Miscount, who just ended up resetting that 22 15 minutes in, that allows the opportunity for some of these lower seeded teams as well to actually start to claw back a little bit of time. Teams like Interrupt, teams like Scaffolding, teams like Anti-Clockwise, they needed the time because they made mistakes in those lower level keys. They made mistakes in the 21s. And if you start making mistakes in the capstone level dungeons, it's more costly because your wipes tend to happen a little bit later. Holy Method here on the big screen, like you were saying, they've been playing clean. They've been playing consistent. This is the last very difficult pull of the dungeon for them. They are pulling a bunch of this trash, including this half-health Reaver into High Adjudicator Elise. We hailed Kira earlier for being able to tank all of this trash, plus this Reaver. Let's see if Now is able to do it.
Yeah, indeed. You can see the health bar here for Now is dropping. The overlap of Last Stand and Shield Wall are being used to help survive the start of this pull. It's going to get to Avatar now, which is mostly an offensive cooldown, but does actually come with a sizable increase of defenses as well, because you get to cycle through your rage faster, which means more Ignore Pains, which Now is going to be spending a lot of that rage on those Ignore Pains. He does have another charge of Shield Wall, and actually there's going to be a third that will be recovering soon, thanks to that cooldown reduction from Anger Management here. And if you look at his debuffs there, that Screaming Face Man debuff that you can see, the second one on his frames, is almost done. That's Battle-Scarred Veteran. Once that becomes available again, it's sort of like a cheat death for the Prot Warrior. But for a little bit, he's going to be vulnerable here. He has one more Shield Wall charge to bridge him to Battle-Scarred Veteran being available again. And that is, when he presses that, is going to be super important for how he can live this area.
Oh my gosh.
With the Reaver already being dead, I think we're okay, though.
Whippy just had to do the hardest thing a Resto Druid's ever done. Press Interrupt while there was a circle on top of the mob. And
yeah, Skull Bash charges you into melee.
Yeah, a very scary ability. Getting removed at midnight, by the way. So we won't have to do that much more on that Restoration Druid. Now, Holy Method, they've actually killed off all that trash, and we just have the boss to deal with. A very, easy part of this dungeon compared to the 20 minutes of absolute purgatory we were in before this.
Yeah, no way they could wipe from here.
Exactly. And
yeah, Holy Method now 53% on the boss. So, the splits that we are looking for on this boss, something short of 24-30, and I think we're pretty happy there for Holy Method, and I think they are on pace for that. In the meantime, Mandatory this time didn't have to have anybody jump off. They didn't have to do any of those prideful skips, as you mentioned here. And they finished off this last shard of Halkias. Going to be grabbing some of the groundskeepers here and charging onwards through the dungeon.
These groundskeepers, they're largely seen as just funnel mobs. What they're most effectively used for is to allow this Havoc Demon Hunter more wounded quarry damage, and then you just bring it into high health targets. Typically, Halkias. I mean, that's just not going to really dance around it too much. Teams tend to actually pull all of these into Halkias. Stove, you're going to see pulling these collectors. So Halkias, what's not shown on the UI right here is Halkias is gaining energy. If those collectors are pulled prior to Halkias activating, you can then re-pull those collectors again. They just respawn, and you get to count for them. These mobs are fairly simple. All you have to do, they do have an interrupt in the Siphon Life, but it's a channeled ability. So CC works the exact same as an interrupt versus it. So things like Chaos Nova, Blinding Sleet, Shockwave, Incapacitating Roar, all very effective solutions against these collectors. Also, the only other thing that happens here is the Houndmaster is going to be casting that Loyal Beast cast. That's largely going to be Soda's interrupt, as he's going to be able to kick that every single time.
Yeah, the Houndmaster, in addition to that cast, does like to disengage around. You can see they've manipulated it so that it's going to disengage right into that wall, though.
Yeah.
And they're going to indeed also use Death Grip to just keep it inside the AoE. That is one of the other loss conditions on this pull, is the Houndmaster just disengaging somewhere that you're either not going to be able to land the interrupt, or just where it's going to live for a really long time and cause you problems.
I think another loss condition is actually the AoE slam from the glass shards and the shoot going off at the exact same time. That's why you're seeing things like that Death Grip, like the Asphyxiation, like the Storm Bolt going onto those mobs whenever those lineups are happening, where the group is going to drop pretty low from either the tank hit or just the throw glass ability, and making sure that the players aren't going to be getting like one shot.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so Holy Method are about to put this on the board. The third boss goes down at 24-22.
Okay.
So this is not the fastest. In fact, it's almost the slowest split compared to the 22s that were timed in this dungeon, but it is still in range to time the key. It is going to be a tight finish for the dungeon, though, for Holy Method. They probably have about 30 seconds of wiggle room on their timer. Meanwhile, Missed Count, after that wipe we saw on the Blood Guard, are going to be resetting and going once again, about to pull into Avanox for the second time in this Arakara 22.
I like this route that they're playing. Look at this. So most teams actually end up pulling that Trilling Attendant caster mobs with a bunch of engorged crawlers just by itself. But instead, Miscount, they know that the Trilling Attendant, all it is interrupts that need to be gathered by either the Protection Warrior, this DK, this DH, and this Hunter. Ideally, you don't have your healer kick here. And it's like, as long as you don't have to kick other mobs at the exact same time, this Trilling Attendant should be able to be locked down fairly easily. So Miscount just view this as a free mob. It doesn't really do too much, and it just passively gets cleaved down as you're trying to hit Avanax.
Yeah, exactly. It's this is one of the things that Miscount have looked so good at, is their thought process is always, what's the most we can be in combat with without dying? Unfortunately, the Gossamer Onslaught's actually going to take out AJ here. Now, they do have a battle res, and they are going to commit that, and it looks like we're going to be able to recover this pull for now.
Where's the next set of
Not
eggs?
a great sign to lose your healer there, and that wasn't because of the, like, that was just the boss, right? None of that was the extra trash being pulled there.
Yeah.
This is so interesting, because earlier we were marveling over how Anti-Clockwise had managed to pull off the 22 world record as quickly as they had, and now seeing Missed Count, it just reminds you how difficult this is and how much of a challenge Arakara can be, even with Season 3 adjustments and changes. But we've got some changes ourselves coming in. Tettles, we will let you off for now, but you'll be back at the end of the day with everybody.
GG.
Bye.
GG.
And we're bringing Zyronic back into the desk here. Now, of course, we are watching some incredible runs here as we have both Holy Method and Mandatory trying for this plus 23 in hauls. So I wanted to ask you, just as you're coming in here, Zyro, how are these runs comparing, and how do you think they both kind of compare to Missed Count's run that we saw earlier?
I was going to say I'm impressed and kind of surprised by Holy Method, but then I remembered who the players on Holy Method are, and I realized I really shouldn't be surprised at all by how fast they've been going through this key and how consistent they've been, even with the start to the day. They definitely look like they can match up to Miscount. Mandatory, on the other hand, they've been struggling a little bit, which is to be expected. This is a difficult key. You're going to see some struggles, but now we're finally seeing a really solid attempt in this key from them. Of course, the first of a few dangerous pulls still left for them in the dungeon. Coming up in just a moment here, they're going to start to gather some stacks here while they start to set that pull up as well. They're actually going to grab some extra Gargants in the back for it too, a little different than what we saw from Miscount. But yeah, I mean, both of these teams easily have the potential to time the key, but they're going to be just a little bit slower than what we saw from Miscount so far.
Yeah, exactly. Now, is that timer going to matter? Not imminently,
Not
but
really.
maybe long term.
Yeah.
It's I think with how good these teams look, the odds that this is going to be the second MDI finals in a row to come down to time tiebreakers seem pretty high to me, actually, because it seems like all of our teams might be able, or not all, but multiple, right? Multiple teams might be able to match each other in timing every key +1 from what we thought was possible. Mandatory Skylark nearly dead here through that Mortal Strike, is barely going to be able to stay alive with that shield wall, and once the Mortal Strike falls off, a huge Swiftmend, I assume, lands and saves him completely.
But look at the way that they're dealing with this pull. It's completely different than what we saw from Missed Count, right? At this point in the pull last time around, they also had these ankle biters on the beginning of the pull, whereas Mandatory did not. They're gathering them in with a second set of cooldowns without the Bloodlust. So we're going to get a second round of ankle biter stacks on these teams, and they don't have any dwarf racials for these buttons. So if those continue to stack up, it could be an issue, but it looks like they're able to blow through them pretty quickly. But yeah, for Missed Count, the second the ankle biters were dead, Kira was like, all right, I'm off. I'm pulling more. I'm pulling literally every other mob we need in this section of the dungeon, whereas Mandatory, they're just sitting here and finishing this trash count off, so it's going to be quite a bit slower here for them.
Indeed, it is. Yeah, and this is, I mean, it's not like this dungeon was timed by a huge amount by miscount either. You know, they had a bit of time to spare, but not a huge amount. So we are going to have to check in and see how that timer ends up looking. In the meantime, Identity are going to put up this Avanox kill sub 10 minutes here in this 22. A good pace for that first boss to be going down. Always important to be checking in with all of our teams here. And Identity, this is the #1 seed out of China. They actually looked really strong. They picked up a world record in the Streets of Wonder in that region as well, faster than any of the Western teams in that dungeon. So this is a very strong looking team as they are now charging deeper into the Arakara. They can put this one on the board. They will be tying Missed Count for first place at that 65 points. They will be actually losing on the tiebreaker due to a higher key level having been timed by Missed Count temporarily. And of course, Missed Count are currently playing for that 66th point. But all of that is future problems. For right now, the thing to focus on is that Identity are playing to tie for first, as are Holy Method here. If they put this one on the board, they'll be at actually the exact same keystone configuration as Missed Count. Are they going to be able to do that? 22%, 2 minutes. I think the answer is a resounding yes, Zyro. This is a huge amount of damage they're doing on this boss.
Yeah, they're already through both of the most dangerous portions of the fight in those intermissions, right? At this point, the only thing they have to do is dodge frontals and not get hit by one of these telekinetic tosses, and it looks like they're able to do just that. Just have to do it for 15% more of the boss. The next round of cooldowns is going to be more than enough to finish the boss off. I call the well 30 seconds away, but they might not even reach it. Looks like Holy Method is going to be putting up the second 23 Halls of Atonement on the board. But is it going to be a world record that they snatch away from Missed Count, Dratnos? I don't think so.
So the timer that we're looking for is 30:54.
Oh, they might!
To secure a world record tag. So this is going to be extremely close here. Holy Method, 13 seconds now to kill this boss. 5% health. It doesn't seem like a lot, but at this key level, it is a lot. That boss has millions of health left. Call of the Wild is going to be coming out. Is that enough to get them over the finish line? They're not going to be able to get to breath, and you can see the timer does go over Missed Counts. So we are not going to be getting a world record here. 4 seconds short of that tag for Holy Method. Still, though, that's going to be enough to propel them into first place because, you know what, Zyro? They're 4 seconds slower in the halls. They are a minute slower in the Priory, but they are a minute and 10 seconds faster in the Arakara. So adding all that together, fixing the rounding that I made as well, they are 9 seconds faster than Missed Count across all 3 dungeons. What a close performance. After 4 hours of gameplay today, it is 9 seconds separating Missed Count from Holy Method at the top of our leaderboard.
The thing is, those 9 seconds, it's a lot more than those 9 seconds, right? If they're actually able to realize the +2 in the Arakara as well, and they'll get the opportunity to do that right now if they choose to. They could either do that or go over to the Priory. We'll sit here and wait and see what the plan is for now. For now, Missed Count, though, they have to go into the 22. They didn't get the 2 chests, which means they're almost an entire key run behind Holy Method if they're able to do the 23.
It is a big if, though, right? Doing a 23 is not something that anybody can really do lightly. We'll have to see if that is. In fact, it is. Holy Method are starting up the key at that absurd level here. I am very excited to see this one happening for Holy Method because this would be their big chance. Today has largely felt like the Missed Count show for me, but the 21-2 chest for Holy Method, if they can follow it up with especially one-shotting a 23, but even just doing it in the next hour at all, that is going to be a strength for them that, you know, it's not just a few seconds here or there, right? It's like maybe a key level that other teams either can't do or might struggle more to do. So Holy Method, really big opportunity. They're going to waste no time getting in combat with this first mini-boss, throwing that tailoring stun on it, and this is going to be their lust. Huge amounts of damage come out here, and this is not important damage just because it's fun to do big numbers, but they have a time limit on this pull before people start dying. They need to get this trash killed off before they start running out of those defensive cooldowns, of the healer lust as well. You can see those dots on everybody. It's going to start being almost unhealable if they stay in combat here for too long.
Yeah, fortunately, they only have the one caster in addition to the mini-boss that they have to worry about. The tank can mostly solo Ixen by himself, so that's not really the problem. The jabbing flyers that you're talking about, applying those bleeds to the player, was the real... It's the real thing that'll kill you on this pull, but they're able to get through those mobs and bring it down to these last few mobs. Mini-boss goes down. The question is, do we just go Kira mode here? Do we drag the remainder of this trash? It looks like the answer is a yes, as now is already off to the races. We're going to be dragging this caster and these crawlers into the next pull. Meanwhile, Mandatory putting their best run together of the day so far in this 23 Halls of Atonement. Looks like Echelon will be going down at about the 17-15 mark, so this is incredibly fast. Now, it's important to mention their strategy in this dungeon is quite a bit different than what we saw from both Mist Count and Holy Method, in that they actually deal with quite a lot less trash in the early portion of the dungeon. So their splits on the first and second boss are quite a bit faster than what we saw from both of the other two teams. We know they make that up later, though, by pulling that gargoyle onto the final boss. I believe you can do it with a glacial advance through the wall. I think that's the strategy that they're using in order to get that mob.
All right, so here's Liquid fighting in this this little alcove here. This is very close to where Kikatal the Harvester resets, and they actually had this boss reset, not now, but later during the fight in their previous run of this dungeon, because there was an enemy knocked down here out of the boss arena. So that is what they want to avoid, is they've pulled this Blood Overseer. The reason they were fighting down there is that it let them go and tag in the Blood Overseer that hangs out at the top of the stairs, and this is going to be able to get them a bunch of count basically for free during this boss fight if they can avoid any overlaps between the Blood Overseer's erupting webs and Kikatal the Harvester's cosmic singularity. You can see here that singularity comes out and the Overseer is going to be doing erupting webs in about 3 seconds here, so not an overlap this time around, which is really nice. But if they stay in combat for too long, and actually it's going to be a cultivated poison taking out a shine. I'm getting deja vu because this happened for them last time they were in here as well in the 21.
Literally the exact same thing, and we're going to look at that HP par for the boss and make sure he doesn't despawn again at 6%.
As long as the boss doesn't despawn, we're hard chilling.
I think they're hard chilling, though. As long as the boss actually dies here, plenty of time left on the board to deal with that Overseer right after the fact. We would really like to kill this boss before the next Cosmic Singularity, because the overlap timer on the Overseer can change based on how quickly you interrupt the Venom Volleys on the Overseer. They could get a bad overlap here at the very last moment. If they don't deal with the boss, this actually could be really nasty, but it looks like they're going to be able to live through it and deal with the boss. Liquid just need to finish this trash, and they'll get that 22 on the board, and it looks like the timer is 100% doable in this dungeon, Dratnos. Like 23 looks like it's on the board for these teams.
Yeah, we estimate, if you're faster than 3 minutes under the timer, typically that means you can do the dungeon a level higher. Of course, it changes, right? Because, the mobs are getting 10% health and damage, so 10% of the timer changes based on how long the dungeon timer is, and sometimes there are dungeons that get faster or slower, that either add extra boss phases or don't, and that can affect whether the key goes up a level or not. But either way, you can look at this timer, and even with a death, Liquid are on that same anti-clockwise pace in this dungeon. Anti-clockwise, of course, with the world record in here. Both teams are certainly on a pace to be able to do the 23, as are Holy Method and potentially Mist Count, who both barely achieved and barely missed, respectively, the 21 2 chest. Here's a replay in the meantime of something that happened for Mandatory in here early in this dungeon, but I'm seeing for Holy Method, but for Mandatory over on the right-hand side, you can see they're having deaths on Elise.
What is going on? We need a replay of that as well. Looks like it's a full wipe for Mandatory here. What happened to start this? It's either a tank death or one single bolt going off on a player that caused this chain reaction. We'll get a replay of that in just a moment for you guys. But either way, Mandatory losing their best attempt yet at this key. 20 minutes gone for them. Let's see what went wrong here for the team. In combat with the boss, and it's
Mortal
a tank
Strike.
Death. Tank death
That's
instantly kills your melee. and there's no recovering from that at this point, even with the
Dude, I'm
battle
telling you,
assist.
sometimes you watch this boss and it looks so safe, it looks so easy, but it is not. That Reaver still being alive in boss combat, it is so easy to flop as a tank here, so definitely something that you have to watch out for. I am very, especially because they've been resetting this dungeon a couple of times, so the team is in some danger of maybe falling apart here at the end of the day. They've had such a good start to their day, in contrast with Group C weekend, where they were looking extremely vulnerable, and they're still able to put up that 66 point, but only an hour left in our day, so they're going to have to clutch out in that Halls of Atonement soon. And the worrying thing for Mandatory is that both Holy Method and Missed Count were able to put that 23 up very quickly. I'm not sure if it was exactly a one-shot for both teams, but it was pretty close.
It was 100% a complete one-shot for Miscount. Holy Method, they wiped a little bit on the first couple of pulls, but once they got through, they were able to deal with the rest of the dungeon in their first shot. So yeah, very, very quick completions of that dungeon for both of those teams. Whereas, yeah, Mandatory, they've been struggling with seemingly all aspects of the dungeon, right? We had a couple wipes to Shards of Halkias, we had a wipe to Halkias himself when Skylark went down, and now a wipe to High Adjudicator Elise, unfortunately for them. It's almost been about an hour in the dungeon now for Mandatory, and they still have to put the 23 on the board, which would put them in the lead, right? We've talked about that. That'll put them on 66, which would put them ahead of both Holy Method and Missed Count for the time being. But unfortunately just not in the cards just yet. Meanwhile, Scaffolding putting their 21 Halls of Atonement on the board, going to put them up to a score of 62. Still with work to do, need to go back and get the 21 Priory on the board as well. Couple issues for Interrupt here at the end of a Noob Sect in the bottom right-hand corner there. Another death going out. This might cost them way too much time here at the end of the key. Fortunately, the boss is going to go down, but they're going to have to wait for... No, they have a release after the checkpoint was added here, so they're going to be okay with the releases. Still,
yeah, heads up play, not throwing out those B-reses, not panicking too much. Mandatory going to be resetting this once more, but with that key on the board for Interrupt, they are going to move up into 7th place. So, a quick survey of our leaderboard right now is going to show us that at the very top, we have Holy Method and Missed Count separated by 9 seconds. Then we have Liquid also joining at 65 points. They're actually not entering time tie breaks yet because they don't have a 23, so they need to put up a 23 in either the Arakara or the Halls of Atonement to enter that time tie break situation. As of right now, that would just get them 66 points and get them first place, but as it stands right now, that's going to put them in 3rd. Then in 4th and 5th, are Mandatory and Identity. Mandatory, though, are playing for a 66th point that would catapult them into 1st, whereas Identity have none of those 2 chests on their board, so they can only get up to 65 with their next run. Then we're entering what I'm going to call the danger zone for elimination. At the end of the day today, 2 teams are going home, and it looks pretty likely that it's going to be 2 from our set of Scaffolding, Interrupt, and Anti-Clockwise here. But Anti-Clockwise are playing for 19 points. They are going to be the last team to put all 3 dungeons on the board. If they can 2-chest this Halls and come back and put it on the 21 Keystone level as well, that will jump them all the way up to 64 points, which would be a tie for 4th place. Problem is, that's going to take them another 30 minutes to accomplish both of those things, so the goalposts might shift while they're doing that, right? And that might no longer be good for a tie for 4th place. In fact, in all likelihood, it won't. But maybe it'll be enough for them to stave off elimination. Because right now, yeah, Scaffolding, Interrupt, and Anti-Clockwise, it's probably going to be 2 of those 3 teams, unless one of the teams ahead of them ends up not putting up points on the board. But there's still a lot of time left in our day. It's not just an hour. It's an hour plus overtime, right? So with that, there's still time for teams to complete maybe 3 whole dungeon runs.
Yeah, you look at Anti-Clockwise here, and you have to wonder where it went wrong for them today, right? They were able to secure that world record in the Arakara very early on in the day, but the Priory was really the problem for them, right? They didn't 2-chest the 19. They were the only team not to do so. They then had to go into a 20, time that, and then also go into the 21, so an entire extra run in addition to the wipes they had in those keys on top of that. That cost them so much time, and now we're less than an hour left before the final runs can start, and they need to get at least 2 runs to put themselves on that 64-point score that you're talking about, right? I believe that all 3 of our bottom teams can work their way up to the 64 point. If they want to make it through to tomorrow, I think an extra point will have to go on the board.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you need to be doing all of these keys at a level that has never been done in the group stages, right? I think there's a good chance every single key goes up a level, but we have to wait and see. We're going to have a lot of time this weekend. Today is extremely high pressure because it's 3 whole dungeons and the pressure of elimination is so high. Tomorrow we're only adding 2 dungeons, so there might be a little bit more time to work on these higher level keys. But on the other hand, the elimination danger is even more intense because instead of 2 of 8 teams getting culled, it's 2 of 6. So a higher percentage of teams are going to be getting eliminated, and you're going to have to beat some amazing teams to survive until Sunday, at which point we're only adding 1 new dungeon. So it is going to be all push keys all day on Sunday. I think we're going to have a really interesting texture of our tournament where every single day we're going to see some really impressive runs, but they're all going to feel different from each other.
I mean, every single team this weekend was incredibly impressive in their own right coming into the weekend, and unfortunately, it looks like it's just going to be inconsistency on the day that's going to eliminate whoever it is that ends up going home. Identity, for sure, has been extremely impressive to me today. They've just been very consistent. I can't think of any point in the day where they've just had a catastrophic wipe late into key that's been a problem for them. And this is something that we haven't seen recently from the China region, right? Like, we've seen a lot of promise in the past couple of years, but they've never really capitalized on that promise. This is the first time in a while, since the days of Skyline, I think, really, that we've seen a team from that region perform this well.
Yeah, I think it was Shadowlands Season 2 Great Push, right? Was won by China. Since then, they've looked promising a few times. They've also been extremely disappointing a few times. This looks like it's going to be one of the seasons where they're able to make a deep run into the global finals, but oh my goodness, the competition from everybody is so intense right now. Identity are joining a crowd of Holy Method, Miscount, Liquid, and Mandatory, all of which look like competitors for first place here. Identity as well, though. This is going to be an impressive point for them if they can put it on the board. In the meantime, though, Holy Method are working on... So this would be huge for them. If they can put this 23 Arakara on the board, they will be leapfrogging that 66th point that several other teams are playing for, and straight to 67, which is an absurd amount of points here that they could be playing for.
Yeah, and it'd be another world record for the team that had all 6 of them after the first week of group play, but little by little had every single world record stripped away from them over the course of Group B and Group C, so it'll feel good for them to wrest one of those back from the other teams. Miscount working on the 22 since they weren't able to get the 2 chest off. Something I want to mention, though, we were talking about our bottom 3 teams trying to get up to the score of 64. Scaffolding have other ideas, though. Instead of going into the 21 Priory for the +2, we're instead in the 22 Halls of Atonement going for the +1. Interesting. So they must think that they can just get to 65 pretty easily by the end of the day if this is their play.
Yeah, I mean, there is still a lot of time left in our day, right? 55 minutes for teams to start their final runs of the day, but Scaffolding, as I mentioned, are one of the teams that is in the most danger of elimination, and yeah, going for a +1 instead of a +2 is a little worrying, but there's still a lot of time left in the day, so hopefully they will have time to accomplish both of those goals. I think they will realistically need both of those to go right in order to avoid elimination here. Interrupt, though, nearing the end of Kikatal the Harvester here on the 21 Keystone level. 3 deaths on the board for them, 2 of which came at the end of a Noob Zect. It's not great for the timer, right? Like, the timer here is... This is a dungeon level that has actually been 2-chested. It's been 2-chested by Holy Method, so... they're going to be substantially slower than that, right? There was a 23-32 out of Holy Method. They are going to be 3.5 minutes slower than that. But at the end of the day, they are still going to time it. And they're actually still going to time it by enough that you think the 22 is in their range. Miscount, speaking of the 22, are going to put that on the board, jumping back into first place with 66 points. Interrupt also putting this key on the board 1 key level lower, so that's going to move them up. And Identity also finishing their key. Wow. 3 teams have just moved up a rank on our leaderboard, as Identity now in 4th, Interrupt now in 6th, Miscount now in 1st is the situation here. Miscount avoiding the tiebreaker field here. So we have 1 team in 1st, 3 teams at 65, and then 2 teams at 64, and then Scaffolding and anti-clockwise right now at the bottom of the leaderboard, but still a lot of time left in the day, and multiple bonus point opportunities for both of those teams. So this is going to be such an exciting finish here. Remember, if you don't want to miss any of the specific teams' action, we're going to have to swap around a lot to keep track of what is going on across our tournament here. If that is not something you want to do, if there's a specific team that you really want to make sure you catch all of their run, there is at least 1 player from all of our teams streaming that you can go and check out and make sure that you are catching the exact run that you want to. And remember, we're only live for 5.5 hours or so today, and then there's going to be almost 18 hours until tomorrow, so you can rewatch the VODs from any of the teams that you missed as well. We've got 8 teams running, so if you pick properly, you can watch 3 full teams' days before we get to tomorrow.
That's good tech. Or you could watch all of them simultaneously and get it all out of the way in another 5.5 hours. Meanwhile, Holy Method, full wipe, 17 minutes into their 23 Arakara here. So they were looking like they had a slight advantage on onto Missed Count now. But actually, I think they're on exact equal footing now. If they're able to time the 23. Yeah, I would rather be Missed Count as well. But Missed Count, they don't want to go to the 23 Arakara. They different plans. We're going to the Priory. Priory 22.
Ooh.
We'll go for a different world record.
Indeed they will. Yeah, I mean, I think with their 22 timer in the Arakara, the 23 is possible. But it's definitely not overwhelmingly possible, right? It's going to be very hard. But here we can see a Liquid replay, which is never a good sign if you're a Liquid fan. Oh no, you're a Wolf Disco fan. That is, oh no. That's, okay. The good news is, knowing Liquid, that's going to be one that they can laugh about, because that is a very funny way to go down, and that's definitely a team that is going to be in good spirits about something like that happening. But yeah, you got to be careful with that disengage button. It can do that. Yeah,
that's a little unfortunate. Fortunately, it was a little earlier on in the key, so it's not that big of a time loss. They can probably laugh it off and go again. But if you continue to have wipes in the early sections of the keys, it might start to weigh on your minds a little bit. We did also have that wipe from Holy Method. Hopefully we can get a replay of that as well, because that was a huge implication, right? They were cruising in that key incredibly fast. They were almost halfway through the key, and then they had a full team wipe, which is causing them to reset. So hopefully we can get a replay of that pretty soon here. Missed Count, though, going for the 22 instead of going to the Arakara. Wonder if they're just trying to put a easier key on the board. See, when you see teams not go for a particular key, you kind of have to question whether or not they think the key is possible, because this was a problem for Missed Count last MDI. But we do have a replay of that Holy Method wipe. Let's see what happened here, Drownos.
All right, let's get our wipe scene investigation detective goggles on. Detective hat on. So we have the Stag Shell moving over to interrupt that, but a Web Bolt goes uninterrupted from one of the web mages, and that's going to take out Clix. And then from there, Clix presumably was responsible for stopping one of the Stag Shells, or the person B-resing him was, something like that, and that cascaded into the wipe there. As the Alarm Shrill cast went off, it summoned a Bloodguard, and from that point, it was a wipe. In the meantime, Liquid actually didn't reset, by the way. Yeah. They continued their run after that disengage fiasco. It didn't even cost them a B-res. The boss was almost dead, so they just killed the boss, but then they did have a healer go down on a Bloodguard pull, B-res the healer. So now we are down a B-res for Liquid for a little while, and 2 deaths on the board. However, I do want to focus mostly on Missed Count for the duration of this run, because this is going to be breaking new ground in the Priory, whereas the Arakara is, it's also breaking new ground. So I guess we got to focus. Wow, good thing we've got 2 eyes here, Zyro, because there's a lot we need to focus on.
We'll try to focus on both of them at the same time, and of course we have to keep an eye on eliminations at the end of the day, because that is going to be the major factor of what the shape of our competition is going to look like for the rest of the weekend. Of course, if you haven't been paying attention, we're sending 2 teams home today, the bottom 2 scoring teams, and they will be out of the competition. Same thing tomorrow as well. But yes, the world record key is also very important to keep an eye on, so we'll keep an eye on Missed Count and Holy Method in their respective runs as well. Holy Method getting right back into it after that late wipe right before a Noob's Act. First look at the Missed Count Priory 22 as well. See anti-clockwise, going right back into the 21 after two chesting their 19. Yeah, I mean, everything at the start of this key is just ridiculous, right? And we've talked about this so much over the past couple of weekends of gameplay that we've seen, is as you go up higher in the key levels, these pulls take longer and longer to kill, which puts more stress on your healer to keep people alive, more stress on your tank to live through these pulls, which is why it's so impressive that we're seeing teams go for these aggressive chain styles of pulls.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these pulls, like this one you're watching right now for Mandatory, is so scary. You can see Blur, Ironbark, all being used here. In addition to our tank being in danger, survival of the footage, or sorry, the fittest coming out in this footage that we are watching for Mandatory here on Soda. Maycene, the only person who's being able to hold on to that major defensive as a DK. No need to press that IBF just yet, but Skylark going to be in a little bit of danger here in a second, because these Reavers, 3 of them are still alive, and Skylark is now out of defensives. One of the Reavers goes down, but these next 2 Mortal Strikes are going to sync up on Skylark, and he's going to be in a lot of danger here for the next few seconds. A shield wall charge does become available once more, and it looks like Skylark isn't going to even need it, as he's able to masterfully backpedal away from these mobs and avoid as many of these auto attacks as possible.
In the meantime, Mode runs off and grabs extra ankle biters to make the pull that much more difficult to heal through. This after Maystein already having used his dwarf racial ability to get rid of those ankle biter stacks. Looks like this time around the leaps are merciful to the team, as Soda doesn't even feel like he needs to use that dwarf racial this time around. It looks like Skylark, even with 12 stacks of that debuff, is going to be perfectly fine. Going to dwarf those off as well here. And with the Reavers now about to go down, we're comfortable chaining these mobs into the next pull. Still a little slower than you'd like to see. We'd like to see the mobs be chained a little earlier. I guess the ankle biters was the chain for them. But I think this all works out as a net positive for them in the end, as long as they're able to get that gargoyle pull at the end to work.
Yeah, I think so as well, but it is going to be not an easy pull to make work. We are going to switch over here. And this is going to be a Shard of Halkias wipe, it looks like. Yeah, okay, so the combination of that Quake damage plus the shoot from the Houndmaster is going to take out Tianzu, and they're immediately going to be resetting that one. Mandatory now charging up towards the Echelon area. So Mandatory's Halkias split here is pretty good. It's pretty fast, as Gingy actually going to go down for Holy Method. One of the crawlers takes him out early in this dungeon, but they are going to use the B-Res and keep this going. And yeah, Mandatory, we're hoping to see Halkias die anytime before 19 minutes, and I think we're happy here. Sorry, Echelon, rather. Anytime before 19 minutes. I think they're on pace for an 18-minute kill of this boss right now, which is looking pretty great.
With their strategy and the trash they pull, they can actually get it dead by about 17:30 because they do less trash at the start of the instance. I think that's what their kill time was on their first attempt that they got this far. So if they're around that mark, I think we're happy. But I think you're right. Even in 18:30, they should be fine. We saw that Missed Count and Holy Method both had about 2 minutes left on their timer, so there is some wiggle room, even room for a couple deaths as long as they aren't on your Hunter. So I think you should be good to go. But still, I mean, the difficulty of these pulls is ridiculous still, even with the less chaining that they have to do. In the meantime, another wipe from Holy Method 5 minutes into the key, Dranos.
Yeah, not a great sign for Holy Method to be putting up these wipes. Again, the good news for them is they've had a lot of success in a lot of their keys today, but you are going to need to clutch out these high keys. There's a good chance you don't need it to avoid elimination today, but you might. Honestly, you might. 65 is where Holy Method are at right now. It's good enough for second, but there's a lot of time left in the day for the other teams to catch up. The teams that are in danger of elimination right now are at 62 points, but both of the teams at 62 points have a 2 chest on their scorecard. So they're effectively at 63 if they end up converting those 2 chests, which means they are only 2 points behind Holy Method. So if you are a team like Holy Method, like Liquid, like Identity even, you can't afford to be making any mistakes. If you don't put up any more points today, you might get eliminated. And that's even more true for Mandatory and Interrupt, who are only at 64 points, effectively only 1 point above the elimination threshold right now.
Take a look at this pull routing from Missed Count. This is completely different than what we're used to seeing, right? I didn't see them do that double night pull with Elena in the corner with the line of sight spot that we're so used to seeing other teams do. They instead went for a night pull on top of all the sharpshooters and lynxes. And now they're pulling this set of sharpshooters into the boss. They're in combat with the boss by 7 minutes, which on 22 is incredibly fast. I actually need to go take a look at the VOD and see what they did differently. This is different routing than what we've seen from almost any other team in this dungeon.
Yeah, this is a cool way to attack this dungeon out of Missed Count. It's, again, just emblematic of their innovativeness. Every single dungeon, it seems like they are the team that is the most willing to just throw out all the existing pulls and rebuild from first principles how they want to attack the dungeon. And I think it's unambiguously worked out great for them so far. 0 deaths as they're already solidly in combat here, solidly through the first quarter of Captain Dalecry's health here. This looks great, and so their count looks low right now, but there's a lot that they're in combat with on the boss here. This is going to get them over that 40% mark during the boss, but the Earth-Shattering Spear is actually going to take out Hearthjacks. The B-Res does land, but that is going to be their first death of this dungeon. Interesting that they committed the B-Res there as well instead of the Ankh. Maybe he was inside that puddle left behind by that spear, so unable to safely Ankh.
Yeah, it depends, right? I actually haven't checked if those pulls are insta-tick when you Ankh, or if you have like time to Healthstone and get out or pop a cooldown. That would make 100% sense, though, that if that was the play for them. Either way, all 5 players still alive with just the boss here. All of the trash is now dead. So the question for me is, what do they do for their extra count? If I remember properly, most teams have about 45% count by the time they deal with Captain Dalecry, so Missed Count is going to have to pick up some extra trash at some point before they actually move on to the final section of the dungeon with Sir Braun Pike. We've seen a couple teams backpull some of this trash, and we see them doing that just now with a couple of CC'd footmen that are pulled apart from the patrol, but these alone won't be enough. I think they'll actually also have to pull some of these mobs off on the side and line of sight them into Baron Braunpike's room for a little extra count.
Yeah, I think so as well. This is going to be very interesting. I'm very excited to see how this develops for them, because this is something new. This is innovation in a dungeon that I wanted to say was pretty solved, but on the other hand, we actually also saw some pretty big innovation in this dungeon out of China. I don't know if you caught it, Zyro, but there was a route that a team was playing over in the China group that was really cool in this dungeon, where they just basically skipped the first mini-boss entirely after, not the actual very first mini-boss, right, but the one that gets summoned when you kill the first mini-boss. They just walked past it and pulled a bunch of extra Lynxes and Houndmasters in this area, which does worry me a little bit for higher keys, but it was fast. It was cool.
That sounds interesting. Yeah, no, that mob is really annoying. Jumping around, bleeding players if they get hit, it causes you to have just an extra thing to worry about for that entire pull. So if you can skip that and make the count work for it, that sounds like a great strategy. Maybe we'll see it here if they think it's a good strategy when they get to the higher keys as well. You never know. I'm mad because I can't go back in Kira's VOD and find what they did differently with their routing. Hopefully we can go back and look at what they did. I'll try to figure it out for you guys. There's definitely something fishy about the way they're routing this 22 that's different from the rest of our teams. Either way, this is going to be a very impressive split time for the Captain Valkyrie split in the 22 here. And I mean, as long as they're able to find a way to live through the Paladin pull and eventually get to Sir Braunpike and live through him, looks like it's going to be a great run for them.
So at 40% enemy forces, the question is, what are they going to pull that other teams don't? Because typically at this point, teams have maybe 5% more count, maybe even more than Missed Count do. It is required to pull all of the trash before Baron Braunpike, so there's no optionality there. So are they going to pull an extra pull before Prior's Murprey, or are they going to back pull something into this next room? Because that is another option as well. You could pick up your count behind where they are right now and tag it into this next area. But given where they're fighting this boss on the top of the stairs, if they were planning to do that, I would expect to see somebody starting to cheat down the stairs in the next couple of percent here on this boss.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like anyone's really doing that. My guess, if someone were to do it, would be Yargi. Just hit the misdirect, run down, and tag something. Is he going to start moving to do that in a
You
moment
could do it
here?
onto boss as well, potentially.
That's true.
But it looks like, okay, so we're running forward. All four of our team is running forward in combat, it looks like. Yeah, Yargi's still there. So, okay, we're not grabbing any extra trash just yet. And the Lust is getting popped here, as they're going to be fighting all but 2 packs. So those 2 packs that hang out up the stairs are not in combat just yet. It is possible to grab them early, but Missed Count are not going to do that. So they're going to have 8 enemies to fight after this. Maybe then that will be the opportunity for them to grab some extra trash.
The important thing to mention as well is they're doing this Ascendance-less. Hearthjax is just relying on procs and praying for more to do damage here, and he's still managing to do 30 million DPS. The Bloodlust is going to help a lot with that, but this pull is dangerous in its own right. If they were going to pull extra count, it would probably be into the boss after they've dealt with all of this, and I don't think you need to be pulling in any extra trash from the sides here for the time being. There's enough Paladins in this pull to give AJ and enough to do for a long time. Extra casters here would also be a death knell for the team as well. They have just enough kicks to deal with the priests and mages that they have available in that pull. In the meantime, though, Liquid in the 23 Arakara in that poll. In the meantime, though, Liquid in the 23 Arakara are looking fantastic. On to Kikatal the Harvester with almost 6 minutes left here.
Yeah, exactly. You got to remember that they also do the fun pull of the bonus Blood Overseer soon. So this is actually the start of the boss, and they take the 2 Blood Overseers into the boss at the start. A lot of teams did this in the group weekends when these Overseers were super low, because you could kill them before you got too deep into Kikatal's spell queue, and you'd get that danger of overlapping the Cosmic Singularity with the Erupting Webs. But it seems like Liquid have really figured out when they need to pull into the boss and when they need to land the kicks on the Overseers to avoid any overlap between Erupting Webs and Cosmic Singularity. That is the wipe condition when you are fighting Overseers with this boss. You can see that's exactly, they barely have it desynced right now, but that relative timing of those casts changes throughout the fight, and you need some really smart individuals to actually map it out how you want to attack that. But now we can watch Missed Count. Where is our friend Yargi? He is still here fighting them. Okay, so no extra trash getting pulled onto this pull. Maybe onto boss they'll grab some extra trash, because again, they are behind in count compared to where other teams typically are at this point.
Yeah, usually they're about 5% ahead of where they currently are in terms of count.
So this is early. This
Early
is where we
pulls.
can see what they do at the start. So maybe they are skipping. Yeah, they're also skipping
they
the
skipped
first
the
mini-boss.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so this is the route that basically was being done in China, except it looks like we aren't seeing a compensation by pulling a bunch of Lynxes here, and they're going to find their count later.
Interesting. Wow, okay, that's cool. You nailed it with from what we saw earlier on. Okay, cool. Now, they didn't do the double knight into Elena. They might have gone for a smaller pull because we saw them dealing with that side pack of Lynxes and Sharpshooters. All the same, none of that matters if you can't live through the pulls you have ahead of you. 2 deaths now to this pull. That's been answered by both of their battle resumes, but now Kira goes down as well, and that's going to be a full wipe here for missed count. So maybe we can take a closer look at exactly how they do those first pulls here once again. In the meantime, again, we've been talking so much about missed count and Holy Method potentially going for world first keys, we've completely forgotten that Liquid is also going for a world record key of their own in the 23 Arakara, and they're going for that side pull, waiting for the Cosmic Singularity. Wolf Disco's going to turn around, misdirect down some extra trash mobs down to Yips here, and they're going to deal with these mobs on the sides before the next Cosmic Singularity. This is looking great for them.
Yeah, here comes that Overseer. Here come those extra drones. This is the last bit of count they need. And so what they're going to do is we're going to wait here, stabilize for a sec. Wolf Disco. Oh, no, there was a puddle that he walked into.
Timing.
And he gets clipped by the erupting webs. That's going to be the B-Res. Now, is the timer still okay for them? Possibly, as they try and navigate around, again, this next blood. 2 minutes 40 here. They need to kill not only the boss, but they also need to kill off this Blood Overseer and these reinforced drones before they'll be able to stop the clock here. This is still on pace, but there are no more B-Reses for them. So if anybody goes down, this is going to be very, very bad for Team Liquid here. That next Cosmic Singularity beautifully answered by that disengage from the Hunter. It always looks sketchy, especially when we watch it from the Observer POV, but as long as you wait until the grip at the most powerful level, right, the last like half second kicks in and you hit your disengage, then you will always be able to live that. So Wolf Disco and most of the hunters in our competition are doing exactly that, minimizing the amount of those black blood spawns and the puddles that they need to create and consume to get through this fight. Just 11% now on the boss with still almost 2 minutes. Liquid have so much time. They do still have to kill trash after this, though. The boss timer is actually probably not going to be what stops it here. It's going to be when that Overseer dies.
That as well, but there is one more potential overlap possibility here. Cosmic Singularity going off for Kickatal. The next cast for that Overseer is going to be a webs. Is that going to line up here? It does, but all of them are able to move out of the webs after the Singularity. All 5 players left alive. One last Cultivated Poisons. The boss is going to try to kill off the players with a little bit of extra damage, but Sevi has the healing for it. Tranquility being popped to keep the team alive. A Venom Volley is not going to take the team down. Liquid are able to kill off Kickatal here with 1:15 left, and all they have to do is deal with the remaining trash mob, and they'll have a world first of their own on the board.
Yeah, this is a huge accomplishment that Team Liquid are on the precipice of achieving here, and down it goes, a minute to spare. Liquid will be our first team to put a 23 Arakara on the board. That is going to move them into second place right now. They have 1 world record tag. Missed Count have 2, but they are in slightly different dungeons. However, we can still look at our time tiebreaker between the 2 teams, and it is 1:40 in favor of Missed Count. The one dungeon that both teams have finished is the Priory, and that does represent basically the entire 1:40 is coming from there, from the Priory, because the other 2 dungeons, both teams are faster in the one that they've done the lower key level in.
Yeah, and Liquid's Priory was, it wasn't clean, right? There were a lot of issues they had in that dungeon, so they could definitely make up time. And again, we think the 22 is going to be the thing that sticks on the board, so technically that timer shouldn't be an issue for them as long as that doesn't also transfer to the 22 for them as well at the same speed.
Right.
So they should
Although,
be okay.
The Arakara 22 is also not going to stick for Missed Count. The Halls 22 is not going to stick for Liquid, so basically, yeah, none of the timers are likely to be permanent here, except for those 23 Arakaras and Halls out of Missed Count and Liquid. Those are, I think, the only keys that are going to stay long-term on these leaderboards, and even they might get updated.
Mantisaur didn't get their Gargoyle. What are they going to do for count? They have to kill the boss, talk to the mob, and teleport back to the front of the instance and do an extra pull to get their count.
They're only at 93% as well, so this is not even 1 Gargoyle missing, right? How much count does a Gargoyle give? It's not. Is a Gargoyle 6.5%?
I don't think it's that much.
So
what?
I think maybe this is planned then. Maybe they want to go back to the start of the dungeon at the end. But that doesn't make sense, because usually when a team does that, it's for lust timing, but it's not like they barely get a lust this way. They're getting the same total number of lusts at all, so... Maybe something that was supposed to get pulled just didn't earlier.
Okay,
yeah,
so the
one
good news
gargoyle is 3.2%, so they're actually like 2.5 gargoyles short.
Okay, it's okay. We have backup strats for this. It's got to be the play. Lord Chamberlain, 40% should take them about 2 more minutes to get through, which means you'll have about 2 minutes, 15 seconds, plus travel time to get to whatever mobs you need for count. They could also go back through the portal and pull the 2 gargoyles if that's even enough.
That sucks.
That would be so slow though, and those mobs have so much HP.
It's
What
much
mobs
faster
do they have
to take
left to
the.
pull, though?
You have to just at the start of the dungeon. I'm sure there's some trash that they walked past, and sometimes there can be these pulls as well that look nasty. But if you only need to kill half the mobs in them to stop the clock, it's not that bad. So that might be what they're looking at. We'll have to keep a very close eye on that. In the meantime, we do have scaffolding nearing the end of that run in the 22 halls, and Interrupt in the midpoint here, working on a noob zect in this 22. This is where they ended up losing some players last time in the 21. They actually had 2 players die at the very end of a noob zect. They were still able to time that 21, but they'd really like to avoid that in the 22, and it looks like they've managed to do just that, and that's going to mean that their timer here should still be pretty favorable in the 22. Of course, they are going to be getting the bad news that Liquid timed this dungeon on a 23, so the key level situation is very scary for teams like Interrupt, who they're not sitting on any world record tags of their own. It's only Liquid and Miscount that actually have a +1 world record tag.
Good news for Interrupt is that their routing doesn't require them to pull the other side of Overseers, so they can just go straight to boss and have their count, but I think that in the end is going to be less efficient than the routing that we saw from Liquid, and might be the difference in Interrupt being able to do a 23, or even making it through to tomorrow, as they are close to the chopping block of our teams to be eliminated today. I want to check back in with Mandatory, though. What is the strategy going to be? Lord Chamberlain going down, and it's going to be about 2 minutes 30 left in the key.
World
what
marker.
Is the strategy to get this 6.5% count? Yeah, world marker for the teleport back is
That's
hilarious.
where the bat spawns. Yeah, exactly. So they have 2.5 minutes, like you said. That is more than enough time to kill, 6% trash as they need to here, 6.5%. Lord Chamberlain does go down for them. And yeah, here comes that bat. Oh, they've perfectly placed the world marker as well, exactly where it's going to be. Back to the front of the dungeon they go.
Don't run out of the
Don't
instance.
walk
Run the
out,
other
yeah,
way.
because you can't do that. That ends your run. And they walk forward now.
Well, they have these mobs.
There's a circle marker. Okay, so we have Obliterator, Darkblade, Darkblade. That's not enough count in and of itself, though. So we're going to go into Houndmaster, Obliterator, Gargan, Gargan. Now, this is a little bit more than the count that they need, I believe. So this clock should stop here before everything dies. But they are going to need to kill most of this to stop the clock.
And I mean, this is not an easy pull in its own right. You have 2 Obliterators that are going to be bolting, putting these debuffs out that need to be dispelled or gotten rid of with a Dwarf. In addition to that, Houndmasters are going to be shooting players, potentially enraging the Gargans as well. This is a much smaller pull than everything else in the key that we've seen these teams do. But it is still something that can wipe you, and even a death at this point in the key could spell the end for Mandatory, who have been toiling away at this key for the better part of the past hour and 15 minutes, so they really need to get this on the board. That being said, I think they're going to be able to finally time this key, Dranos.
I think so as well. 1:30 still on the clock for them. I mean, these mobs have a lot of health. We don't actually have an awful lot of cooldowns, right? That Breath of Syndragosa not going to be available here for another 45. Maystein perfectly pressing that pillar just as soon as it comes off cooldown. Really important thing if you're playing Frosty K. You got to press that right off cooldown when it's between your breaths so that you get to not have to delay your breath. Soda going to be getting a Call of the Wild here in a little bit, and no more meta for Stove. So these mobs are dying painfully slowly here for Mandatory. Now they're under a minute left overall on the dungeon before the timer is going to expire here for them. So even though they looked pretty quick to get through this dungeon, this last 7% count that they needed is going to mean that they're going to end up barely timing it, but time it they will, because this last Gargan is going to exactly stop the clock. I was mistaken. They did need every single point of count for them, and Scaffolding also going to time a key. No reprieve here for these teams, but here is a look at the leaderboard. Wow, all of our teams now just within 1 point of the teams above or below them.
This is just absolutely incredible. We have such powerhouses in this MDI, and we're going to talk about it in a little more detail, but we will switch things around. So, Zyro, we will see the end of you for today, but I think you'll have a new dawn tomorrow. You'll be back with us again.
Oh, yeah, tomorrow's going to be great. I can't wait to see which of our teams make it through. This is going to be so close at the end of the day today.
Right? I know. It's going to be amazing. Can't wait to talk to you about it tomorrow. And in the meantime, we're going to have Makes and Tuttles join us here for the last 30 minutes. Now, Makes, of course, giving priority to the runs that we can see. Can you let the viewers know where we stand in these last 30 minutes as the action just continues to ramp up here through the end of day one?
Absolutely. So here's a critical update. I got the crystals recharged. We're ready for some love watching supreme, as we actually do have a death there on the site of Interrupt and a death there on this replay for Identity. 15 minutes lost as the Reavers take charge over the 23 Halls of Atonement for our favorite team from the CN region. But Dretos, there's a lot of teams in this tournament this time around, so why don't we share them and look at our lowest point teams right now, which unfortunately are currently still Unti. However, they're converting 2 points if everything goes well.
Yeah, anti-clockwise, nearly done with this dungeon, so if we can avoid any further caster curses here, this is going to bring them up to 64 points, which would actually still be a tie for elimination. So as it stands right now, our bottom 3 teams are at 62, 63, 64. Then we have 2 teams at 65 and 3 teams at 66. So nobody is safe yet for elimination, except for maybe those 66-point teams. But even then, there's still a lot of time left in our day because we have 27 minutes left, and then we have overtime. So there's going to be time for +1 or even 2 keys by a lot of these teams, and a lot of our teams at the lower part of our leaderboard have a 2 chest that they will be able to capitalize on. Anti-clockwise, one of them. Interrupt here, not on a 2 chest, but they are playing for a 65th point if they can get Kikatal the Harvester killed in the next 3 minutes here. Looks like Identity are going to be restarting this 23 Halls of Atonement. So they actually don't have time to finish this and then do another after this. So this would be their last key. But they have plenty of time for free resets on it, which is also good.
Yeah,
it's the less good way to use overtime, but still good.
It's interesting that today we see 3+1s compared to what we saw during group play. We see that 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame that was previously a world record. You know, teams are working on that 22 that we see on screen right here. Then we have the 23 Arakara and 23 Halls of Atonement already going down for different teams.
Absolutely. Just a quick reiteration, in case this is your first time watching the MDI, welcome. Once we do hit that pristine mark in a little under 30 minutes, teams will be locked in their dungeon. They're allowed to finish, as we've been alluding to, but they cannot restart a new run. And especially on those very high key levels like the one you're seeing here for our teams, that means 1 wipe and most likely it's done. So they cannot afford any more of these oopsies. And Interrupt trying to get that 22 on the board. Anti currently translating their 19 into the 21. And honestly, I'm quite happy that at least for this team, we're not missing any count. I got really stressed out for the mandatory run.
Yeah, you're certainly not alone. The route does see. I mean, it seems like it was planned for mandatory, but it's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, man, this feels slow. But I mean, I'm sure they have their reasons for doing it, because if you're missing 2% count at the end of the dungeon, it's likely to be a mistake. If you're missing 7% count, that's planned.
It looked planned. I don't know if it was a good plan. It's kind of the interesting question, right? Especially whenever you compare it to teams like Holy Method and Mandatory with what they were doing. Holy Method and Miscount with what they were doing. I felt like the Holy Method and Miscount routing just was a little bit faster on some of the middle sections of that dungeon compared to what we saw for Mandatory.
All right, so anti-clockwise here with 4 minutes to spare. This is going to be a fast but not two-chested 21 Halls of Atonement. Of course, two-chesting this dungeon, very difficult. I believe only one team has done it. Interrupt are going to put the 22 Halls on the board. Anti-clockwise putting the 21 also on the board here. Sorry, Interrupt, the 22 Arakara on the board.
Good news. We casted the China finals together, and it looks like both the China teams might actually make it through to Saturday. So
yeah, if the clock stopped right now, they both would survive because they are on points 5 and 6, right? So we have 3 teams at 65 points, and then a 64, and a 63, but the 63 has a 2-chest, right? So they're both anti-clockwise and scaffolding are effectively 1 point behind the remainder of the field here. But in order to realize that bonus point, scaffolding are going to have to complete this 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame. Now, they are about 4 minutes into this run, and there are 24 minutes left in the day. So another big question is not only are they going to be able to finish the key, are they going to be able to finish it with enough time to start another key afterwards? Because if the answer is yes, then their ceiling is 66 points. If the answer is no, then it is 65, which 65, my suspicion is at the end of the day today, 2 teams at 65 points are going to get eliminated. That's my guess.
So I looked up the splits for that 21, and they are varying. The fastest one is like 27:18, but then we also have some that are sitting around that 30-minute marker. Now, they do need a time of like 27:28, which is rather fast here to be able to restart another dungeon run. And of course, that also implies they cannot have any do-overs. So scaffolding have their work cut out for them.
So scaffolding, I mean, if they play the way that they did during groups, that means that they are fast. But the problem is that Sir Braunpike always wipes them in a 21. They've been bested by Sir Braunpike, I believe, 4 or 5 times at this point.
Yeah, but nobody beats scaffolding 6 times, so I think they're going to be okay when they get to that point in the dungeon. And, okay, here's the other good news. If they don't have time to reset Priory, they do at least have time to wipe to Sir Braunpike and then reset and go again. So they actually could afford, as long as they don't get beaten by him 7 times, they will be okay in here.
That is just rude. I believe in them. I know scaffolding can do it.
Are you love watching?
Yes. I'm always love watching. I thought you knew that by now.
I love watching them wipe.
Me too. I love watching these teams wipe.
That's right. Amen.
I realize why I've been put on this shift. Somebody needs to balance both of you out.
Yeah, we both independently came up with that joke all by ourselves, and it was not typed by any of our production team members in a Discord channel that we could see.
Surely, yes. Well, speaking of Braunpike, Mistcount is actually getting close to dealing with the first iteration of Braunpike. Baron Braunpike up for the poll quite soon for them in the top right corner. And then Liquid is also pretty far into their dungeons. So this is relevant because both of these teams are very likely to be able to finish their run and then put another one on the board. Whereas teams like Interrupt, who you are starting their run right now in that 22 Halls of Atonement, they won't have the time in the day. That means whatever dungeon they're in once the midnight rolls around, they're gonna need to finish. Now they can restart this a couple of times. It's great for a dungeon like Halls of Atonement, as there is so much difficulty in those first couple of pulls. You just got a couple of tries. That's pretty nice. But it also means that they can only get 1 more point on the board, like you've been alluding to, Dratnos, and that worries me, as there's a lot of tiebreaker math and score math coming for us, and I do not like the numbers.
Yeah, I'm pretty worried about some of these tiebreaker situations again as well, because I think there's a good chance we're going to end the day with more teams at the elimination threshold than just 2. So I think we are going to be probably going to tiebreakers to determine which teams get sent home. That is by no means a sure thing. Even though there's only 20 minutes left in the day, that is still a huge amount of time for things to change, because we are going to have 1 or maybe 2 more runs completable by a lot of these teams because of that overtime rule. We're going to take a look now at Liquid. So Liquid right now are currently in 2nd place. They are safe from elimination probably at 66 here, and if they can put this Priory on the board, they would move up into 1st place at 67. This would be huge for them. Yeah, they could actually, they could, their ceiling is 68 today. Their ceiling is 68, world record, world record, world record. Of course, Miscount have time to do stuff as well, as do Mandatory and Holy Method.
Yeah. Holy Method were actually looking really good timer-wise in that Arakara. We saw that they were on the 2nd boss in that Arakara, and their timer was looking exceptionally strong. Something that you and Zyra were talking about earlier, Dratnos, is this miscount run that we're actually seeing in the top right. It looked to me like they were going to be grabbing a 3-pack probably into Baron Braunpike if I had to wager a guess. But this pull that they're doing right here, this is what got the best of them last time. It's 4 caster mobs that are going off at the exact same time. So what they're going to do is they do a round of kicks. You see 4 interrupts are on CD, and now we have to throw all of our CC at this trash pack until our kicks become available again. And at the same time, while we're waiting for our Resto Druid's kick to come back up, he has to heal the entire group back to full and then kick again.
Yeah. Yeah, Resto Druid responsibility on pulls like this is so high. Mandatory are experiencing one of those Resto Druid deaths, actually, and they're going to jump off here. So this means that the possibility space for Mandatory is now certainly just one more key. They would barely maybe have been able to do another after that run, but that is no longer going to be possible. Mandatory, their ceiling is now 67 points, which is still an extremely high number. They would be very happy, I think, to end the day at 67 because that would require timing one of these absurdly high-level capstone keystones, as Tettles has been calling them. In the meantime, though, scaffolding in this 21 Priory, this is a life-saving key for them. Right now, they are the team in 8th place. They are the team the most on the chopping block. But this would get them 2 points. This would bring them up to 65 in a tie for 4th place right now if they could put this on the board. And if they can do it in the next 18 minutes, if they can have a very fast Priory 21, they will have time to start another key and maybe even get to 66 points.
I mean, Interrupt and Identity are both in the 23 Halls of Atonement. All right, what were you saying, Mick? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I looked at the splits for the Priory just so we can have an idea of what scaffolding needs as MJT actually does go down here for Identity. They will be able to res, but can they do it? Their healer gets stunned, only one battle res available. I believe that is their run chalked. Maybe they could have waited that out, but their healer did go down a second time, and that is going to be the town portal being hit by Identity. Also means they're only going to be able to do one more run, but coming back to scaffolding, who we know that they could be right on the cusp of that timer to restart another dungeon run. A really good Dale-Cry split would be 10:32, but Miscount locked in a 28-16 run on the overall with a Dale-Cry split as late as 11:49. It depends a little bit on how your trash routing looks like, but I think we're feeling decently about where scaffolding are landing right now.
Look at Miscount in the top right. This is that trash that you and Zyro were talking about earlier, Dretno. So where are Miscount going to be getting that final couple pieces of count from? It is a light spawn pull into Para and Brawn Pike. A mob that's very dangerous by itself on top of a boss that's not exactly free with a caster priest.
Yes, this is worrying because, okay, so the light spawn is going to be able to cast that channel into players. You can see there it just went on to Verb. If it goes on your DK, great news, right? Your DK has AMS and Shadow Meld for it. If it goes on your Hunter, okay, you've got Turtle or Feign Death for it. If it goes on your Shaman, you've got a Prayer and an Ankh available for it. Those are your main defensives to use there. And even on AJ here, Bear Form is going to be committed, but it's so scary because all that other damage from the boss is coming out at the same time.
Now Jack also has the ability to be able to get like 30% DR from season wins. It looked like a mob was also trapped off to the side for Miscount. I couldn't exactly tell what it was. It might be a Conjurer. Yeah. It's a Conjurer. It's a different caster mob. And so you also have to watch out for healing the boss with the light spawn.
Yeah, the on-death trigger here of the light spawn. And they're going to... Watch this. The light spawn is about to get pushed below that threshold here. Got to be really careful to... Oh, nice. It's channeling a purification. So that's actually going to give them the time they need to take Brawn Pike away here, as the light spawn should be getting pushed. And there it is. The burst of light cast. Avoiding healing the boss with this. Absolutely vital for making this work.
Clinical. Great work by Miscount there.
It is, and you know what else is great work? Is Holy Method getting really far on this 23 here. So, quick reminder, we saw Liquid do this. Their timer and 23 record key sits on 28.58. If Holy Method is able to be faster than that, that tag will move on over to them. But they're not all through Kickatal just yet. And on a 23, this boss still has a lot of HP and a lot of lethality, honestly, to get through it. We've been seeing some sketchy deaths through this boss fight, so hopefully Holy Method gets through it unscathed.
They might be on the wrong side of the world record tag for this dungeon, and at the same point, Liquid had 45 seconds worth of death timers in their Arakara as well, so maybe that Liquid strategy in this dungeon is incredibly quick. Not something that we could really tell until we start seeing the teams go head-to-head just in the same key level. But maybe that Liquid strategy with what they were doing where they're pulling the boss out of the arena, misdirecting the Overseers, that seems like that's a quick strat.
Yeah, I do like seeing that out of Liquid, although we did also see the boss reset for Liquid, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's a strategy that takes some getting used to and not something that a team will be able to just start doing on the fly during this weekend.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy, though. If any of the teams start doing that tomorrow, I would be very impressed.
Well, you're playing a different route. Like I think that the big
Yeah.
differentiator too is that you were playing like a fundamentally different route. Ooh, scaffolding having deaths. We said that we needed them to be able to complete their dungeon early on, and they're
no.
actually going for the full.
You cursed them.
Wipe
Okay, no,
here.
it's fine. This is good. If they weren't on pace to
This is
time
good?
the key before the timer, then this gives them bonus reset equity before the,
They were on
the end
pace,
of the day.
though.
Well, it was going to be close. And if you're that team, as soon as you wipe there, you just got to say, yeah, we weren't gonna be ahead of the end of the day
I'm with you,
anyways, right?
Max. I don't know about this.
Yeah.
They're just making
look.
stuff up right now.
It's
They were
important for
looking
morale.
really good on their timer.
You say, you know what, that wasn't even our best run. I didn't even crit everything. Let's run it back. I wanted to do more damage anyways. It's all good. And we can still get to 65 points here. We just got to reset. We didn't even wipe to the part we usually used to wipe to. So that's,
hold on.
that could be nice.
With as many teams as we're seeing already on 66 points, how bad is that actually for scaffolding being able to only get to 65?
So I think 65 is going to be where our two teams get eliminated, but I think there will be teams that are safe at 65 and teams that are eliminated at 65. That's my guess looking into the end of the day. We really have to wait another 13 minutes though before we actually get into overtime before I can be too confident making that call. But look at this. We have 3 teams at 65 right now. Probably not all of them will escape 65, so if anti-clockwise and scaffolding can get to 65 as well and have good timers, they might be able to avoid elimination today.
What was that world record time for Liquid in the 23 Aura?
It is 28:58.
Yep, exactly.
Ooh, Holy Method might be beating that. Could be.
It's going to be close. 8% still on the boss. That's a lot of health to chew through at this keystone level.
10 seconds.
It is going to be extremely close. So yeah, 28:58, what we were looking for a world record
seconds.
tag here. They are accelerating. The executes coming in from now. Huge damage on that Pro Warrior. It's going to be just barely enough.
Oh, wow.
28:56, a world record sniped by Holy Method by 2 seconds. At the end of this Arakara. And not only is it a world record, it is Holy Method. They are inevitable. They move in to first place here, despite the day going so well for Miscount so far. But in the meantime, Identity are resetting once again at the start of this Halls of Atonement. 12 minutes left in the day for our teams to start their final runs here. So a couple more resets are allowed, but beyond that, it might mean elimination.
I mean, you talked about Holy Method going all the way up to 67 points. Miscount and Liquid have made it through some of the more difficult parts in this Priory of the Sacred Flame, looking to be able to put up their 67 points as well. But at the same time, like you said, Holy Method are inevitable, and they are going into the Priory of the Sacred Flame as well, trying to take down that 68th point in day one.
Yeah, 68
What?
points is an absurd total because 68 means you are +1 in all 3 keys compared to the existing world records moving into today.
That's right. What a finish that we are seeing to day one. It's only day one, ladies and gentlemen. That is incredible. And we need to lock in because Miscount are in the part of the dungeon that seems to kill most of the runs into this Priory. Timer, I would say, is looking tight but doable for them. We do have that lust available. No deaths up until here. But the danger awaits. Braun Pike is sitting at the end there, and every single time one of these footmen dies, you need to be so careful here.
For these teams that are posturing to be at 67 points and are currently at 66 points, you're going to have to one-shot a world record level key to be able to go all the way up to that 68 point. Maybe you have some reset equity, as Ratnus called it. AJ here going down to the purification beam from that light spawn. He does end up getting battle res, and it looks like Miscount might be able to recover. We're going to have some of these footmen exploding with that light expulsion as they die. The light spawns go down in sync. That way that burst of light doesn't end up healing either of those light spawns. Great recovery by Miscount there from something that could have been catastrophic.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, moving in now to this next pull, we've got a couple of mages joining this one.
So we
got to watch out for the
casters.
volley casts here.
So this pull is 3 casters, it's 3 mages. You end up setting up a round of kicks, and then you just throw a bunch of CCs at the mobs until the 12-second interrupts are back up, or Yargi will kick over where Kira is for that 15-second interrupt. At the same time, that pull does have double light spawn, and Dratnos kind of covered why the light spawns are so dangerous. Remember, we saw Miscount earlier on that light spawn during Baron Braun Pike. Both AJ and Hearthjacks are in tremendous danger if those purification beams end up going on either of those players. Additionally, you would typically want to focus down the light spawns because those mobs have the highest amount of HP and they're the most deadly. At the same time, if you kill off one of these light spawns too early, you could run into a situation where you accidentally heal them. That's why the preferred strategy on this pool is actually to kill off one of the mages or a couple of the mages as early as possible. But if you kill the mages, then you have the light expulsion AoE going off, which means that somebody can die to a purification beam. That's why this pull, especially since you don't press Bloodlust, you don't press offensive CDs on it, is one of the most deadly in this place.
All right, we have an interesting update here from Team Interrupt. They are intentionally running the Halls 22 again. So we were watching them zone in here, and I was thinking it was going to be the 23, but it is actually the 22. So Interrupt have decided 65 points is where they are going to end the day, but they want to improve their time tiebreakers here. If they can get this key done in 27 minutes and 15 seconds or faster, they will steal the time tiebreaker from Identity, and also they don't even necessarily need to get that much time to be able to secure their spot with the time tiebreaker relative to anti-clockwise and scaffolding, both or either of whom might join Interrupt at 65. And right now, Interrupt 65 is not looking great with their timers being pretty slow in a lot of these dungeons.
So it makes sense because they have 3 deaths in their run, and of course if you're staying clean, that means 45 seconds. However, we're already seeing the first death on our screens here, and that also means you don't have the confidence to push any of these runs one higher, and we're seeing the other teams do just that on our screens. That is worrying.
I will say, I hate this in the context of like trying to win this season's MDI, but the Global Finals pay scale, it really heavily promotes your, battling for placements, kind of like Dradnus was saying earlier. And if you're able to go from that Friday to that Saturday, that is definitely just a huge step up in terms of the pay jump. And so I think it makes sense for a team like Interrupt to just try to protect your ability to not get eliminated on day one. I hate it in the sense that, like, I wish they were on a 23. I wish they were trying to push for that world record level on the dungeon. At the same time, if they don't feel confident in it, this is probably their next best play.
Yeah, I hate it in the sense of, like, you're probably not playing to win the MDI if you're making a decision like this, right?
Yes.
Like, it's something where it's not impossible. There have been teams that have taken a conservative line on day 1 or day 2 and then ended up really accelerating into the rest of the weekend, but it is not common.
I really want to see our 2 Priory runs. I know there's a lot happening right now, and we'll try to keep tabs of all of our teams, but it is 8 teams. Ooh. We can only show so many at one time. Miscount got through the Bronpike part. Liquid did as well. They're on Priory's Murpry. They are so fast, but Interrupt actually riping here now finally. They're going to need to redo that 22. They're running for timer, so they got a couple of goes at this, but our clock is ticking. There's like 6 minutes left in the day for our teams to start a new run here, which means that if this goes well for Liquid and Miscount, they're right on that timer to maybe start a new run.
Liquid was like 25 seconds slow compared to where Miscount were coming out of the Baron Bronpike split, but now they're ahead of where Miscount were. Now Miscount did end up losing AJ on one of those pulls, but Liquid just with probably better chaining, maybe better light spawn management, maybe better priority damage. It's hard to really say. They actually were able to battle back around 30 seconds here. Very impressive.
Absolutely. Now, yeah, we are going to see Liquid nearly entering the intermission phase of this boss. A little bit more count that they do need, but it is going to die from these footmen that they are just keeping in combat here. Not even getting a huge amount of funnel from. You do have to be careful as these footmen start dying. And actually, they throw out a bunch of stops early. So you can see they're doing a stun rotation as these footmen start to get AoE down. And that's really important because as those footmen die, they explode for AoE damage in your group. But if they are stunned or knocked up, anything like that, while they die, then they don't do that AoE damage. And now it's just one more devout priest that they need to take with them upstairs here, keep a kick on it, and then bring it upstairs. I wouldn't be surprised if a Shine hits it with a death grip as well. Boomy is actually staying behind as well to maybe land a kick if needed on that.
Yeah, Shine, also was lingering a little bit behind to be able to get that max range death grip. Grabbing that mob into Prioris Murpray. Yeah, Miscount looks like they're in a similar situation. They are going to be getting the remainder of their count from a mob that has now just joined the pack with that priest. I feel like that's a fairly common strategy these days, where you end up grabbing that priest pretty late. Ooh, Miscount actually having a death there. Hearthjax ends up going down to the Holy Smite from the boss.
That is not good at all for Miscount.
Isn't that a tank? Oh my god, I wonder if Kira got blinded.
Maybe, yeah, or maybe it was the priest. If the priest is in,
Priorus Murphy. That's a tank only bolt, isn't it?
Tettles. Is 958 a good amount of count to be at right now?
Surely we have a mob trapped. Surely they have something that's coming in late, right?
I don't see it,
they
but maybe.
did this before. They had a mind-controlled mob somewhere.
Okay, yeah, there you can see Liquid have one of those.
Yeah, there it is. So Liquid
But
have
this is
one,
Liquid.
and I think...
Oh, yeah, Miscount have one as well, yeah,
I think Miscount have one as well, yeah. We saw this prior, and chat was freaking out, like, oh my god, Miscount. Nope, this is intentional, this is for the fans. But their timer is getting closer and closer. 2 deaths means 30 seconds penalty, and Miscount were already getting a little bit slower than Liquid there, so they really need to lock in. They really need to get that boss's HP melted right now.
Yeah, a little heart attack from the count, but it is, as you said, all part of the plan. That mind control is the strategy here. The question is the timer. 1:30. Now, this boss usually dies pretty quickly from 50 to 0 once you are through all that trash here. But still, on plus 22, this is a lot of health that they do need to get through. They are going to get another couple of cooldowns here. We have that Call of the Wild that's just been pressed, and we're actually going to get one more before the end of the dungeon. Breath of Syndragosa is also coming up here in 20 seconds. And I think that breath will be enough to send the boss home. No more Ascendances are coming unless the gods of deeply rooted elements are smiling down on Miscount right now.
I don't think that's how that
Oh,
works,
there it is.
but I do
Bang.
appreciate the
Proc.
thought.
Yep, that's right. The gods of DRE are
Thrall
here.
himself blesses Hearthjacks with his power. The might of the elements
Okay.
being thrown at Prior's
All right.
Murphy here.
Player diff, I see. But Liquid are on that final stretch as well. 5% to go on Murpry as they have
accelerated.
stayed clean. 0 deaths in this 22 party. And it is going to go to Liquid first. It is downed with a world record. Miscount following up that swiftly.
Did Liquid pull the boss like 25 seconds earlier? How did Miscount kill it at the same time?
Oh my goodness gracious. In the meantime, though, we have a replay for an Impale death on Whippy here for Holy Method, and this led to a reset immediately afterwards. My goodness, though, the top of our leaderboard looks absolutely crazy right now. In first place, it's Holy Method with a 1 point, with a slight tiebreaker advantage over Liquid and Miscount based on the key levels done. And then Liquid and Miscount are separated now by 26 seconds between them for second and third. And all 3 of these teams have a different configuration of dungeons from each other. And all 3 of them now, as we move into overtime, are going to try and change that. So if all 3 teams succeed here, they would all be at the exact same set of keys as 68 points. But these keys are all so hard. They're all doing keys that the other 2 teams have also already done. It's a crazy end of the day
1 minute.
for our top 3 teams
2
here.
minutes until the time's up.
It is actually going to be so tight between all of our teams. Miscount are going to go into the Arakara. Liquid are going to go into the Halls of Atonement to try and find those final points. And we are getting closer and closer to that dungeon timer lock-in. You can see the pull counts on our screens all across. If you want to wipe, if you need to wipe in your run, you got to do it now. And you got to get back in there, as after that will be no more allowed. Our teams will stay in their dungeons. And for teams like Scaffolding, they really need to make sure that nothing goes wrong from here on out.
Liquid and Miscount basically have to one-shot their dungeons here.
That's crazy.
Yes, the top of our leaderboard is so tight, but the bottom of our leaderboard is where the most danger lies, because at the end of the day, 2 teams are going to get eliminated. One of them right now would be Scaffolding if the clock stopped right now. But they are playing for 2 points here that would get them into a tie for 5th if they can put this on the board. So are anti-clockwise. So those 2 teams are hoping to get 65 and then win on tiebreakers, compared to the 2 Chinese teams, which are both at 65 right now, Identity and Interrupt. Interrupt are playing to improve their timer, but stay at 65 points, whereas Identity had just reset, but were going for a 66th point before. Now they have time to start another key, but not for much longer. These are about to be the final runs of the day. We will let you know when that does happen. I think probably Identity will be able to start their key and nobody else will. We will have to wait for direct confirmation, though, from the admins before we are able to make that call. But yeah, it is getting to that point in the day. Right now, it's going to be very, very bad if any team wipes from here. Scaffolding in particular, they are in 8th right now, but 5th is still in reach for them today.
Waiting for the words of confirmation as the clock relentlessly ticks. Mandatory did have a wipe in this 23 Arakara as we were watching those Priories, so they're not saved from having to have a restart either. It is all going to come down to those final runs for some teams about the glory of the first day, and for some teams about staying alive in the competition. But here is confirmation. These are the final runs of day 1.
This is the most hype I think I've ever seen a Global Finals Day 1, by the way. Like, it feels like every team is doing the craziest stuff ever, and we don't even know who's getting eliminated yet. There's normally a situation where you at least have one team that's likely to be eliminated. At the same point, the team that has the lowest amount of points, like Drino said earlier, Scaffolding at that 63 marker, they are going to be able to go all the way up to 65 points and battle against the tiebreaker against those other teams that are at 65 points with the 2 Chinese representatives. Anti-clockwise here, if they are able to time this Halls of Atonement, they're going to be going up to 65 points, and also in a situation where they go against time tiebreakers against where Interrupt and Identity are.
All right, we are going to see the end of these runs as these are all locked in. So what is going to be the number to avoid elimination today? I think the answer is 65 points with good tiebreakers. That's the thing, is you need to not just get to 65 points, but you're going to need strong timers here. And I don't yet know what all of the teams are going to need, because the other teams at 65, one of them at least, is playing for a time tiebreaker improvement. Holy Method, though, making their way through this 22. So Holy Method are playing for a 68 point. This would be first place for them if they are the only team to get it, but Liquid and Miscount are also playing for a 68th point right now. So we could end the day with like a 4-way tie for elimination. We could also end the day with a 3-way tie for first, or even a 4-way tie for first if nobody succeeds except for Mandatory in these final keys of the day.
Are Identity done?
It looks like it, yeah. I saw their scorecard was up, so they might be finishing. I mean, they had a pretty unfortunate wipe right at the end. So yeah, okay, Identity are locked in at 65 points. All right, well, there's our first piece of data. We know Identity are going to stay at 65. We know that Interrupt are going to stay at 65. So that does mean that there is a theoretical safe 65 for both of our teams below them if they can get enough timer tie breaks, right? That's the thing, is we know 65 with perfect tiebreakers is now safe, because neither Identity nor Interrupt will be able to get a 66th point here.
Oh, Scaffolding, more deaths. Is that another death? That's a we saw.
Yeah, so
Shu
their
ends up
healer
going
had
down.
to run, actually. They elected to save that Batteress, which is might be a heads-up play. Honestly, if you know you can live this without your healer, I'd always rather somebody release and is able to tap back. But of course, 3 deaths on the board now, slowing them down a little bit. If it does come to time tiebreakers on that 65, like, we've been kind of alluding to that a tiebreaker is not out of the question for those teams. That is not great news.
Yeah, they're going to keep this run going, because at this point there's no alternative, right? You can't reset and go again. If Scaffolding have to reset this key, they are going home. They have no way around it. In the meantime, though, Lord Chamberlain now 40% for anti-clockwise. They have 3:10 left on the timer here, so this is going to be big. Will they be able to secure time tie breaks compared to Identity or Interrupt? They might only need to beat one of those teams to avoid elimination today, or they might need to beat both, depending on whether Scaffolding are able to get that key on the board.
That's
miscount. It's a wipe. All right, they're going to be going home. So 67 points for them today. They're going to be going home for the day, not for the weekend.
I was going to say, we need to rephrase that. They are still well and alive in our competition.
As I was saying it, they are locked for survival to tomorrow, but they are also locked for 3rd place or worse going into tomorrow. Despite having 2 world record tags for the majority of the day today, they have been eclipsed by both Liquid and Holy Method, and potentially Mandatory as well as we move in to our final minutes here, although that will require Mandatory to time this Arakara 23, which is no easy feat. In the meantime, though, Lord Chamberlain getting pretty low here. Still 2 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of health, though. We are going to get another set of cooldowns. Divine hitting that Call of the Wild just as we move in to the end of the day.
Friday, I was just giving like a cursory glance at the time tiebreakers at 65. It looks like Interrupt is going to be worse than anti-clockwise, right?
Yes, I think so as well. Interrupt's timers are not great across the board. Okay.
The Priory's not bad.
Their Priory is good. Their Arakara is turbo slow compared to anti-clockwise, though, because this is, they're 2.5 minutes slow there. I mean, we're going to find out in just a second here. This key is going to go on the board, and we can now take a look at our leaderboard as they move to that 65th point. Will they overtake? They do overtake Interrupt. Okay, so Interrupt needs to improve their time in this halls by a minute and 41 seconds. So Interrupt need to get this halls done under 29 minutes, actually under 28:55. That is now the benchmark for Interrupt to get ahead and move into 6th place. The problem is also scaffolding could still further complicate things by timing their key quickly.
Interrupt
Is it
are
under 29?
28:55 is our target here.
Oh, okay. So they had 36 with 3 deaths. If the deaths just cost them the 45 seconds and then some, I would feel okay-ish about this, but they already have 1 death in their run here. I think it's going to be really hard for them to be able to get under that marker.
We already procced a 30-second time save, though. Not bad. We see green
Is that
splits.
enough is the question.
That is a great question. I mean, for Interrupt, you have to be questioning whether or not their time would have been better afforded going for that 23, since their time tiebreakers were not that great.
Yeah, and the other problem for them as well is they're improving their time tiebreaker in a dungeon where they could maybe gain a minute, maybe 2 at best. But in the Arakara, they're 3 minutes slower than our fastest teams in there.
Uh-oh.
Full wipe. The Blood Guard or the Blood Worker charge with the Locust Swarm. A tail is all the
So they
time.
were in combat with 2 Blood Guards there, which makes me think. I mean, that's so scary. That's such a scary pull to be doing for Mandatory. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, because you maybe can pull an extra one there briefly, but maybe it was a alarm shrill going off or an accidental pull. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, that's going to lock Mandatory in for 66 points, which actually locks them in for 4th place now. That is insurmountably 4th. No teams below them can overtake.
Here's a replay.
And they're, of course, not going to be able to overtake any of the teams above them.
Intentional.
But yeah, Bloodguard is coming in from the side here.
Wow. I mean, a very aggressive strategy by Mandatory. I mean, it does make sense that it's their Bloodlust, but at the same time, Mode just kind of ran out of gas. Maybe that Bloodlust was pressed a couple seconds late. It might not have been intentional to pull that mob. Like,
I'm not sure, because we only saw it when he was already, like, waddling in. He, like, speed waddles.
It got taunted in as it was walking in, so... But, yeah, it's hard to be sure. I mean, it was by itself as well, so...
Yeah.
A mystery. We'll have to see tomorrow, because I'm sure we'll see them in that Keystone again tomorrow, so we'll be able to find out a little bit more about what their strategy does look like at that super high key level in that dungeon. In the meantime, Interrupts playing for their tournament life. They will be eliminated if they can't put this key on the board at 28:55 or faster, and even if they do, they might still get eliminated depending on the result from scaffolding. That is the precarious position that Interrupt find themselves in right now.
Looks like Liquid.
So they need to be faster by like a minute 30. Just to give you an idea on what they need to have on their timers there, a minute 30 is the time safe they need to their previous times.
Yeah. Looking at some of the other teams, Liquid and Holy Method, meanwhile, are going for that 68th point. Liquid looking pretty solid in their Halls of Atonement right now on to Halkias. We have seen some teams time this dungeon on the 23, so we certainly know it's possible. What is the consistency going to look like for this Liquid team? They basically need to one-shot the dungeon. We saw them come out of that Priory of the Sacred Flame 22 with 1 minute left on the timer to be able to start that Halls of Atonement. So being consistent in a brand new dungeon is something that's very difficult, especially whenever you're looking at the absolute highest level of these dungeons. For Holy Method here, they've had some problems in this Priory of the Sacred Flame, but they've been here probably, 30, 45 minutes maybe?
They didn't they just come in here after they timed their world record Arakara as well? So
that's right.
In the same position as Liquid, right, where they just immediately jumped into this key.
I think that they came in earlier though.
They may have tried it earlier
I think they
today,
came in a little bit earlier. Yeah. It was Missed Count and Liquid that finished right on the timer. They were in there a little bit longer, but still, that's of run we'll keep an eye on. They were finishing out their Arakara, right?
So something that
Speed going down for scaffolding here in this final section of Priory. And remember, this team not only needs to time this key, but they need to win on tiebreakers, right? They are playing at best to enter a tiebreaker melee with the other teams here. So every single death is going to be costly for them. These light spawns now dropping super low. They're about to enter that burst of light phase. One of them enters the purification cast, the other one dropping super low, and there's that first burst of light. The second one, is it going to be starting? Oh, it's moving over to the side. Mobs are about to heal here. The footman heals nearly there.
The priest
and the
out.
other
Get him
one,
out.
the priest now is going to get
Wow.
healed too. Oh, scaffolding. A huge time loss here from the heals from those bursts of light. At least neither of the light spawns healed the other.
Okay, just a quick reminder for anybody that is really love watching a specific team. All of our teams have players that are streaming their own POV. There's just 8 teams in the tournament day, and it's hard to cover all of them at the same time on our screen here. So if you are looking for a specific team, and for some reason it's not on a 4-box at any given moment, feel free to check out the players, give them some love.
It is worth noting now, these are the only 4 runs that are still ongoing right now. The other 4
yes.
teams have all finished, but it's going to be relevant again tomorrow because we're going to have 6 teams and only 4 will be on the screen. And yeah, really great way to get to watch any of your favorite players or any of the specs that you play if somebody is streaming of that. But right now, these are the 4 still in play runs, scaffolding the deepest into their dungeon. So we're going to focus on them mostly until this run finishes. Whereas all 3 of Holy Method, Liquid, and Interrupt basically managed to start a key right before the end of the day, but Holy Method are going to have a healer go down.
Man.
Now he's in tremendous danger, and he is soon going to follow his healer into the Shadowlands. This is going to be the end of Holy Method's attempt at a 68th point, which leaves only Liquid still in play now for point number 68. 3 dungeons are still live right now. It is Scaffolding and Interrupt playing to not get eliminated. Right now, these are the teams in 7th and 8th. So if either team depletes, they are eliminated. And Liquid having a healer death on Halkias
2
here.
deaths.
Now, they do have a battle res available, and Halkias is pretty low, so they might not even need to send this battle res.
Yeah, they immediately res Zevi, and then he got hit by the refraction beam again and just died a second time.
Oh! We lose
Should
a
just go
DK
down.
here. For Scaffolding, the Purification, usually not something that can kill a DK, but when all your cooldowns have been expended, and when you're playing a Dwarf instead of a Night Elf as well, it can absolutely happen. And we are seeing that huge raid damage as well from Sir Braunpike, still alive here. The Blazing Strikes as well, hugely dangerous for Lizelle, the tank here. And looks like Sir Braunpike is dropping super low. The anti-magic zone comes out as it does a huge burst of damage when Sir Braunpike dies as well. Bang! Speed nearly goes down, but Scaffolding are able to avoid any further deaths. 5 deaths on the board for them, though. We are going to see a quick replay of how this happened. Zevi going down to that glass shard's ground dot, getting rezzed and
he got
feared and
feared.
killed again by
So-
the refracted Sin Light.
That's what happens if you res a player sometimes. You can just immediately get feared by the boss. And yeah, I mean, a very unfortunate series of events there by Liquid, losing 30 seconds. Fortunately enough, it looks like their timers were okay for their ability to be able to time this dungeon, but you hate to see the 30 seconds loss in the highest level dungeon that we're going to see in this Halls of Atonement. Oh, another
The
death.
ankle bitten off for Boomy there, but the Ankh is used. 3 deaths now on the board for Liquid. No more battle reses, so any further deaths here would be very bad news for them. You can see those dots. Wolf Disco in a lot of danger. Actually going to hit the turtle. In the meantime, though, Scaffolding getting in combat with the last boss. 4.5 minutes left for them in this key. This is going to be an extremely tight timer, and I'm not even sure if a tightly timed 21 will be good enough for them, because their best bet is off of timed tiebreakers, and they're not especially fast in either of the other dungeons either.
That is going to be so sad. We'll need to wait where that final timer does come in, but ideally they want to overtake 2 teams. That is going to be incredibly difficult with 5 deaths in this dungeon run already. You are just going to be way slower than your potential originally was, unfortunately.
It's kind of the same storyline that we had coming out of the group weekend for them, where just unfortunate series of events always happens in Priory of the Sacred Flame. We are going to be bidding adieu to Liquid for today. They are qualified to tomorrow, so none of our top teams were able to go forth and put up that 68th point. It seems like one-shotting those highest level dungeons was going to be a bit of a ask, but all of those teams have a lot of work that they can do tomorrow. They can come back, they can improve timers, or they could potentially even do another dungeon that they saw from today to get additional points.
Scaffolding having another death there. You could see their shaman went quickly down and right back up again, but now 6 total deaths on the board for them in this Priory. They only have 2 minutes and 50 seconds to get through the end of this boss before they will just end up depleting this key and not even going to time tiebreakers. Is there enough time? I mean, the last part of this boss doesn't take too long, but it does still take some time. Is it going to be enough?
I think the last part of this boss is around 2 minutes. I think that from memory, it's like 2 to 2.5-ish minutes, which I mean is exactly what we have here. So if anything ends up going awry for Scaffolding, this is where they end up losing their run. I mean, they are very tightly up against the timer. I think they're going to be on the good side of it, but I don't feel 100% confident in that.
Yeah, so
exactly.
when you say on the good side of it, you mean able to time this dungeon run, right? The big story here is not only 1, but 2 of our teams are going to get eliminated today. So you're not safe if you're sitting in that penultimate spot at the bottom there, which is why Interrupt is still running for timer to try beat out Antti on the other side. It is going to come down to both of those runs finishing out, but I do agree. I don't think Scaffolding's run is fast enough to overtake 2 teams, essentially. Really unfortunate for them that they weren't able to put this up in the first place and then run another dungeon for a point. But this might just not be good enough.
Interrupt look like they're going to be on the wrong side of the time tiebreaker as well. Their splits, while they are green, we were talking that they needed a minute 44. It looks like they're not going to have that on high adjudicator leads. There is an opportunity to accelerate rather quickly coming into the last boss and that mini boss. But being able to carve out like a minute 20 is going to be a huge monumental ask for them.
Yeah, I'm not 100% confident in the math, so we definitely have to watch through to the end of these runs. We just know every single second counts here for both Scaffolding and Interrupt. Scaffolding now less than a minute to kill off Prioress Merprey before they will be depleted here, but 15% is not too much left. They should be able to get this done. They should be able to get this done with maybe 20 seconds to spare, but I'm not sure if it will move them up out of these bottom 2 slots on the leaderboard, which is where they need to be to avoid elimination today. Another Blinding Light masterfully dodged by the team here. 6% left. The boss is melting here, and a couple more seconds until this last Breath of Syndragosa and Ascendance, but the Ascendance, we're not even going to get to it. The Breath of Syndragosa is going to send this boss home. 32:06, the final timer for Scaffolding, which is unfortunately not enough to move them out of 8th place. You can see here, they are slower even than Interrupt, but Interrupt's run is still alive, so they need to improve by a minute 41 seconds. They need to finish this dungeon in the next 5 minutes to be able to stay alive, to overtake anti-clockwise and join Identity as the other Chinese team. So we know Identity, we know at least 1 Chinese team will be surviving to tomorrow, but Interrupt would really like there to be 2. Unfortunately, their timer is so tight, and Inquisitor Cigar here is going to get another Dark Communion cast off and heal almost all the way up here as, oh man, those were such high HP parishioners that it chose.
Yeah, very unfortunate. At the same time, though, I kind of want Antti to keep going. You know, they were able to come into today and lock in a world record key tag on that Arakara, which was really cool. There is an asterisk attached to that, because obviously it wasn't the highest we've seen that key go to. At the same time, though, it feels kind of epic for Interrupt to have their faith in their own hands. You know, more often than not, teams end up watching other teams decide their fate for them. At least that is not the case here, but I do think this timer will unfortunately be on the wrong side of things.
Do we have 4 minutes? How long did they have?
We need to get this done, in 3.5 minutes, basically. 3:40 needs to be our boss kill time on Lord Chamberlain, which, that would be alarmingly fast, but Interrupt, their tournament life depends on it. They're going to have to find some damage that's never been found before. The good news for them, their comp is really well suited to this. They had the Lust available here, I guess not on pull. They were using it at the end of Cigar, mostly for damage there, so this is going to be such an uphill battle for them to try and get this boss dead within the timer that they need. You can just look at the green splits that they had, right? High Adjudicator Elise, 36 seconds faster than their previous run. They needed to find another minute on top of that in order to save themselves and make it through to tomorrow. And I don't think they are on that pace, but they are going to try everything possible to prove me wrong.
I mean, I want them to do that, right? But at the same time, I have to be a little bit realistic, and I think it's not going to be possible. We're already in fight 1 minute 18, 17, 19, and the boss isn't even near the 50% marker yet, which is kind of where we would need to be at this point. No lust is going to be available. You do have one more set of cooldowns that could kind of accelerate them here, but it's looking awfully cooked from where I'm sitting, unfortunately, gentlemen.
I mean, I think they're going to get a pretty big green split, right? Like, I think they're going to get a massive time
Yeah,
save.
they're going to get even more time over their adjudicator release split, but is it going to be enough is the question. So we've been in combat here for 1:50. Once it's at 1:55, which is right now, they've used up half their time on this boss, but they've only killed 40% of the boss's HP. So they would need to accelerate in an ungodly fashion to be able to get this killed off in time. Now, we do have a Breath of Syndragosa coming out, although looks like not necessarily paired with that Pillar of Frost maybe here, or maybe just a UI bug for us, as that, yeah, ideally those two would be pressed together. Okay, there it is. There's the Pillar of Frost for the DK for Interrupt. And we are going to get into Execute soon. So Execute soon for Interrupt for the Prot Warrior is going to help them accelerate further. But oh man, I don't know about this one. We only have a little bit over a minute to stop the clock here and save ourselves going into tomorrow.
Honestly, their damage has looked great. Look at this Hunter. He's doing 7.2 million DPS, while the DK and the Havoc Demon Hunter are kind of weighing down our main carry. This Beast Mastery Hunter has really been putting in a lot of work. And for Interrupt, now they're going into that second intermission. We're getting the Telekinetic Onslaught. And this is where your DPS, particularly your Warrior, your DK, and your Demon Hunter, actually get the most effective uptime because they don't have to be walking out of melee range. They no longer have the circles. And so now during this Ritual of Woecast, you're able to get unfiltered uptime. Call of the Wild is going to be coming up soon. We're going to have that Pillar of Frost and that Breath of Syndragosa. Is it too little too late, Dratnos? Is this going to be the problem that we're seeing here for Interrupt? Because they're easily timing this dungeon.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're well ahead, right? Their previous time they were in here, they were 30-36. So they knew they could come in here and improve their timer. That was their decision at the end of the day. It was, hey, we know we're going to need time tiebreakers. We know we can improve our time in Halls of Atonement. And they were right about both of those things. But unfortunately, it looks like they are just not going to be on time here. And their DH greeting for damage, correctly greeting for damage, knowing that every single point of damage counted for them at the end of the day here, is unfortunately going to get killed. And it looks like this is going to be over the 29-minute mark for Interrupt. There is now their only hope is that I have horrifically messed up the math on these numbers, which has happened before. So it's not 0%, but unfortunately the math has been verified by some other people as well.
Yeah.
It looks like this time. So it's not just me out on a limb here with that 29-minute benchmark that they needed to beat.
A quick reminder on how it works, because our first score tiebreaker is, of course, higher score, right? That one is pretty
Right.
simple. Then we check who has the highest keys. So if you have a 23, that's better than somebody else having a 22. And then we go to the time tiebreaker. And there's some confusion around that. We don't check individual dungeon runs. We kind of accumulate them and then check that way. And because Interrupt, unfortunately, was really slow in their other two dungeons as well, they kind of needed to catch back up a big chunk of time here to maybe have a chance at overtaking Auntie. Unfortunately, that is probably not going to happen here after this run, but I do love that they're pushing through. I think they deserve the 07s. I think they showed up for CN, even if they're going to be eliminated here. The truth of the matter is, two teams will get eliminated at the end of today, and of course at the end of tomorrow. So that's just always going to happen, and somebody will get hit with that.
It is true, and as unfortunate as it is, we will be saying goodbye to Interrupt and Scaffolding, but Mix, just like you were saying, they fought so hard, these teams showed up, and in a competition that honestly has brought this level of gameplay, you should be proud of yourself making it to these top 8. So 07 in the chat, everybody, salute them on their way out. Now, of course, that leaves our top 6, and at the top of them all currently, Holy Method. They played a pretty measured game over the course of today and then snuck up here at the end to grab some of those big numbers and big times. But Dratnos, overall, how do you think the teams performed coming into day one?
Yeah, I mean, the start of the day was all about missed count. Miscount have historically been great at the start of days as well, but unfortunately for them, they've fallen a little bit behind Holy Method and Liquid at the end of the day. The good news is it's by a very small amount. All three of our top teams have done 2 of the 3 dungeons that were offered today at 1 level higher than they'd ever been done before this weekend. And all 3 of them missed that final keystone at the end of the day that would bring them to the 68-point threshold, but I'm sure that that will be something they'll all be trying for tomorrow. Then in 4th place, Mandatory are 1 point behind the field. They only have 1 of those dungeons, the Halls of Atonement being the dungeon that they've brought a level higher than ever been done before, but they're missing it in both the Arakara and the Priory. Identity are missing all 3 of those dungeons, so they are on 22, 22, 21 at 65 points, as are Anti-Clockwise, which is also the exact same configuration for our eliminated teams, but Identity and Anti-Clockwise have the time tiebreaker, so they do get to survive to tomorrow, but those are the teams that are on notice, because again, this time tomorrow, another 2 teams are getting eliminated, and those are the teams that are going to have to try the hardest to avoid that fate.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to end up there at the bottom. Of course, even if you came this far, you want to try to go all the way, and all of these teams are absolutely playing to win. So while 2 more will be on the chopping block tomorrow, there's a lot to prove as well. And as we kind of reflect back on day 1, I mean, Makes, we've kind of talked about it, but do you feel like this group has been one of the closest groups that we've had in the MDI as far as like there's actual skills or the potential of those skills that we've seen?
Yeah, I think so. I think Tuttle said it. This is like the most hyped finals we ever had, and it's only day 1, which feels crazy to say out loud. The fact that between our first place and our last place across 8 teams, we are only seeing like a 2-point swing difference, and the fact that we've seen all 3 of our dungeons that we gave them today go 1 key level higher than in the group stages, it's honestly, there's only one word for that, and that's cinema.
It's pure cinema, and cinema's not even here this season, but honestly, these teams are bringing it all the same, and that energy, you're right, is just here with us. I mean, it's incredible seeing it be so close, but you know, we ourselves can only guess so much, so we have to turn to the real authorities here. Tettles, what do your mystical love-watching crystals predict for tomorrow?
Are we talking about dungeons? Are we talking about keystone level? What
Everything,
are we
Tettles. No,
Take it wherever you want it.
Wherever you want.
It's interesting. So something that Dratnos was kind of hitting on during the outro is that all the dungeons that we saw today at least went +1 compared to what we saw during group play. I'm really interested in seeing if the teams were holding back a lot during our group stage, and we're going to see every single dungeon go an additional +1, because that's the pace that we're on, where it's just like, oh, okay, you know, these 21s and these 22s, these were hard during group stages. Teams weren't very consistent on them. And then somehow every team's doing 22s and 23s. It's kind of, apparently it was just like this untold secret that all these teams were just doing 23 Halls of Atonement and 23 Arakara. Like, what is happening?
It's true. I mean, it's been incredible to see. Like, the teams themselves, the gameplay from every player has just been amazing. And then the dungeon, seeing them push that to these levels, I think we're all on the edge of our seat. And you know what? I believe it. Those love-watching crystals are telling us they can go higher. So, Tattles, I think they're going to go higher. And we'll just have to see how high they really can go over the course of the weekend. But before you all head anywhere else this weekend, just so you know, stay tight, sit tight, stay here, because we'll be sending you on over to the Raider.io channel for even more Mythic Plus. But before then, a couple of quick reminders. BlizzCon general passes are currently for sale, so head over to blizzcon.com to secure yours. And the Midnight Beta test is also ongoing, so players can opt in for a chance to be selected throughout the beta. But players who upgrade to that epic edition of Midnight will be able to jump into the beta right away. So get in there, start decorating your new home in Azeroth, or preview the other content, and of course keep looking forward to BlizzCon, everybody. Now, our global finals are off to an intense start, but our teams have even more to show starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels, with our pre-show kicking things off before the keys start actually running. But right here, right now, we will be heading over to Raider.io's Break the Meta Mythic Plus community event. So if you want to see high-level keys done with non-meta comps, now is your time. Let's go show them some love.
Bye.